Good morning and welcome to Headingley. It's the fourth morning of the first Test match, which has been so compelling, so absorbing and so entertaining. And yet we still don't know which direction it will be heading in, with India resuming on 90 for 2, a lead of 96. All sorts of possibilities being discussed, from the extreme where India bossed the game and bat until they can declare, leaving England with a target in the fourth innings, to being bowled out halfway through today and leaving England a target that they would feel very confident about chasing. But it will all unfold over the course of the next 2 days. Just the mere fact that we'll be heading into a fifth day is unusual these days. It'll be Shoaib Bashir to bowl the first over. I wasn't expecting that. It's a little unusual. There is a short leg in. Ollie Pope's under the helmet. There's a leg slip and an orthodox slip. There's also a catching mid-wicket, a square leg, deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on as well. Man behind square on the offside and a sweeper on the cover boundary. So don't think they'll be attacking Shoaib Bashir early on in the first over of the day, but there's plenty of space beyond the infield. First delivery, bang on target. KL Rahul is forward, playing defensively. So I beg your pardon, there was only one ball left of the over. Oh dear, I took my eye off the ball. There was only one delivery. Good morning, Steve Harmison.
Good morning, Neil Manthorp. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, old age comes to everybody. I've just tried to run around the field. That's why I'm a little bit out of breath. I got my bearings. I got lost this morning. I got my bearings a little bit different, because normally I'm in the Howard suite and come out of there and get myself around the ground. I came out the little room on the other side of the ground and then found myself underneath the western terrace, about to come onto the side. Nasser Hussain did the same. And as we were just about, and he was the same, he was like, "Where's the press box? I've lost my bearings." And he's like, "Well, it's around here." So we were just about to walk along the western terrace, and he went, "I'm not going in front of there, I will get abused." And I went, "Oh, please do. Please do, it would be fun, because if I'm with you, there's more chance of him abusing you than abusing me." So, but no, nice to see me old captain. He was actually smiling as well, which is a good thing.
I find
it wasn't wind.
I find that space underneath grandstands always disorientating, because it all looks the same. Braden Cast bowls the first full over, running away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's played defensively by Shubman Gill into the offside. I honestly do. I mean, sometimes just momentarily I sort of forget which stadium I'm at when you're underneath, when you're walking underneath the grandstands. Those areas underneath big stadia are always slightly confusing. The Oval's the worst, I find.
Yeah, it is.
Just don't know which direction.
Same as Lloyd's as well. Lloyd's is not the best when it comes. But when you've been in as many stadiums as you have, man,
there is
a
that.
bit like hotel rooms.
There is that, yes. Here is Braden Cast. Forward comes Shubman Gill. It's a little early playing defensively to be telling stories, but it does remind me of a colleague of mine who had been out. We'd been on a long tour and we were in a hotel somewhere, and he'd been out for a lengthy dinner, and he'd had maybe an extra wine or two, and he went up to the receptionist and he said, he didn't mean to say this, but he said, "Do you know who I am?" And what he was trying to say was, "I've forgotten what room I'm in."
Yeah. Oh, I've got a better one than that. I've actually nearly kicked down the door of the room number I was actually in, but the wrong hotel.
Cast in again, short, pulled very nicely by Shubman Gill, very powerfully as well. Good tumbling stop at deep square leg. That's not Joe Root out there, is it?
No.
Was it Josh
Chris Wokes. It was
Chris Wokes.
Chris Wokes to Shoaib Bashir. Good bit of teamwork by.
It's Chris Wokes, yeah. You don't often see him on the boundary. That was very athletic. He's got short sleeves on. I'm deliberately waiting to hear this story. Anyway, the receptionist said, "I'm afraid I don't." And he said, "Oh, I mean, what I meant was, my name's Fredericks. Can you tell me what room I'm in?" Here's Cast. Forward comes Shubman Gill. Sorry, it's KL Rahul. No, it is Shubman Gill. They ran for 2 there. So 92 for 2. Go on then.
Yeah, mine was, I think it was an Eastbourne, and we didn't have too much. You know, it was You know, I knew I was at the right room, and key didn't work. It's like, not again. Go back down to reception, play holy hell, and complain about this is the third night in a row my key's not working. And the young lady behind me was very polite. She just said, it will work, but your hotel's 5 blocks down there.
Forward comes Gill again. Plays it up towards mid-off. I wasn't expecting that punchline. Yeah, it will work, but your hotel's 5 blocks down the road.
5 blocks down there with an Eastbourne. Because it was in a hotel that we didn't normally stay in, or we played in an outground. It was actually while Dickie's there, Dickie Bird, there was a game in Eastbourne, and I think it was Dickie's last ever first-class match. He was umpiring that game. If I remember right, Michael Bevan got a big 100.
2 slips, no gully. Carson bowls, and oh, that's chopped on! He's chopped on! He's bowled him! Shubman Gill trying to run it down the third man. He's dragged it on. It's just flicked the off stump. Early wickets, what England needed. It's the Indian captain. He can't believe it. He's disconsolate. He's in disbelief. He said he's stall out. He'd have been talking to himself overnight, trying to get to sleep, talking about the big innings that he needed to play. And it's the faintest of contact. It barely was enough to remove the bail. The leg bail stayed on. That's how faint the contact was. But on such margins can test matches turn.
Absolutely, on fine margins, as the great commentator said, and that was a fine margin, an area that Shubman Gill outside Asia has been very, very vulnerable. Scott Boland caused them a huge amount of problems in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, just outside that off stump, on a good length. And if he had any luck, he used them up in the first innings, and Shubman Gill goes for 8. Bryden Cast gets the big wicket of the Indian captain. It was a good ball in a good area, a little bit tight to cut, and because he's got an inside edge on it, it's bounced up and it's just flicked the top of off stump. And England are really, really happy with that wicket. And now, let the fun begin. Fasten your seatbelts. Here he comes, Rishabh Pant. To score 80, 92, 98 for 3 effectively in the match situations. Big 100 in the first innings. This is a completely different weather. It's a completely different situation and scenario. Let's see what the little fella's got, because India, for me, need a score starting in a 3. They desperately need a score starting in a 3. If it starts in a 2, and England have to chase anything under 300, I think England will win. I think in a 3, the Jasper Bumrah factor comes into it. So there's a huge amount of ownership on this partnership, because with Kerrynar next, Jadeja, and then the bowlers, England will feel this partnership, break it, and they stand a good chance of knocking India over.
Rishabh Pant's just run a 2. Did you notice? He's just I guess he's warming up. I don't know. He's getting a feel for
something he doesn't normally do.
I was going to say, I mean, it is absolutely set up so perfectly for a counter-attack, but the risks inherent in losing your wicket early on. I'm not suggesting that Pant's going to launch a counter-attack straight away, but he knows this is absolutely ripe for reversing the pressure on England. That a quick burst of runs, get that lead up to 200 with wickets in hand, and suddenly it'll be England thinking, can we do this, can we do it? But yeah, I mean, the inherent risks of losing his wicket early. Now then, KL Rahul's on strike. Just the 1 slip and a gully. It's interesting. Here's Chris Wokes then from the far end. Pushes defensively, does KL Rahul up towards mid-off. Fielded by captain Ben Stokes. Is this the first spell that he's bowled from the football stand end?
Both of them. Chris Wokes has gone to the football stand end again, which surprises me a little bit, because the wind is going, as we're looking at it, from the changing room pavilion, the wind's going from sort of our right to left. So if you're watching from the change rooms and that end, it goes from right to left, and that would away swing to the right-hander for Chris Wokes.
Pushed off the back foot by KL Rahul, squared the wicket on the offside. They run around the They'll come back for 2. Zach Crawley's now fielding at deep backward point, normally in the cordon, but they've just taken a single. KL Rahul moves on to 48. I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but I mean on the basis that nothing was working for Chris Woakes from the Kirkstall Lane end, you just think, well, yeah, why not?
Absolutely, why not? We talked at length to a Bumble the other day. Bowling's about feeling. If you can't feel it from one end, you don't feel as though it's getting it, try something different. I don't think it'll make a great deal of difference to somebody like Woakes, who is so experienced. The thing for me with Chris is all he needs is overs. By hook or by crook, it's just overs. All he needs is just over after over. So the fine balance of giving him overs and where he finds his overs, his injury, the time scale of coming back from injury. He didn't have enough time to get overs under his belt to get himself ready, so he has to get them in a test match.
Here is Woakes again outside the off stump, left alone by Rishabh Pant. First delivery taken by Jamie Smith. Well, I mean, we're having to redefine so many aspects of how the game is played and how preparation is. You know, when you made your test debut, I mean, the idea of not being 100% ready was just complete non sequitur. I mean, the idea that they'd say, Harmy, well, so work your way through the first innings, get yourself into the game, you'd be right for the second. That just
doesn't happen now.
Here's Woakes again. Down the wicket comes Pant. Huge swing, top edge, over the keeper's head, over first slip's head, and down to the boundary for 4. I told you he wouldn't counter-attack straight away.
Yeah. It's bizarre. You know, it seems as though it's like every 4 balls, I'm going to come and swing at one. I don't think KL's telling him to rein it in or anything. I think he's possibly telling him to keep his head still. You want to hit it, keep your head still. But you're going to swing hard, straight over Joe Root's head at first slip. But yeah, if you did that, you'd end up going 0 for 100 in the first innings off your 20 overs, and you have a crisis of confidence going to the second. So there is bowling. There's a fine balance between not bowling enough.
Woakes again to Rishabh Pant. This time all defence, studiously back and across. That was a slog, Harmy. That was a slog.
It was a hack.
Yeah.
It was a hack. It was a complete and utter hack. There's no wrong with that if you're number 9, number 10, or like I was, a very good number 11. But when you're bad at number 5 in a test match, you're not expecting that. But hey, this is the way this guy rolls. He got 100 in the first innings. Doing that way, it looks awful if he gets out, especially in the situation we're in now.
Woakes into Pant and pushes it out towards cover. Once the single, thinks about a single. Ben Duckett prevents him from doing that, and the over comes to an end. There's no rhyme or reason. We were talking to Siddharth Mongia about this yesterday, the very, very fine Cricinfo correspondent who will be joining us again at some point during the day on air. So just absolutely random, isn't it?
It is, and it's random, and as long as he's got the plan, I don't think anybody would be too worried. Like we said many times before, when you've got characters like Rishabh Pant, as a coach, you feel as though you want to get into the player's head a little bit. I think I'd be petrified to get into his head and think what he's thinking. But what you've got to do is you've got to make him clear all the space out, let him be the Rishabh Pant that he sees in his head, and trust the fact that he can come out and execute. He will come down a wicket, charge, miss one, chip one up in the air, get caught at deep point, having a slash at a wide one. But he'll also do something spectacular what he did in that first innings, because that 100 was breathtaking.
Brighton Cast into KL Rahul, leaves one alone outside the off stump now, taken by Jamie Smith. What do you think it would look like inside Rishabh Pant's head? What are you imagining? Strobe lighting?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems as though he's got his AirPods in, listening to a little bit of soul and a little bit of classical stuff, and he's keeping the mood music down, and then every third track seems to go into sort of AC/DC, doesn't it?
There'd be false doors, wouldn't there? That you'd be open one and
open one in, yeah.
Here's Cast again to KL Rahul. That's quite quick in at the thigh pad, just defended, pushing it out on the offside. No run.
Going from a cathedral to a rave and just one double door, isn't it? Yeah. Right. But here we go.
And there'd be some that you'd have to be very wary of. You'd open it and it'd be just like no balcony and a dead drop.
A big dead drop, yeah. That's the one that he misses, isn't it? That's when he runs down the wicket and misses, or top edges over the top. But it's great to watch. It's great to watch.
You just don't know what you're in for. It's brilliant. It's fantastically entertaining, exciting. Cast in again outside the off stump. And there's definitely a little ridge on a length just outside the right-hander's off stump.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And Rahul knows that. He's just gone down and he's tapping it. I like Cast from this end. I like him from this end. The only problem with Cast from this end is that I was like that. You need momentum going into your run-up. Hit the run-up with some pace, velocity. Pick them knees up. Stuart Broad was the same. Pick your knees up and hit the ground. Hit the front foot hard. Sometimes when you get a little bit giddy and get ahead of yourself, you can tendency to bowl it just a touch too short.
Here is Cast again. Bowls. Rahul defends, pushing out towards mid-wicket. Zach Crawley swoops in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Score remains 97 for 3. The lead is 103. Rahul 48. The man out this morning, Shubman Gill, bowled by Bryden Cast, dragging one on via an inside edge. He went for 8, and India were just 2 runs to the good, having resumed this morning on 90 for 2. They're now 97 for 3. And well, amongst all of those match scenarios that I spoke about before we had a ball bowled, the one that India would be fearful of, if they allowed themselves to think of it, is losing 3 or 4 wickets in the morning session, being bowled out before tea outside the off stump, and that's left alone again. But it's a strange beast batting in the third innings most times. You know, they would have felt that. Well, they didn't just feel, they knew that they squandered their advantage. They dropped 3 catches if you're kind, 4 if you judge harshly. I mean, they should have had a lead of 150.
Should have 150, 430 for 3, and then the 2 catches that Jaiswal dropped. I'll come on to it in a second.
Cast runs away from us from the Kirkstall lane end. Rahul leaves alone, 97 for 3.
We've been to enough grounds to know there's sort of complex things about grounds, where the Lords is a slope, isn't it? So you go across the ground a slope, over in South Africa at the Wanderers, the balls, once it goes in the air, it's not coming down, it's just going to keep going. So when you're fielding on the boundary, you have to do things a little bit differently. And I think fielding here, it's slip, especially from the football stand end. When the ball, it's a slope going down, it's sometimes a bit of an optical illusion where the ground disappears from you a little bit and it hits you a little bit harder than you expect. And I think if you haven't experienced too much about fielding in England, fielding on these grounds, especially slip fielding, unfortunately, like what happened to Jaiswal, the ball just hits you. You don't catch it because the ball hits you.
There's Chris Wokes in from the Howard stand. Good morning to you, Harmy.
Good morning, John. It's a bit cooler today, and it's
pretty cool yesterday.
Yeah, when the sun comes out, it's still got some heat in that. So yeah, it's not as 60% full. Still a half decent crowd for a Monday.
Yeah, I think Sanjay Patel, the CEO of Yorkshire, he was at the ECB for a number of years, spoke to the press on 10 o'clock on day 1. He said first 3 days are a sellout and there's about 13,000 tickets sold for day 4. Wokes again, this is down the leg side. Slower delivery, cutter possibly from Wokes, and it's collected by Jamie Smith. So capacity is 17,000. He said he can squeeze in 18,000, but they're going for 17,000. So there's still tickets available today. If you fancy flying in from one of the many countries that are listening to us.
Might struggle to get here from a space station, but
they
might
travel
get there from tomorrow.
Yeah, travel pretty quickly up to that space station and back, so I'm led to believe. Wokes again, round the wicket to Pant. Oh, that just nips in a touch. And that's what Chris Wokes is trying to do, because Rishabh Pant, for all his wonderful talents, if you break down the statistics, One of the reasons possibly for the way he does come down the track, try and not just knock the bowlers off their good length lines, but just push the field back a little bit, is that is his weakness. That is exactly where he doesn't want the ball to be landing and also aiming towards.
The thing where, 100% right. The thing with Pant is when he gets any indecision. When he comes at it, he's got a plan. When he's defending it, he's got a plan. It's the indecision in the middle of it where he struggles, where he gets in between.
Now, Duckett's gone back a fly slip, and that's his left alone by Rishabh Pant. So Duckett's come out of the slip cordon. There's 2 slips in place, but if you're imagining it or listening to us, Joe Root with his hands in his pockets is at first slip, quite wide. It only is now as he chats to Harry Brook, who's at second slip, but Brook is at a traditional, I don't know, 3rd, 4th slip. With Duckett, it's just slotted back from that vacant second slip back to the boundary, about 10 yards in. As just a touch short from Chris Woakes, and it allows Rishabh Pant just to step forward and shoulder arms. Stokes is at cover. There's a deep point, mid-off, mid-on, and also forward deep square leg. Zach Crawley, who's actually just going a little squarer, and Josh Tongue is also just going a little finer down at fine leg. He was at more long leg. There's also Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket as Stokes continuing from the Howard stand. Oof, it's come up. It's basically a cutter that's just slipped out of his fingers and gone very wide and has just been pushed to point.
I've seen Harry Brook this morning. He was standing aside the field.
Go on.
Come over. I didn't know I had my back to him, and he came over and he put his arm, sort of his hand on my shoulder, turned. It was Harry. And, exchanged pleasantries. This morning, you all right? And he's gone, wow, that's a good suntan. Where you been? and I said, believe it or not, Harry, I said on Thursday I fell asleep. watching Durham's under-18s at Sedbury School when it was red hot.
I think that would send Harry Brook to sleep as well.
No, and he looked at me and he went, well, that's where he went to school, didn't it? And he went,
he just
started
where he probably
giggling, laughing.
Spent a lot of time asleep.
And he went, yeah, it's hot there. Under the hills. I showed you a picture of the hills and everything. Beautiful picture.
Yeah, lovely sight.
That's where Harry went to school, and he's gone, yeah, it's hot there. I was like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm paying the penalty for it. He's in good form. He told him well played, and lucky for what happened with the 99, and he just shrugged his shoulders and smiled in his normal great way. Lovely, lovely lad.
Cast continuing, and he's just drifted onto the pads of Rishabh. We're back. Apologies if we're dropping in and out. Harmy has departed. Pleased to say that Jeremy Coney is a little bit more reliable than the Ethernet connection here, and he's just getting himself into position. Matthew Pittard asks about the weather. I don't think this is going to be a draw, Matthew. I hope I haven't put the mockers on it, but the weather forecast doesn't suggest to me, when you consider how many overs we should get and the speed at which England go about things, and in fairness, India, I think we've got a result here at some point today or tomorrow. Another wicket or two quickly, and this game could be over in a hurry today. We shall see. Robert Baldwin says Rishabh Pant is a walking wicket, which is a little bit harsh, considering he hit a century in the first innings. And Michael McCann says, listening from Kelburn in Wellington, loving the cricket commentary for a few hours before having to get some sleep. Sleep can wait. Certainly join us until lunch, eh? Only way we can tune in from New Zealand. Wokes is halfway through his leap before Rishabh Pant walks away from the crease and just signals there was movement behind the bowler's arms. Cool, I bet you loved that when that used to happen to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, morning, John. Morning, everybody. Yeah, Kelburn, good spot, isn't it? Really, up the Kelburn car, cable car. You go up to the top up there, and you've got the croquet.
Oh, is it up that way?
Lawn. Yes.
Oh, I was up there in December.
That's
What a
Kilburn,
view
up
that is.
by the university.
Yeah, there's a cricket field just below,
that's
isn't
it.
there?
That's it.
Wokes is in again, and Rishabh Pant, I think, has just worn one. Where the sun don't shine, this is going to be hobbling for a little bit. Do you think batters complain about movement behind the bowler's arm more now than when you were playing, or less, or is it exactly the same?
Oh, I think pretty similar. Openers particularly seem to be more eagle-eyed. John Wright was one, could see flies.
Well, there were a lot of flies in Auckland, so imagine what Eden Park was like.
Okay.
I mean, there are a lot of flies in Auckland. I suppose you wouldn't have noticed, having lived most of your life.
Not in
bit
Wellington
further
so much.
south.
Too much wind.
Too
would
much
you
wind.
say? Yeah,
Definitely. You'd have to have a pretty large wingspan to survive in Wellington, wouldn't you? Here's Wokes again and driving, punching really to extra cover. Kingo Walbang, Wally something or another. This is excellent start for England, and Owen Peaty says, I'm the same as Michael McCann, but listening from Invercargill, which is a place I've never been to in New Zealand.
That's
down the bottom,
that's a
isn't
long
it?
way south. Yeah, that's right.
Down the bottom of the South Island. Round the wicket continuing is Chris Wokes, and it's a fraction too wide. Rishabh Pant happy to let this one go.
But I agree with one of the callers in there that it certainly has been England morning so far. The ball seems to be doing just a little bit more today off the seam, and certainly Cass was able to deliver a sort of quite an important blow for England to remove Shubman Gill. He was a key man to get out today.
Yeah, you were talking about that last night. As punt is down the track, cross-batted shot, and it goes straight back past the bowler, who tries to get his foot in the way. I think he would have got himself a bit of an injury, because it's been clumped, hit powerfully down the ground for 4.
Yeah, a couple of strides and then a smeared sort of half drive cut that goes straight. Really, he sort of rolls the wrist on it to get it down and keep it down. There was never a chance at all, and went past the bowler at a rate of knots.
It's almost like a two-handed forehand. Mark Butcher's in the house. Left alone by punt, end of the over. Jeremy, you just
so that
talk for a bit, and
that was the big wicket, really, for England this morning. I felt that he and Rahul, Gill and Rahul, were going to be the 2 key wickets today for India. They need somebody to put together a long innings. Whether it's defensive or not, or how defensive it is not quite so important. But they need to be out there and facing a lot of balls, and that's obviously going to be, now that Gill's dismissed KL Rahul. He's a good player. He bats on a different... He starts batting, his stance is more sort of leg stump, and we call a trigger movement, one that just happens before the bowler bowls. He just goes across his stump slightly. Gill goes further.
Carl's continuing, possibly his last over of this excellent spell, and it's a single to square leg. KL Rahul moves to 52.
And by going further, Gill got himself in a very awkward position that I think brought about his dismissal. If that was Rahul, he would have had more room to play that little run that he was trying to, which is a sort of a semi-horizontal bat, not a straight bat, horizontal bat, down to sort of third man. But if you are on off stump when you're playing that shot and the ball comes back at you, like and it's seaming back into the right-hander, that leaves him nowhere to go. And it actually got the bottom edge and just touched the base of the stump and removed the bail.
Here is Brydon Carson up on his toes. Rishabh Pant just knocking this down. I mean, it's pretty impressive from Brydon Carson, isn't it? Because he got one to come into the left-hander Jaiswal, and he got one to come into the right-hander Shubman Gill. And if you can do that, obviously you can take it away as well to both left and right-handers.
Yeah, he's certainly bowling a decent kind of pace as well. He looks in reasonable rhythm to me. He's got the batsman watchful.
And he's bowling round the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who has skied this. Where's it going? It's gone over his head. Joe Root running back from slip, but it's going to reach the boundary. That is an absolutely ridiculous shot from Pant, and it wasn't a good one. He's got away with one there. He's chanced his arm 3 times this morning. He's picked up 3 boundaries from those shots, but he could have been out there, and actually could have been out on the other 2 as well.
Yeah, that's trying to. We've been talking about how well Cars has been bowling, but this is almost an attempted sweep, really, from a ball that's come into him from just sort of a roundabout off stump, and he's got a top edge as he's gone down on one knee to look to slog it into the leg side. Got a top edge and it's flown. He's got away with it.
Has indeed. Wow. That was a moment. Calves again, and Pant plays a little bit more technically correct up on his toes and pushing this back to the bowler. I mean, there's method behind the madness, Jeremy, but yeah, I'm not sure if he's caught like that.
Not that method quite.
There's not much method, is there?
That's a fairly low percentage method, I think. He's... I don't know. I mean, you can miss that, you can drag it on, all sorts of ways you can get out from that sort of stroke. But just to finish the Shubman Gill thing, yeah, I think it was better to play a straight bat shot rather than a horizontal bat, especially early on in the day, and the importance of your innings as it was to your side.
Down the track again, and this is laced along the ground, bootlace high, and fielded brilliantly by Zach Crawley. Nonchalantly gets up and throws it to Ben Stokes, who applauds. Wow, that was absolutely drilled, wasn't it? And he did well there, Crawley, to complete that bit of fielding on the full. I mean, he was going to stop it, it went straight to him. It went really, really fast and hard. He had to get down. He's a tall man.
Field quite spread. I guess that's because of the punt factor, if you like. Just 2 slips, one in the covers.
Oh, down the track, he's fallen over, trying to help this over his shoulder. We saw him play this shot a few times. The ball has wrapped him on the body. This is a very, very difficult call for the umpire. Bryden Carson immediately goes up for leg before. They're going to have a chat. Everybody's getting involved, even Ben Duckett from mid-wicket. I'm not sure that's that helpful. Stokes has just put his hand up and he's going to review. And I can understand that, because it's often very difficult for the umpire. There's so much going on. There's a batsman falling over, and you would understand if an umpire errs on the side of caution when making this decision, because sometimes you just will find it very difficult to make an accurate call. So we'll go upstairs and see.
I'm interested to see the length of this one, because I've got a feeling it's quite full and might bring the stumps into play.
I think he's touched it. He has, he's touched it. Inside edge, heavy inside edge onto the pad.
Good call, John. He's got the inside edge as he's tried to lift it and help it into the leg side. It would have gone fine.
You can see why Bryden Carson's interested, because it did hit him adjacent with the stumps. He's a short man, and as you said, Jeremy, this was fuller. I think Carson knew that something was about to happen here, so he went full, maybe with his own dismissal in mind, actually. And again, on another day, Punt's on his way, but he isn't. He's still there, and we're still entertained, and this game is still on a knife edge. A lead of 118. And it's very difficult to call this game at the moment, because A, you don't know what's going to happen with Rishabh Pant, and B, even if India set England 220, when you've got a Jasprit Bumrah in your side, anything can happen. If he has one of those spells and the India fielders actually take their catches, well, who knows. Wokes again and got a little bit of normal cricket from the Howard stand as KL Rahul comes forward and blocks, no run.
I'm not suggesting that Pant should change his attitude to batting, because that seems to be his method, and he's been very successful with it. He averages in the 40s, doesn't he? So he's got 100 already on this pitch, on this ground, in this game. So it's whatever he's done has worked for him, but he was quite restrained for a while.
Now, KL Rahul has just moved back as Chris Woakes is approaching the umpire, but I can understand this because Ben Stokes just suddenly, who's at mid-off, mid-off extra cover, suddenly has just moved, I would say, 4 or 5 paces quite briskly more towards extra cover, and KL Rahul's just stepped back and gone, well, you can't do that, and it's kind of in my eye line. I wouldn't mind if it was behind the stumps maybe, but come on. And Chris Woakes has had a little bit of a moan, but I'm with the batter on that one. 112 for 3, and Woakes is in. And this is left alone from KL Rahul. I suppose the proof will be in the pudding. If India go on to win this match and Rishabh Pant hits 80 odd, and you know he gets his team up to whatever, and he forces fielding changes, or he puts the bowlers off their lines, then yeah.
Well, it's a question of he's just got to get the runs and the result, doesn't he? Because what will India have left? They will have Jadeja. Effectively, we don't know about Karan Nair. I know he's got a lot of first-class runs, 28 centuries and that sort of thing, but it's been 8 years since he's played Test cricket. He got a duck in the first innings.
Right arm over the wickets. Chris Woakes coming in again, probing in and around off stump, and Carroll comes forward and pushes this to Bashir. No run.
So that's an unknown component, I think. And the second thing is that Shardul Thakur is the other batting kind of player in this Indian side, and he didn't trouble too much either. So this partnership, I think that the two that we've seen, Gill and Rahul, and now Rahul and Pant, they're the key and principal run makers for India. If they're going to post a total to set England, they're the ones who've got to do it.
Woakes again, defended again from Rahul, who's playing in his crease. Just seeing Woakes off. He is playing the more experienced hand, and he's got 50 on the board. He's the opener, KL Rahul, not a natural opener. At the other end, it's all the fun of the fair again, isn't it? But at the moment, you'd have to say, with that early wicket and with the long tail that India possess and the inexperience to come, and Jadeja's not known for big hitting, is he? He's not someone that's going to scare you that much as a bowling unit. Gets one past the outside edge this time, Chris Woakes. 112 for 3, a lead of 118.
Yeah, KL Rahul deliberately plays inside some of those. It's quite hard. You know, you think he's being beaten all the time, whether it's on the front foot or the back foot. Woakes is certainly troubling a little round that off stump at the moment. He's bowling a nice line. If anything, just a tad short for me. He went over the top of off stump, off and middle, a couple of overs ago when he bowled a beautiful over towards Rahul.
And again, past the outside edge, but KL Rahul with fine leg, deep square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. 4 fielders on the leg side. He's playing very, very straight. And after a word from Jeremy, it'll be manners.
Yeah, Rahul has batted anywhere from 1 to 6 for India. He's a versatile player. He should really, as a batsman, he's averaging about 35 runs per innings. But the quality that he shows, there's no reason to think that he shouldn't be up perhaps above 45 on that sort of area. And if he's able to bat a long time, he can play a long defensive innings if he has, which he has to today really, and guide his team through here to get it to a total.
Bryden cast around the wicket to the left-handed Pant, and he now exaggeratedly defends here and makes it look as if the ball kept low as he drops the hands and jams the bottom of the bat into the pitch. But I don't think it did keep that low. I think he's just eccentric. And he's had a bit of fortune. Goodness me, he had a wild hack at third ball that he faced from Chris Woakes. Got a top edge over the keeper's head down to the boundary for 4. Here is Cast again around the wicket, bowls, and once more Pant ends up quite chest on as he defends this one, and then feigns a that he's going to run through for a quick single as Ben Duckett comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. 112 for 3. Jeremy, the concern that some Indian supporters had was that they would be too conservative and that might backfire, that KL Rahul might concentrate on defence and survival to the detriment of scoring runs, which they need, as Pant now guides this one behind square on the offside, and they go through for an easy single to deep backward point, and they wouldn't be the first team to make that mistake, if it is a mistake.
Yeah, he's a very organised player. He was bowled in LBW quite a lot early on in his career. He's played now 60 tests, but he's fixed that up. He's just opened up his stance, how he stands as the bowler runs in, and he's opened that up slightly so the bat path can come through at the ball a lot more, so he can score a little bit more down the ground and on the onside a little more, and he's not missing those straighter deliveries quite so often.
2 slips and a gully, Cast in again, bowls full and straight, a little bit too straight, and it's helped on its way behind square on the leg side by KL Rahul. Just thinking, resumed at 90 for 2, it's 114 for 3, so just 24 runs in the first 55 minutes of the day, but Ben Stokes hasn't over-attacked. I thought that he did err on the side of over-attacking in the first innings, throughout the first innings, which went on for 113 overs. Very rarely did he try and dry up the runs. He had at least 3 catches for every one of the first 70 overs bowled. He's still tinkering, he's still fidgeting with his field. He's just brought deep square leg in, about 10 yards. Here's Cast in again, beats Pant outside the off stump. That was genuine play and miss from Rishabh Pant. I find that intriguing. I know that you were a captain who paid close attention to detail, but he's just brought square leg in 10 yards off the boundary. It's the detail. I'm not suggesting that it's irrelevant.
No, he's encouraging Pant to have another crack, isn't he? Really, come on, you can hit it over him, surely. And so it does. It just question a little question to the ego, I think.
Here's Cast again. Forward comes Pant, pushing to extra cover Crawley Fields. Pant was quite chatty when Ben Stokes was batting. There was one delivery from Jadeja which spun quite sharply, and Stokes left it alone, and everybody watching on television could hear in the stump microphone quite clearly Pant saying, "Sensible, Stokesy, sensible, good leave," which is really saying the opposite, isn't it?
It's little bits of byplay like that are good, aren't they? I think they're the ones that you don't mind hearing. It's the other ones sometimes. But yeah, there's no doubt this is a really important passage of play here, because these are the 2 principal batsmen remaining, in my mind anyway, who can get and trouble England by getting and pushing towards a total. I think England are certainly favourite here at the moment as it stands.
Really interesting you say that, actually. Here's Chris Wokes in once again, pushed out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Crick Viz will disagree with me,
no,
but I don't mind.
Never mind Crick Viz or the win percentage. I don't really follow those things. I think that the bookmakers generally have a fairly good idea on these things, and you may be interested to know that India are favourites at the moment, and England, no, it's not a great deal in it, but India are the bookmakers' favourites to win, with England second, and the draw is 4 to 1 on. Here's out Wokes in once again. KL Rahul is forward, steers one square of the wicket on the offside, and I know this because there was a gentleman in the lift heading up to the 5th floor, which is the executive corporate boxes, and within the space of going from the first floor to the fourth floor, he revealed that he was a professional gambler, gave me the odds, and said that he'd put his money on the draw. I said, it's not going to be a draw. He said, oh, I think it's based on the weather. He said, I think India will be very conservative. The pitch is very flat. If we get 3 hours of rain, it'll be a draw. And he'll make 4 times his money. Pushed away out on the onside to Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket. Incredible exchange of conversation. I think they call him an early revealer.
Right, well, look, I haven't looked. I've got to say I'm not a meteorologist, and so I kind of look up and say, oh yeah, there's some rain coming. Lots of people like to get it, and they have sort of 33 different apps, weather apps, on their phone. Our producer is something like that. He tells us immediately what's happening.
Definitely uses 2. He plays them off against each other.
That's right.
I think he's got a weather app in his new Audi, actually, hasn't he? With its heated seats.
Yes, he does. He's nodding. Yeah, with the heated seat and heated sort of steering wheel. Heated indicators.
Here's Wokes around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. Pushed away just for a single. Oh, and they might be thinking about a 2 here. There's a 12th man on the field. He looks like I think he's a local lad. He's from the Yorkshire. He's an absolute live wire. It's an old trick of England's that they introduced the first time in 2005 Ashes.
Yes, well, who was that? What was his name again?
Gary Pratt.
Gary Pratt, that's right. And Ponting. Ponting had been suspicious about the way that the England bowlers had gone off after a spell to change their shirt and have a rub down in a bath. And so he was rather annoyed about young fielders coming on.
Wokes in again. Rahul once more plays inside the line of this one. Lets it go through. Rather annoyed
when he himself was run out with a direct hit from Gary Pratt. Was that
he
the
was
Edgbaston
seismically
test? Oh,
angry.
he was.
Absolutely furious. In his own words, I've never been filthier during a cricket match. That means angry for those of you listening in Mauritius, rather than dirty.
Morocco, on the beach, wherever you are.
Here's Wokes again outside the off stump. KL Rahul again gets himself into a position to play defensively and then tucks the bat inside the line of the ball and allows it to go harmlessly by. Bryden Carse and Chris Wokes have done most of the bowling today. We had 1 ball left yesterday of an over yesterday from Shoaib Bashir, and only 1 wicket to fall, but it was a big one. Shubman Gill, the captain, bowled off an inside edge by Bryden Carse. 116 for 3 now. KL Rahul is 54. Rishabh Pant is 17. It's one of those days where you can get sunburnt and frostbite at the same time.
That's so true. There is some sun coming through at the moment, folks, which is a good sign. That applause is for a change of bowling. And Ben Stokes, the captain, is going to replace Carse, who's had a very good spell. He's nipped it about off the seam. He's bowled at decent pace. He's forced the batsman on the back foot. He's picked up the wicket of Gill. So he's done, England a good job this morning. Stokes is a clever bowler. He got Sudarshan, I think, out in the first innings. I think caught.
Here is Ben Stokes then. First delivery is down the leg side, and it's gone very gently off Rishabh Pant's thigh pad, I suspect, and it'll be a leg bye confirmed by umpire Paul Rifle.
And I think he got Sudarshan, he certainly got him this innings too, didn't he? Both times, number 3 with the caught on the leg side, both times, with a head falling over to the offside. As soon as you do that, of course, you hit the ball, tend to hit it in the air. So clever bowling, I thought, from Stokes. 1 at leg slip and then 1 just in front of square. Positioned for the catch, not for saving a single. So 2 good bit of instinctive kind of watching as a bowler, where is a weakness here, and exploiting it.
He was like a predatory animal, wasn't he, when Sai Sudarshan came in the first innings. On debut, and he just was desperate to get after him. Outside the off stump now, Stokes to the right-handed KL Rahul, leaves it alone. And you just sensed that, everything was right for the hunt. And I mean, Stokes was sort of lion-like. There was 6 or 7 minutes to go till lunch. The man's on debut. He's tentative, and Stokes just lined him up. Got the impression he almost gave the single to Rahul so that he could get to him.
That's dead right. A little bit of bait at the other end for the lion, as you say.
Here's Stokes again, bowls to Rahul. Again, he's playing inside the line.
I hope Rahul doesn't do what you were describing a moment ago and go too much into that defensive shell. It's a no ball by Stokes, so runs, extra runs. Because he's such a good player on the offside. Look, it's fine to get in. I think that's great. And as I say, he's changed his technique slightly. He's opened up to prevent being LBW and bowled quite so much, so the bat path can come through and he can access straight down the ground a little bit more. Very strong on the offside square cover, right round to third man. But we don't want him to not play shots at all and put all the pressure onto the other batsman.
Here is Stokes again from the Kirksville lane end, and that's very wide of the off stump. He might be aiming for that little ridge, because that did just take off a bit, but it was too wide. I think that's what prompted me to ask you, actually, because I think I was feeling that he was a bit shotless and just a bit too defensive.
The other thing that happens, of course, when you are in that mode of batting is that suddenly when an opportunity arises, you overhit it. You contort the stroke because suddenly there's an option for you, and you know that you haven't been scoring very often. You've just got to get a nice rhythm about your batting. The as yet unidentified substitute fielder is at mid-on, but judging by the way he moved in the previous over, I'd get him in close on the offside or somewhere where they might try and pinch a quick single. At the moment, Duckett is at cover. And there's a wide backward point. Here's Stokes again, bowls, drivered, I keep saying that every now and then. Rahul. Well, there are some more chances for India there.
I think it's the fact that he's just he's leaving it so well. It's reminding me of the great Rahul Dravid. 118 for 3. Rahul is 54. That 50 came from 87 balls with 7 fours. Rishabh Pant has 17, and he's pretty much used up a couple of lives, you'd say. He hasn't actually been dropped, but he's played a couple of very wafty shots, one of which flew over the keeper's head. Stokes in again. Rahul leaves alone once again, and there's no run. So just the 2 slips in, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg.
It's interesting that, isn't it, that the field, that he hasn't perhaps got an extra one in the cordon. If Rahul is going to play this way, then it would say you might strengthen that and I think run a little wider, because he's let so many go outside off stump. Just change the angle slightly to come more in, more angle.
Here is Stokes, bowls to Rahul and chips it out towards that mid-wicket Zach Crawley fields, and there's no run. Harry Brook was very obviously attempting to cover more ground than he would ordinarily. He wasn't an orthodox second slip. He was a yard more further to his right. Oh, there's an exodus. It's the drinks break, and there's an exodus from the field now. 3 players, Ollie Pope, Harry Brook, Zach Crawley, have left the field, and now Rahul also has left the field. Now Jamie Smith's off the field as well. They've all run to the change room during the drinks break. Yesterday we speculated that it was in order to get a hot drink, because it's turned very, very chilly towards the end of the day. But Rahul is not the first time that he's left the field during a drinks break while he's batting. He did so in the first innings as well. The umpires have got together with the 4th umpire, who's brought them a drink as well. So England once again only have 6 of their team on the field at the moment. They've been supplied with a couple of drinks by their 12th and 13th men. The players' balcony down to our left is vacant, so players, I'm not sure exactly what it is that they would run off the field for. Rahul's been batting for an hour, so he may just need a bathroom break. But It's been an intriguing first hour. I wonder, I certainly wouldn't suggest that it's the case, but I wonder whether India have been slightly too defensive. They don't want to be in a situation where it's all well and good batting for an hour, just losing the one wicket, and indeed they bat the whole session and only lose one wicket. But if they've only scored 45 or 50 runs, then if they do lose 2 or 3 wickets quite quickly, then they find themselves in a position of vulnerability. And runs are as important as time, but far more qualified to speculate on that is the man just joining me now, replacing Jeremy Coney. Delighted to say that Siddharth Mongia has managed to find time in his busy day to supplement our commentary team in the absence of the one and only Bumble. He's a better writer than Bumble, that's I can tell you for absolute certain. Sid, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Manners. Bigger shoes to fill on the mic, though, and no pressure. To your point about India not doing enough with their intent, I'm just worried a little bit about two extremes at each end. KL has scored only 7 of 42 in this first hour, and I just hope that it does not end up affecting the other guy. And also, Pant being a little frenetic, you hope that it won't end up affecting KL Rahul and just put them off their game. I feel they're just batting instinctively to what the conditions have thrown at them, and KL is actually really respecting the conditions at that first hour when the bowlers will be at their best. And now we are about 30 overs into the innings, and the ball will start getting old, so he's really waiting for that period when the ball gets soft and it starts to do less and he can cash in.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, so Pant sometimes plays the most glorious orthodox attacking shots, and sometimes he plays a flagrant slog, as he did to the third ball he faced this morning. And KL Rahul, he got very lucky. It's a top edge over the keeper's head down to the boundary for 4. But KL Rahul walked down the pitch from the non-striker's end. He's played 60 tests, and Rishabh Pant's, not much less experienced. And let's put them on a level, really, in terms of experience. I found that curious. The assumption is that he's walked down and gone, mate, it's your third ball. What are you doing? Hang on. But that's an assumption. It may not. It may have been. Look, if you want to hit him out of the ground, keep your head down.
even later, when he tried that, he stepped out and he walked straight to extra cover. There was a bit of a word from KL, and I heard on the sub mic Rishabh telling him in Hindi, "Don't worry, I'm not doing it wildly. I'm actually watching the ball closely." And he goes around and does the fall over ramp shot the next ball and gets nearly LBW. He's got a pattern of his own, and what I suspect is that Pant will hate it if he gets out to a defensive shot. He does not mind if he's trying to hit a boundary or take a single and gets out. He just hates getting out to a defensive shot.
I read that in an interview you did with him some time ago. Yes, I recall that now. Josh Tongue is into the attack, and Pant is down the wicket, looking to flick it. First delivery through the leg side, and makes no contact. Jamie Smith takes it. That was okay. That wasn't a wild hack like he played earlier. That was a clear plan. There's a huge gap at mid-wicket. Square leg and mid-on, who's halfway back to the boundary. So big mid-wicket unguarded. He's trying to go down the wicket, looking to try and flick it through the leg side. Legitimate, but also clever from Stokes to have mid-on a little deep, so that he's not trying that shot over mid-on, which has got higher percentage going for it, and when he knows that even if he half connects it, he can go over the traditional mid-on. Here is Josh Tongue once again from the football stand end, bowls to Rishabh Pant, back and across, and this time just takes a single to the gap in mid-wicket.
That's really smart. He sees the mid-on is deep, and he's not actually trying to go to mid-wicket, but just take the single when the mid-on is deep. It will now tell Stokes that he's seeing the field. What's your next move?
It is very clever, and there was a lovely moment I was telling Jeremy about yesterday when there was little bit of verbal byplay between Pant and Stokes when Jadeja was bowling to Stokes yesterday, and the England captain left one alone that spun quite sharply, and Pant could be heard saying, "Clever Stokesy, that's sensible Stokesy, sensible," which of course he was implying the opposite. It was lovely. Stokes smiled. Here's Josh Tongue in again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. I think they're not two peas in a pod, but I think they understand each other.
And the one thing that I've learnt in this test is not to take Pant on face value, because in the first innings I remember when Jamie Smith was trying to egg him on to play a big shot against Bashir. He told him no, he's bowling well, the field is deep, this is not the time to hit a big shot, and the next ball slog swept into the Western Terrace for a 6.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah, thank goodness for the stump, Mike. It's brilliant. Gone are the days they turn them down between deliveries. Steered away, 4 runs between first slip and fifth slip, so not much of a gap, but KL Rahul control of that one, just enough width outside the off stump, and he has literally steered it to the left of Harry Brook in the gully, who flinched but realised he wasn't going to get anywhere near it.
Yeah, you see the bat angle there, and he's always playing it down. Even if there are a couple of other slips, he's always playing it out. But of course, he's played that shot because there's only one slip in place.
Well, yeah, there can be 4 if you can be certain that you're going to play it down into the ground, and then it's a safe shot. Just one slip, as I said. Okay, first slip and fifth slip. Let's go like that. The edge dropped by Brook at fifth slip. Now he's tried to play exactly the same shot, and he didn't keep it down. It's in the air, and Harry Brook has just palmed it up, and KL Rahul has a life on 58.
Apart from that drop, which is Brook returning the favours, this is not a good sign for England going into the fourth innings, because these two were almost identical deliveries. The first one Rahul could get on top of and control it very nicely, and this one bounces extra and gets big on him, and which is why it takes the edge. Well, Brook, he owes them one. He has delivered one.
he owes them another one if he's going to pay them all back, at least. Round the wicket now, a bouncer from Josh Tongue, and it's high over the head of Rishabh Pant. Good call. I was just about to say that should be called a wide, and Chris Gaffney thought about it for a moment and then has called it.
Nice coordination between the umpires. They just looked at each other. Paul Rifle didn't even have to spread his arms. He just nodded to Gaffney and he called the wide.
They are actually friends, and they get on very well. You kind of have to, really. There aren't very many umpires on the elite panel, and if it's a problem if you don't get on. You spend 5 long days together, and travel days, and travel on mornings of the game, and afterwards they've got to go in the same car. Last ball of the over, Josh Tongue to Rishabh Pant, knocks it away on the onside, and there's no run. They have their own security detail now, and I was talking to Steve Harmison yesterday about the extra security that the ECB have laid on for the Indian team. Has that been obvious to you? Hasn't been obvious to me. I mean, I know that when they're in Birmingham for a week, for example, they want to go to a private house for a dinner or a restaurant, they will have to be accompanied by a security officer. But it's not like there have been extra blue lights or motorcade with the team bus.
It's a surprise what you tell me, because this morning my bus was stuck right behind their bus, and we were all stopping at the same traffic lights. They didn't have any escorts, whisking them through to the ground, and we started at the same time and we made to the ground at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a black bus with black glasses. You could not see.
No outriders, no escort, nothing at all?
None.
I wonder if the extra security detail, I wonder if they've got someone undercover on the bus.
Or I just wonder, because of the black glasses, was it a decoy bus?
Really? I mean, I know I've been on tours where that has been used, that tactic has been used. Pakistan's the one that comes immediately to mind. Here's Ben Stokes then, bowling to Rahul, who pushes out towards mid-on, and it's fielded by Bryden Cast, no run.
Or I've been watching too many espionage movies on Netflix of late.
It is, yeah. I was chatting to Ryan Tenduskata, old Cape Townian friend who's now an assistant coach, the Indian team. Gautam Gambhir, a big fan, of course, in their days at Kolkata Knight Riders. And he said, I said, are you going to, because he obviously has a home in England, and I said, are you going to go home in 7 days between test matches, or how's it going to work? What are the players going to do? They're going to have some time off. Here is Stokes once again, and that's very full, wide of the off stump, guided, steered by Rishabh Pant for a single behind square on the offside, and he said, no, we're all going straight to Birmingham. We're going to have 7 days in Birmingham, 7 days of training. And he saw my eyebrows raised, and he said, well, we're not going to train for 7 days. Nobody trains for 7 straight days. He said, apart from Jaiswal, I think he'll have throwdowns every day.
What's the intel you've got on Jaiswal? Please share.
No, that was it. No, he's the only one that... But he did say what we'd probably do is, the plan hasn't been cast in stone yet, but he said we'll probably train 2 days, 2 days off, train 2 days, day off. Here's Stokes once again, and that one is driven out towards cover. Good diving stop from Zach Crawley. And it's then when, if the players have got a day off in Birmingham, they will need to submit an itinerary of their movements, so that and then their plans will be assessed from a security point of view, and it will be decided whether they need to have a security detail with them. And certainly if they're going to a public restaurant or that kind of thing, I think there'll be somebody keeping an eye on them, not necessarily conspicuously. Off the back foot now, Rahul punches this one to mid-off, fielded by Josh Tongue, and there's no run.
Fair to say they're not going to slip out and rent a car and drive up to the north coast of Scotland, find a partner. That could refresh you for the next test.
I think it's important to get away, to switch off. Like Harmy and I were talking yesterday about days off, and we both agreed that there's nothing more counterproductive than an aimless day off. If you just sort of drift about and don't do anything, just loiter in the lobby of the hotel and have another Americano or cappuccino. Here's Stokes again outside the off stump. I mean, you should have a purpose, like, if you're having a day off, then it'll be, okay, I'm going to have an extra hour and a half sleep. Gosh, that plane's very low, going overhead, heading to Leeds and Bradford International Airport.
If you happen to meet Tenduskata again, you can tell him they can come home. I've got a nice house in Birmingham on rent, and we can have a nice cookout and the other things.
Here's Stokes again. Oh, that hits a ridge. There's a definite ridge. I'm saying it absolutely emphatically now. I'm not going to question it anymore. There is a ridge. There is something unusual on a length outside the right-hander's off stump at the football stand end, and that one hit it. Fortunately for the batsman, it's just a bit too wide to be causing damage in terms of wicket taking, but it's clearly in the batsman's mind.
Yeah, and that ridge...
Oh, I'm thinking... You carry on, Sid. Jon
Yep.
Norman's taking over from me.
That ridge could become dangerous for bowlers like Khars and Bumrah, because they have the widest of the releases among all the fast bowlers in this test. And if they're bowling from wide on, it just kind of pushes you to play at balls that you should not be pushing at. Just going back to the conversation around what you do on off days, I would suspect that the teams would want to...
Tong is in. This is just dropped down in front of the substitute fielder, running in from cover. No run. Continue, Sid.
Welcome, John.
Welcome.
I was just saying that Indian team, especially when they're traveling overseas, they would like to maybe just get out more on their off days, because they cannot do that in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, where they actually need a lot of security.
Oh yeah, absolutely. London certainly affords you an anonymity that maybe many of the other cities or places that the cricket circus travels doesn't. Deep in his crease this time, Rishabh Pant, hopping and playing back to the bowler Josh Tongue, who's seen KL Rahul dropped in the gully on 58. That's the 5th time a chance has gone down in the gully or backward point in this match. 127 for 3 then. India lead by 133. Been runs have come in a crawl today. It's been fast scoring for much of this match, but not in the morning session on day 4. There's a single here though, down to square leg, possibly 2, but no. Well, there's never a good time for a run out, is there, Sid? This certainly wouldn't be one of them.
No, and this is not a good sign for England that Pant has settled into an innings and is just picking up the singles that they're offering him.
Yeah, we've seen 3 or 4 swashbuckling efforts from Rishabh Pant, 3 of which have reached the boundary, one of which elicited an LBW shout that went upstairs. England lost a review, inside edge onto the pad, but there were wild and woolly moments. And actually Pant, certainly with that third of the boundaries, which was a top edge, I thought it was just flying straight up in the sky. It actually went high, but it went over the slip cordon and away down to the boundary for 4. Tong again, and KL Rahul has been so watchful. What was the overnight? He was 47 not out. He's only added 13 runs to his overnight score. He's 60 now. He's been incredibly watchful, very defensive, played very, very straight. We haven't seen him open the face of the bat and target point as we saw him do so many times in the first innings, and even yesterday actually in the evening session. He realises this is the moment to stick in, as Tongue in again, and this time Rahul is forward and pushing up to Ben Duckett at mid-on.
13 and 52 balls this morning, for 53 now for KL Rahul. And I don't know if I'm sounding too much of a believer in the Pant cult, but has he actually done his job? He's just now got just one slip, mid-on is back, square leg is back, and he's been given a field where he can now actually pick up singles.
I think I read your piece the other night, Sid, and you did pick up on there is a method there, as Tongue continuing, and this is a touch too straight, and Rahul will take a single down to fine leg. And I think it was your piece. Certainly there was a little look at Rishabh Pant, and basically there is a method there very early on at the start of a bowler's spell. He will come down the track, and it looks wild. He did it to Tongue, he did it to Cast, and he did it to Wokes. And of course in first innings he did it to Stokes as well. And essentially the idea is that he doesn't like to face too many deliveries on a good length that are nipping into him. It was how he got out in first innings. Admittedly he scored a century by then, and the idea is essentially to hit the bowler off his length and to get that field spread. He doesn't want 3 or 4 slips, which batter does.
The difference is in the first innings he saw that the pitch was flat and he stopped doing all these things because he could bat normally, and now he sees the pitch is doing a little bit more, so he's trying that extra hard to put the bowlers off the length.
I think as well KL Rahul at the other end is allowing him to play like this. Too wide from Stokes. Stokes has been just a little bit, I mean, wayward. I wouldn't like to say wayward. Certainly wouldn't say that to his face. But there's a few fired down the leg side yesterday. That was just too wide today. So he may feel that he's not making the batters play enough.
Is he getting carried away by that ridge that Manners was talking about, which is a little too wide to trouble batters? Although he does have a wide release that might make batters play at balls they don't want to. Yeah,
possibly. Yeah, that may well be it. Stokes in again, and with the field spread on the leg side, fielder at fine leg and also deep square leg, there's a big space there just to knock the ball into and come through for a comfortable single, which is exactly what KL Rahul does. He's 62 not out. Rishabh Pant is 20. Karun Nair, the next batter scheduled to come in, he of course made a 4-ball duck in first innings, 8 years out the side, so there's going to be nerves there, that's for sure. What are we? It's 25 past 12 here in the UK, so 35 minutes until the lunch break. 1 wicket falling this morning. And Stokes has switched to round the wicket to the left-handed punt, who comes forward and just blocks this out to cover. No run.
Nair doesn't look like the anxious types. He's not sitting outside. He's not trying to, you know, get himself warm sitting outside. Although it's debatable if you can get warm sitting outside. Yeah, but he's not doing things that batters who like to be switched on all the time do when they put on their helmet, try to get used to the light, try to get used to everything that they want to do, and just sit outside while they wait for the chance.
I think I'd be sitting inside as well. The sun has peeked out on a couple of occasions, but there's no sign of it as Stokes continuing in. This is a slow delivery, very full, and again down the leg side. That smart guy, Yay, says, "Hey team, I'm William, listening from Brisbane in Australia." It's always warm in Brisbane. Loving the commentary, but the test starts at a terrible time, 8 p.m. Can't miss out on great cricket though. 8 p.m, that's not so bad. You should try being in England when the Ashes is on. It starts at either 11:30, midnight, 2:30 a.m, and now we've got pink ball cricket, 4 o'clock in the morning. 2 slips in place as Stokes is in, and Rishabh Pant just opens the face of the batter touch. He's going to get runs, 4 of them down to the unguarded third boundary. And he moves to 24. The score 134 for 3. The lead for India. Oh, these are precious runs. It's up to 140 now with 7 wickets in hand.
Well, 8 p.m. is not bad at all. I've worked on matches in New Zealand back in India, and it starts at around 3 a.m. our time. So you have to get up and be ready by 2 o'clock to start working. So, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And you live in Brisbane. But thanks for joining us. Tell us how it's going as the night progresses. Touch shorter, and this is dropped into the leg side. Rishabh Pant wants to run to the forward of mid-wicket, but KL Rahul's going absolutely nowhere, and that's the end of the over. Ben Stokes gives him a little look. That's 134 for 3 India.
That was funny that the moment he looked up, he knew KL Rahul was not coming at all, but he still kept running about 6 paces down. Always teasing the fielders.
He is. Amelia in Greece says, "Hi, I'm listening from a sunbed on the beach in Kefalonia with a glass of wine and a Greek salad," or salad as they call it there. I had a shout out from TMS in 2019, I guess you mean Test Match Sofa. Can you make it a double? Greetings from Headingley, Amelia. Saman Kumara, love from Melbourne. Short and sweet. And ICC Jimbo, are you guys at the game? Yes, we are. Also hope both teams somehow lose. Up the Aussies. I sometimes feel the same way when I watch India take on Australia. Defended by KL Rahul as Josh Tongue continuing from the Howard stands. Just bowling over the wicket, and the umpire's just stepping down the track there. Sid, is he just moving something off the track? Saw that happen yesterday actually. It is a windy day, so possibly DJ says breaking news is that Sid Monga owns a house in Birmingham. Is that true, Sid?
DJ, I don't even own one in India. This is just an Airbnb rental, and I'm managing to squeeze it in my budget because I'll also look after their cats when they're away on holiday.
There you go, breaking news as we get it here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 2 runs from the bat, KL Rahul. It was a very compact and precise swivel pull, no flamboyance at all. Almost a paddle shot, really. Helped the ball around the corner, hit it very, very hard. And Ben Duckett did well just to run around from fine leg to gather the ball. He, for a minute, thought it rebounded onto the rope. It hadn't, but that allowed KL Rahul to come back for a second. Oh, playing a miss, no foot movement whatsoever from KL Rahul. And Josh Tongue gets one just to go past the outside edge. The umpire again is just coming down the track. Do things keep getting blown onto the strip? Or is he just having a look at where Josh Tongue's running onto? He doesn't appear to be running into the danger zone. He's going quite close to the stumps though. But that was a genuine player miss from KL Rahul, wasn't it? Flat-footed cut that could have seen his downfall.
I was about to say Rahul looks like he's in some meditative state where he's just, reacting to the ball, and suddenly there's no third and we see that shot.
You're right. Here is Tongue left alone this time. He's once bitten, twice shy. And that lead now for India is just stretched up to 142. Rahul at 64 in front on 24. It still feels quite nervy, quite tense here. The crowd is a good one. It's not a full house. First 3 days were sold out. This one isn't, but there's a good crowd in, possibly 12, 13,000 here. They're covered up, Sid. You're looking pretty relaxed. You look like you're on a boat somewhere. Tongue is in, and Rahul shapes to play and then just withdraws the bat at the last second. You don't need a jumper or something?
I'm manifesting summer weather. But I've also hedged my bets a bob each way. I'm wearing long pants to cover my legs so that I don't get really cold, but short sleeves is okay.
Yeah, I like it. It's good style. I've actually brought a hoodie today. I made a massive mistake yesterday. It's absolutely freezing. Do you know what I did last night, Sid?
What?
I went home and I had a bath.
I hope it was not an ice bath.
No, it definitely wasn't an ice bath. Tongue again. And he draws Rahul 4, but it's too wide and Rahul doesn't want to play at that. So another over, safely negotiated or navigated if you're on the boat with Sid. Kieran says, guys, what score do you think India will be confident with? Oh, if they get only 100 more, it's not enough. What about 150 or 200? I think England are going to chase down any score that's set. I don't think India will be confident unless they got 400 on the board, and I don't think they will have 400 on the board. I think if you offered them 350 right now, so that's another 200 runs, I think they would accept that quite gratefully and graciously. But there's a long way to go until that happens. Ben Stokes and Josh Tongue with the ball. 2 slips in place for Rishabh Pant, fine leg and deep backward point. Zach Crawley cover with a mid-off and mid-on, quite far back actually. It's a mid-wicket, deep square leg. And Jeremy Coney's back. Listening in from the States is Joshua Larmore. You all described the game so fantastically, I feel like I'm in the stands. That is exactly what we'd love to hear, thank you. Stokes is in, and this is cut up and airily through vacant gully down to Chris Wokes at deep backward point for a single. And Rishabh Pant moves to 25. The score moves to 137 for 3. And India's lead moves up to 143. Joshua goes on to say, rooting for England in this series. Don't know who I'm supposed to cheer on during the Ashes. CK says it's day 7 of the 20-day British summer. Doesn't feel like summer at times here, does it, Jeremy? I mean, someone from New Zealand, you must get, what, 200, 250 days of sun a year? We get about 20, we'll probably get about 16. Ben Stokes is going to just come back and bowl this one again. You're not missing any action.
The day 1 was a reasonable
yes
attempt at the British summer, I think. That's certainly got to be included, but not quite so much since then.
Yeah, we came up to Leeds expecting a heat wave, didn't we?
Well, all of us left our
bring a jacket.
Yes, I know, woolly jerseys at home.
Here's Stokes, cut away and fielded very well by Zach Crawley. The crowd go up momentarily thinking he's caught it one-handed, but he's been hit powerfully into the ground. And Rahul will feel like he's probably missed out there. Ooh, just as well it wasn't a catch because the umpire signalled a no ball. So Stokes will have to bowl that one again. We haven't talked about Stokes' workload since the first innings, really. And we don't need to now, but it is worth just keeping an eye on it. He's bowled 8 overs so far in this innings, and India still have 7 wickets in hand. Leg slip in place now for Rahul, who drives and picks out Bryden Cast, I think, at mid-off. No run. 138 for 3 if you're joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside former New Zealand international Jeremy Praying Mantis Coney. And the ball is just given a rub. It's quite old now, isn't it, this ball? How many overs have India faced? 42 overs. So still a way to go before that second new ball, and you know, maybe India will be bowled out by that point. We shall see. This time Stokes gets one to go past the bat of Rahul, who once again just seems to play inside the line and deep in his crease. Sid Monga, ESPN Cricket Info, been fortunate enough to have him on commentary duty with us today and yesterday, and he'll be back for the second and third test matches. Said that KL Rahul was almost zen-like in his approach to batting this morning, and then played a missed at one against Josh Tongue, flat-footed cut shot. So, you know, it's always a chance, but he has batted particularly well. I feel late last night, early this morning, he's showed different styles to his game as Stokes is in again, and it's edged and just dropped short of Ben Duckett at Gully. Oh, Stokes has got both hands on his hips and he feels he's unfortunate there. That was a rare miss shot from KL Rahul, and on another day that would have gone the distance, but those fielders at Gully, they don't know whether to get too close and drop it or stay back, and it just dropped short.
That was a brute of a ball, wasn't it, from Ben Stokes? He's really summoned up all the energy to try and get that into the delivery, and it certainly caused KL Rahul, who's looked relatively comfortable right throughout and organised, had him leaping.
Stokes again. This is pitched up and left alone and touched too wide. Penelope James says, listening from a campsite near Ostend in Belgium. Cycling home to Cornwall. That's a bit of a distance, isn't it? I mean, it would take quite a lot to cycle home to Cornwall from London, let alone from Belgium. Great start to the series. Thank you, Penelope. Let us know how it's going as you make your way through Belgium and France and through the south of England back home. And Spitting Facts, no cap, says a love from Melbourne. Stokes again. This is full again and left alone by KL Rahul. I think England are out of it if they don't get a wicket before lunch. He's given up. Jeremy, 22 minutes to save the game.
No, I don't think it's quite that desperate yet for England. As I've mentioned, so far the rest of the Indian batting lineup, yes, there's a Karan Nayar's next, but he got a duck in the first innings, so maybe he'll be hoping for more, obviously. But then there's Jadeja, and then Shardul Thakur, who can hold a bat a little bit. But after that, I'm afraid the three bowlers don't generally offer as much, maybe, as their England counterparts do to the England batting lineup. So, look, it's becoming poised, everybody, and that's what should draw you in, because as long as India keeps scoring a few runs and the overs keep passing and the time keeps passing, we don't know what's going to happen with the rain. We've heard differing kind of forecasts over the rest of the next day and a half, but I don't think you can rely on that sort of thing.
No, absolutely. Dickie Bird's gone in. He's been watching. He's been ever present. Maybe he's just popped in to get a bit of early lunch. He's just sitting just above the Dickie Bird players' balcony. But yes, this is very much on a knife edge. 90 for 2 overnight. India have only added 48 runs to their overnight score, as Rishabh Pant will just clip this full delivery on the pads to deep square leg where Zach Crawley fields, and the lead moves along. 145. Jeremy, you look like a man who's about to.
I was just interested in the cycle ride that one
Penelope.
of our listeners from Ostend, wasn't it, to Cornwall?
Penelope James.
Yeah.
Penelope pit stop.
39 hours cycling.
How long, sorry?
39.
Is that factoring in the wait for the ferry.
I don't know, or a headwind. I have no idea, or however many punctures you get.
38 hours.
39.
39 hours cycling.
Yep.
Okay, let's have a think about that. This is steered to the right of Harry Brook at Gali by Rahul. He's continuing with that shot. Open the face to steer a ball through first slip and gully for 4. The very next ball against Josh Tongue, he picked the fielder out who clanged it, and he's going again, but this time along the ground. Another run to the score, 140 for 3.
You can go longer ways, of course, John.
Well, maybe they want to take the
scenic
scenic route.
France, that's right.
I would.
But that's 455 miles, the shortest way to go.
Hang on. I've just spotted something seriously wrong with Scott's map. I'll tell you in a second what it is. Round the wicket comes Josh Tongue, and this is defended by Rishabh Pant. I'm telling you right now.
That's Norway.
I'm telling you right now, Scott. If Penelope James is cycling from Ostend to Cornwall, she ain't going through London. Look at that map. You're not cycling through London, are you? God. Have you got that going round the M25? I don't think that's allowed. Left alone from Rishabh Pant. 140 for 3. The score remains a lead of 146.
It does alter an alternative route.
Okay.
It does. Which
Let us know.
Is that you're happier with that along the coast towards Cornwall?
Well,
a bit better
wouldn't
there.
you be?
I would be. That is 42 hours.
How long is the coach? How long is the ferry over? Oh, it's Eurostar, that, isn't it? How long's that bit? You can't factor in the Eurostar bit. That's cheating.
It seems a hard road to hoe. Or is that how?
Josh Tongue continuing from the Howard stand, and this is left alone by Rishabh Pant. Both Rishabh Pant and Rahul have refused to play anything through the covers, really. I can't think of too many shots that have gone in the V. There was one straight drive. No, actually, that was last night. Can you think of anything of any shot that's gone through the V this morning, Jeremy? I'm struggling to, and there's been very little square of the wicket on the offside either. Oh, there's a little dabble from Rishabh Pant. He follows the ball a touch, goes through to the keeper. One of those moral victories we talk about for the bowler, but I don't think he's feeling particularly morally victorious. Josh Tongue yet to get a wicket, should have got one. Rahul edging to Harry Brook in the gully and dropped on 58. He's added 7 runs since then, and the lead for India 146 as we move within 17 minutes of the lunch break. And our producer Scott looks like he wants to show me something on his screen. What is it?
Do I have to be the interpreter here, do I? The first route included a car transporter.
Oh, okay. Oh, via Dieppe.
Yep.
Oh no, this one. What was that one? I can't do it. I can't look.
And that's the train. On the train.
We're not missing anything here, guys. Ben Stokes was running in, and he's just turned back again. We've had a lot of messages in. Levi Katai, I'm listening from Guyana. Frank Eastop, listening from Chigasaki in Japan. Wow. Stokes is in, and this is driven by Rahul, and he's punched it through the covers. A chase on from Crawley, but the ball is going to win, and boy, Crawley really put the effort in there. The ball was timed beautifully, and that Rahul does get the ball through. Not quite the V, but touch squarer than that. That's how he plays.
It is, you're quite right. The V is much squarer for Rahul. Lovely stroke, that's into his area of strength. Bent front knee again. Gap between Crawley at just in front of square and mid-off, and he's hit that quite nicely.
Stokes again. One slip in place with the gully and a leg slip, and this one rears up. Rahul reacts like he's just been bitten by a snake. Just drops his hands on it, and he stands there resolutely, one hand on his waist, looking at the pitch, And then just very slowly walks down the track, and there's Rishabh Pant already there. He's beaten him to it. It's only about 5 yards from the batter. Oof, that has lifted up, and he's done very well, Rahul, to drop his hands on that.
One of the interesting things, I think, John, that I've noted is that as they bat here and not scoring the runs, the pitch is certainly starting to do a little bit more than it has so far in the match.
Stokes again, and this is a touch too straight, and clipped away to square leg for a single.
It's not seaming so much, it's more variable bounce. Some are taking off a little bit more, the odd ones squatting, staying down a little bit more. So we'll just keep an eye on that.
Would you say that's more from the Kirkstall Lane end that it's happening?
I think going up,
yeah,
bowling from the Stokes Kirkstall Lane end, going towards the Howard Stand end of the ground, that's more rising. I think it's, if anything, keeping a little lower at this well, we've renamed it, haven't we?
The talkSPORT balcony end.
That's the one.
As it will ever more be known within our very small circles.
Should have a ribbon opening.
Here's Stokes, and defended by Rishabh Pant. Penelope James has replied.
Oh,
good. She is going to Roscoff. Where's Roscoff? Then the ferry to Plymouth. Scott Taylor, the producer, is on the case.
Yes, the fingers are flying.
Jake Goodyear says, listening from my school in Japan. Cricket, the one sport I sorely miss from England. Baseball just isn't the same. Yeah, I watched a really good documentary on the Boston Red Sox. It was one of those Netflix specials. Really interesting, actually. Rishabh Pant. Short delivery, and Pant shapes to pull, but then it gets too big on him and it's too wide, and he lets it go through. What? What is this? Well, now I know where Roscoff is. I'm not sure you know where Cornwall is, Penelope, but it does kind of make sense.
Well, Roscoff's to the left here, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's all along the border at Belgium. We kind of drop into France.
Yeah.
And then you follow the coast, the channel, the English Channel.
Yeah, then inside Le Havre.
Yep. And all the way along to Roscoff before jumping on the ferry to Cornwall. Like it. Full delivery on the toes of Rishabh Pant, and it's a little bit too leg side. He's comfortable enough to ease the ball into the leg side for a single. The score moves along, the lead now past 150, and I suppose all this talk of England chasing down 250, 300, 350, going for 400, you know, that pitch, if it is starting to break up a touch, bit of variable bounce, and of course they do have a pretty good bowler who could take advantage of such a thing. To India, so you never know, maybe 250, 300 will be a challenging total. I think Manners is about to come in. He could pick up the Roscoff chat after a word from Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, the one thing you do wonder, of course, is just how much that does occur, and have the Indian bowlers got more than just one main weapon, as in Jasprit Bumrah. Krishna went for 6.5, something like that, runs and over in the first innings. Shardul Thakur went for over sixes as well, and even Siraj went between 4 and 5 runs and over. So only 2 of their bowlers were under 3.5 runs and over or less in the first innings. That was Jadeja and Bumrah, of course. Here's Bashir.
It's rain in the air, just gently, bit of drizzle. Bashir then to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, who comes forward and is, well, he was beaten, but it didn't go past the bat. It did go past the bat, hit him on the pad, bounced out on the offside. There's no run, just the faintest little bit of drizzle, but there was a bit of bounce there for Shoaib Bashir. There's a slip in place, short mid-wicket as well. Pant is forward. Plays that one defensively out on the leg side, no run. Long off is on the boundary. Mid-on is quite deep, maybe halfway back. There's a man at deep square leg as well, very square, like literally at square leg, 70 yards away on the leg side boundary. Look, Pant now tries to work it away on the onside, does so, but Ollie Pope runs in from short fine leg to keep him down to a single. 146 for 3. Have you been on a long cycling holiday ever, Jerry?
No, not that long. Where was it from, the last one? Rostock.
Rostock to Cornwall.
Yes.
I've had was once persuaded to go on a cycling holiday, and I spent most of the time when I wasn't on the bicycle walking as though a stallion had its way with me. It was
Goodness.
very. If you're not used to it, I mean, spending a long time in the saddle.
Yeah.
I was chafing everywhere. It was very hot summer. I like to think I had a good time, but the pain took a long time to get over. That's driven off the back foot out towards mid-on, but Bashir does his own fielding and there's no run.
So you'd recommend plenty of riding before you actually...
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
To prepare various parts of your anatomy.
Yeah, it was great fun. It was in France. We had a lot of bread and cheese and wine tasting, that sort of thing. Driven behind square on the offside. They go through for an easy single. Bryden Cast does the tidying up on the cover boundary. Please ask, this is from Chris Bainbridge, he says, please ask Jeremy Coney if he thinks Brendan McCullum will coach New Zealand in the future. Loving the commentary from Hastings in New Zealand. I've been there.
Fruit Bowl, isn't it? Hawke's Bay, around that area. Hastings, Napier.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Just trying to think of whether there was actually a game there or whether we were driving and just went through it. But it's very, very pretty. Bashir in again, strikes Pant on the pads, bounces up on the onside, and there's no run. We'll come back to the fruit. The question was...
McLean Park,
yes.
Napier.
Yeah.
You would have been there for a game, for sure. McCullum. I think probably lots of New Zealanders would quite like to think that he would at some stage come and do that, but from my own opinion, I think it's unlikely.
He'd have to take a pay cut.
Oh, definitely. And well, he's starting to do all the formats, and New Zealand, of course, Rob Walters is doing all three formats for New Zealand. He's just been appointed the new coach for New Zealand. Gary Stead wanted to do just the test matches and was put his name, but they said, no, we want someone to do all three, thank you.
Ben Stokes now continuing is into Kale Rahul, who comes forward rock solid in defence, pushing it out towards extra cover. I was surprised. I thought that would have been a really good fit. I thought that Gary Stead he's had some tremendous results. I mean, I think it's wonderful that his nickname is Steady, because that's exactly, I know, it's exactly what he was and is, absolutely steady. It's just what you want in international cricket, isn't it? And I thought that would have worked really well. Rob Walter doing white ball and Gary Stead doing tests, but and I was surprised, pushed away defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run, because it's a huge ask of a coach these days to do all formats, and quite surprised that Rob Walter is able to do it. I mean, his wife and two young sons, they're
one was born in New Zealand, actually, in Hawke's Bay, in that area.
It's the time away from home that I was surprised at. I thought that format splitting on the coaching side of things was a good idea. Here is Stokes once again, and Kale Rahul plays inside the line of it once more, taken by Jamie Smith. Just gone a bit flat for England. The pitch seems to have gone a bit flat, and the crowd is at its quietest.
This is a good battle, though, isn't it? These two. This is, as far as India are concerned, Rahul playing against Stokes, who is a troubling bowler because he's got a variety of ways to get you out. I think he's one of their better bowlers, actually, in this particular bowling lineup. And he's troubling, as I say.
There's a leg slip in as well now, as two slips in a gully. Stokes is in once more. Kale Rahul blocks it out to Crawley at extra cover. No run.
He uses angle. He runs in wide sometimes. He changes his position on the crease. So delivering from a different part of the crease. You've got 4'2" to work with there, and you may as well use it. Some use it better than others, but he's able to swing the ball as well. He's got a short pitch ball. He's got a Yorker. You know, he is a dangerous international bowler. And I think Rahul playing him, that's probably the best matchup that India have got at the moment.
Here's Stokes again, short pull shot. Rahul hit in the ribs or on the hip. He's certainly in some discomfort. That's hit him where there is no protective clothing. What's 4'2", Jerry? Is that return crease to return crease?
No, from the stumps to the out. From the stumps out towards the return crease.
Is that 4'2"?
Yeah.
Gosh, it's more than I thought.
You've got more than it, and bowlers don't use it quite as much as they might.
I didn't realise it was so wide.
Yeah.
After all these years, I'll never forget that now. It's 4'2" from the stumps to the return crease. Rahul is actually he's asking for a bit of treatment, I think. Ben Stokes has had a drink, this impromptu stop, impromptu halt in play, but the umpires, I think, finally on the fourth morning have said, get on with the game. We've had three days before this, gentlemen, that he might have considered sending off the men in high vis, sprinting onto the field at every available opportunity. Just get on with it. There's a scheduled drinks break, and if you want treatment, then ask for it and say that you need it. Here's Stokes. We are underway once again, and KL leaves once more outside the off stump, and there's no run. 148 for 3. Quite a slow morning. 58 runs scored, and I've been muttering all morning about the fact that India need runs here, because they're far from safe. Just 58 runs, and we've only got time for one more over, and you've got to sort of factor in, haven't you, if you're either batting or fielding, how would the scoreboard look with another couple of quick wickets on it, and I just wonder whether they might regret this slow morning.
Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum for them in a way. They don't want to play so aggressively that they're going to provide chances. They haven't got too many wickets left, but you're right. It just elongates that period where they are still in danger by getting no runs whatsoever. The pitch, I think, is in a sort of a slightly transition phase and getting a little bit worse.
Bashir, quicker one to Rishabh Pant, hits him on the pad.
When I say worse, I mean some of them are just keeping a little lower than others, mainly at this the talkSPORT balcony end, and just you've mentioned about the ones leaping slightly, and that's more to the Howard stand end.
Shoaib Bashir to Rishabh Pant. Will he tee off in the last over? They've always given that one lots of air, complete contrast to the previous deliveries. Tossed that one up, and he's saying, come on then, last over before lunch, have a go, and he didn't, he blocked it.
What about Stokes bringing in the long off at this stage and say, look, last over, come on. Just bring him in 3/4, so he's 3/4 of the way. He's attacking. If you're going to play defensively, Stokes is saying, I'm going to bring men in around the bat and challenge your defence.
Just put a short leg in.
Yes.
Ollie Pope's put the lid on, got his helmet on, and he's just tweaking. Stokes again. Tweak, twist. Moved his square leg a bit straighter in front of square. Man at 45 for the top edge sweep. Bashir in, bowls. Pant now steers this, uses the pace of another quicker one past Harry Brook at slip, who then chases down towards the boundary, and they've gone through for a couple of runs. Apart from the wicket, the talking point in the morning session was the catch that Harry Brook dropped when Rahul had 58. He's gone on to 71 now. Pretty straightforward catch, you have to say. Harry Brook at fourth slip. Down the wicket using his feet now. Rishabh Pant just clips it up towards Chris Wokes at mid-on. It's quite deep. They're able to go through for another single. Brings up the 150 for India. Leading, but no, it doesn't. The previous run did that. 151. Brings up the 151 for 3. Shubman Gill, the man out early on. His first full over of the morning. Bowled by Bryden Carse. for 8.
Bowling quite a nice pace, Bashir. A little slower, I think, today. Just allowing the ball to just any natural drift at all, or allowing time for the ball to drop.
Here's Bashir once again. KL Rahul clips it nicely off his pads out towards Duckett at mid-off, deepish mid-off, halfway back to the boundary. Easy single. 152 for 3. Add the first innings lead of 6, and India still have plenty of work to do. If they're not bowled out, scoring at this rate, and I suspect it'll increase as the day goes on, I hope it does, but if they score at this rate, they will still need to be batting tomorrow morning before they consider a declaration. England's reputation for fast scoring and chasing high scores means that they'll be conservative with the declaration if it comes to that. We all believe that they probably will be bowled out. Last ball of the morning session is clipped away off his toes for another single by Shubman Pant, who takes lunch on 31. KL Rahul has 72. India are 153 for 3. So an intriguing, hard-fought morning. Plenty of tension. Those not particularly familiar with Test cricket might have thought that it was all a bit slow, but there may not have been effervescent action, but there was a great deal of tension. Both teams acutely aware that the destiny of this Test match, the result of this Test match, could depend on who won this morning session. And I think that England will be quietly pleased with the fact that India scored only 63 runs. India will be, I suspect, even more pleased with the fact that they only lost 1 wicket. But all in all, I don't think the bookmakers will have changed their odds, particularly from whatever they were at the start of play. 2 hours later, I don't think that either side has inched ahead.
No, well, that's because the game hasn't changed much, isn't it? I mean, only 1 wicket to fall and only 60-odd runs. So, yes, the game hasn't really gone substantially one way or the other. And so we're both really in the same situation we were this morning, other than the fact, of course, we're a little closer to the end of the game. And it's whether there's any rain, of course, we're closer to the rain, perhaps. Let's wait and see. But certainly I thought that the England bowling was better this morning. I thought there was something happening for both Cass and for Wokes when they started bowling. There was a little bit of nip for them. India lost their first wicket with Gill getting too close to the ball. It nipped back at him, gave less room, and it took the bottom edge and went, just touched the off stump, and one bail fell off, so he was out bowled. But he was too close to it. It had to be a straight shot bat rather than a horizontal bat looking to run it down to third man. So he was dismissed, and then at that point I think Rahul decided, I am closing down here. I'm not going to play too aggressively. I'm going to try and tighten the areas that I'm playing. I'm going to try and let the ball go a little bit more, and that's really what he's done with relative success. I think the pitch, if anything, has changed just a little. I think we're getting more variation and bounce from either end. Stokes has come on to replace Cass and Tongue as well, and I think both those two have challenged the batsman as well throughout. Maybe you'd say just a little short. Punt has arrived at the crease, and he's been typical Punt, hasn't he? He's played wildly and excessively at times, looking to sweep fast bowlers and things like that, and getting the ball over the keeper's head for 4. He started off his innings with a big drive that went over the slips for 4. He's restrained himself a little more just recently. So not much has happened, folks, in that session, I'd have to say. What would you?
I just want to know, Jerry, are you feeling in your core, in your deep inside you, are you feeling a clutter of wickets?
I think that is a chance, yes. More of a chance than free stroking and changing the nature of the batting throughout, yes.
Because that's been the way of the test, actually, hasn't it? One leads to two quite often.
48 overs bowled, so we've got, what's that, 32 overs to the new ball. That's another session, isn't it, really? Unless Bashir is bowling a lot. So
even
the
if he
new
is.
ball will be towards the end of the next session or the start of the third. That's if India's still batting.
So, massively full of intrigue. That hasn't changed. If anything, the intrigue has increased from the start of play on the fourth day. But as Jerry Coney says, we've inched forward, and we're still a long way from any sort of precipice where we know which way the game is heading. And that's the beauty of Test cricket. We only have 5 sessions left, and it's anybody's game. It's there for the taking. Hope you've enjoyed the morning session. We look forward to your company once again wherever you're listening in the world. We've had listeners from most all continents actually, Cambodia and Vietnam to Mauritius and Morocco and many countries in Europe and America and New Zealand and Australia and South Africa and the subcontinent as well. Many listeners around the world. Thanks for your company. We're going to pop off and have a spot of lunch ourselves, and we look forward to your company once again in around half an hour's time. Welcome back to Headingley. It's the second session of day 4, the first test match between England and India, and there was some treading of water in the first session. Very slow going for both teams, actually. Didn't really progress the test match forward a great deal, but the result is that there was an increase, I think, in tension, because we only have 5 sessions left now in this test match as we inch our way towards a result of some sort. Fascinating that the bookmakers still have India as slight favourites ahead of England. The draw is still 4-1 on, which is not something that Win Predictor and CricViz share, which Siddharth Monge is with us once again, the Cricinfo correspondent. I hope that Cricinfo is not missing out at all, Sid, by your presence on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Oh, not at all. I can spend half an hour break.
It's interesting, isn't it? What is your Win Predictor? What is that saying at the moment?
I don't think we have a model for the test matches, but my model says India 60, England 40, and I'm not considering the draw because it only comes into the picture if there's rain. Because the way
Do you think so?
The way these two teams play, I don't. If India set them 350 in a day, I don't think England are going to play for a draw.
But what if they? No, they won't. They'll go for it. But then what if they? What if they're not bowled out? There could be a natural draw, I think, and I think it's a long time since I can remember that possibility.
It'll be fascinating if we get a natural draw here. It'll be a very interesting test match.
Here's Josh Tongue then, first over after the lunch break, and there's a wild swish from Rishabh Pant at a very wide delivery. It was only wild because it was too wide for him to reach it, and he was quite determined to try though, and almost lost his balance trying to reach for that. Honestly, it's been an extremely long time, even in Gaul, one of the slowest pitches in the world, and it didn't deteriorate unusually as well. Bangladesh and Sri Lanka played out a draw, but that was a rain effect. They lost a session, didn't they?
The last natural draws were, I think, in Pakistan.
Ah, yes, on the roads of Karachi and Lahore. Pushed away by Rishabh Pant out towards extra cover, fielded by Zach Crawley. For those of you curious as to why I refer to a natural draw, I mean one that doesn't lose substantial time or even any time to rain and actually finish it. So my feeling is that because of England's reputation, India might be cautious. If it comes to a declaration, if they're not bowled out and it comes to a declaration, I don't think they'll leave anything particularly attainable. I don't think they'll leave them 5 and over. I think they will want to leave them more than that. Outside the off stump now from Josh Tongue, left alone by Rishabh Pant, and there's no run.
Spot on, Manners. I don't think they are going. If they have to declare, if it comes to declare, it's a it's a mile away right now, the declaration or the thoughts of declaration. But if it comes to declaration, I don't think they will leave them under 400 in a day.
And Ben Stokes will say, well, we can chase him.
This pitch is not your typical baseball pitch on which they have been chasing down runs. It has done more than the Headingley pitches do on day 4.
Here's Josh Tongue running away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end, past the umpire now. Pant drives, doesn't time it, hits it into his pad. It deflects to backward point, no run.
Fortunately for India, Prasidh Krishna, who was struggling to hit that 6 to 8 meter good length area in the first innings, now, because of the deterioration in the pitch, because of the uneven bounce, his natural 8 to 10 sort of short of a length has become effective even for Carson Tongue today.
Yeah, it's still pretty good though, isn't it? You know, approaching halfway through day 4, it's still a pretty good batting pitch. And mostly because of the reliability of the bounce. We haven't seen uneven bounce, which is what happens when a pitch deteriorates. Outside the off stump here again, Pant leaves it alone and then appears to berate himself for leaving it alone. Turns and stomps off towards square leg as if, why didn't I smash that short and wide outside the off stump? What am I doing leaving it?
Maybe I'm trusting the kind of batting as a barometer for the conditions, but if I see in this modern day cricket 63 runs in one session, I conclude that the pitch is not easy to bat on.
Here is Josh Tongue in once more. Pant drives up towards mid-wicket. Ben Duckett fields, no run. I reached a slightly different conclusion. I think India were very cautious. I think KL Rahul played because of Shubman Gill was out so early in the session. I think he decided to put away his attacking repertoire and just make sure that they got through without further damage. I don't think it was a 60-run set in the session type conditions. Do you really?
Partly, I agree with you. I think what's playing on their minds is that they were 450 for 3 and then they did not bat England out. Then they had England down at not much for 3. They dropped their catches, and now after dominating so much, you really don't want to lose the match, and maybe that's playing on their mind. They just want to get to safety also before they start to make the final push for a win.
Shoaib Bashir is going to continue with his off spin from the football stand end, and Ben Stokes, just the close catches are a regulation slip and a helmeted leg slip, sort of backward short leg maybe. He's a couple of yards behind square on the leg side. Otherwise, mid off is back, mid on is halfway up. Other way around, sorry. Mid on is back, mid off is halfway up, and that one is punched by KL Rahul to backward point, no run.
That backward short leg is a good position for Bashir. He's a tall off spinner who spins it over the ball. It gets overspin, so that extra bounce means that fielder is always in play.
Yeah, it's time for him to come into his own and find a couple of those magic balls that he bowled against Zimbabwe. Little as you say, overspinners that bounce, and he is in once again. KL Rahul defends, no run. I don't think KL Rahul's going to be taking the aerial route here. I think until he decides to go over the top, I'd bring the long on up to at least halfway. That's driven through extra cover along the ground. Lovely shot from KL Rahul. And I'm not suggesting that in this first session that he was blocking half volleys or missing long hops. I mean, I think England bowled quite tightly to him, but he certainly wasn't looking to be proactive. But if he's given a ball like that from an off spinner, he's going to put it away.
That's expert judgment of length. Even in the first over after lunch that Rahul is batting, you would expect him to be cautious, but the moment he gets a half volley, he has put it away.
Beautiful piece of batting from KL Rahul, takes him on to 76. Bashir into Rahul once again. That's good length. Couldn't quite get to the pitch of it, but blocked it defensively anyway. India 157 for 3, leading by 163 now. And I wonder whether England might start making a plan for the new ball, which should be available sometime after 2 or 3 overs, maybe after the resumption after the tea break. On the back foot now, punched by Rahul to extra cover again. Harry Brookfields. In fact, that's Joe Root. It's Joe Root at extra cover. Harry Brooks at slip. Ollie Pope at backward short leg. The man at deep backward square as well. There's kind of security measure against the sweep shot. Bring the long on up. Bring him up. Doesn't need him on the boundary. Here's Bashir again, and forward comes Rahul, laying away defensively on the offside. There's no run. 157 for 3. You look at Rahul's Test batting average, and you think, given his talent and ability, you think underachiever. But there's more to it. There always is.
It's so inexplicable that he's not averaging 45. In the last 10 years or so, behind Kohli, he's been the most talented, most consistently talented batter India has had. But for some reason or the other, he's never found a consistent place in the side, a consistent batting order. He's moved up and down, and then he's never sort of had a 500-run series. He starts really well and then he tapers off.
Josh Tongue continues now from the Kirkstall Lane end. That's edged, and it's gone flying away past the keeper. There's no slip. Weirdly, there is no slip, and that I think would have been at catchable height through where first slip would have been had he been there. And in fact, it's beaten everybody. It's even beaten the fine leg, and it's down to the boundary for 4.
Pant has earned it, hasn't he, with his batting, with the threat that he poses with his batting, that there are no slips. Although this is not a good shot. I would rather that he dance down and hit and slog, because that's higher percentage than this just a waft, a drive, a push drive again, far from his body.
Ben Stokes is a law and a rule unto himself, but it is unusual. There you go, he got your wish. Down the wicket he comes, spanks it through cover for 4. I think he had exactly the same thought that you did.
It's incredible how much on the same page we have been during this Test match. I've seen nothing wrong in his batting except for the last ball, and he's just gone out and corrected it. Charged at him, he was not to the pitch of the ball, but he backs himself, his eye and hand, to put it away.
Well, Ben Stokes has, I think he's second guessed himself, and he's now decided to have a rethink, and he is now going to put the slip in. So it's slightly awkward as a captain, isn't it, when it is obvious that you to everybody that you may have made a mistake. And so he's brought Harry Brook up from fine leg and put him back at slip. Josh Tongue lost his run up there, unless Rishabh Pant pulled out. Did he see some movement behind the bowler's arm?
It was Tongue this time who actually did lose the run up. He's running downhill, and sometimes you can actually get ahead of yourself when you're running downhill, or maybe there was something headed at his way. Or did a balloon burst? I saw a balloon make its way onto the field. I think it was burst.
Yeah, that could well have been the distraction. Here is Tongue again. Pant back and across. Up go the hands and the bat, and everything out of harm's way. Leaves that one alone. 165 for 3. Rishabh Pant's now 39. Rahul 76.
You must absolutely love this as a batter when you're making field changes almost every ball. When that tells you the opposition captain doesn't exactly know how to bowl at you, and the bowler is never in a rhythm to bowl a certain length and keep banging at it again and again.
Here is Josh Tongue. That's an attempted bouncer. Doesn't really get up, but it's again a little bit too wide for Rishabh Pant to be of interest. Just to put a few more statistics on that comment that I made, Rahul. I mean, he's got 800s, a best of 199. His average is 33.5.
What's vexing is that 7 of those 800s have been scored away from home. He is a really good player of difficult conditions.
Here is Josh Tongue in again outside the off stump. He rates the 100 he scored against South Africa at Centurion as his best, I think he said. Really tough conditions, really green, bouncy pitch. Like everyone else struggled, and he's gone out there and fought like a caged tiger to score 100. India lost the test, but he was brilliant. Yeah, South Africa's top order was struggling on that pitch. Short and wide and cut down towards deep backward point, I suppose, or a wide third man, and it's just a single.
A damp Centurion pitch can be really nasty, right? It's got a trampoline bounce, and we know the press box is not too high. We're right behind it. Sometimes, especially when Morne Morkel used to bowl, I used to feel like I could be the keeper sitting in the press box. Really steep bounce and then sideways movement. It was a really special innings, and unfortunately for India, I think the conditions eased out a little on day 2. Although India did bowl well, and Dean Elgar, I think, had to apply himself a lot. He's another caged tiger. He's a fighter. He loves those conditions when he has to fight. The same, a little bit like Rahul. These two blokes, if you see, they will have scored hundreds in really, really difficult conditions and probably fail to capitalize when it is flat.
Yeah. It just does, doesn't it? Brings out the best. Difficult conditions bring out the best in some players, and there are others who are labelled flat track bullies, failure or otherwise. Others who score loads and loads of runs when conditions are easy, but aren't necessarily up for the fight when they're difficult. Here's Shoaib Bashir, another over of off spin to Rishabh Pant, left alone again, 166 for 3.
The absolute greats will always put themselves in a position to score runs on difficult pitches, but also at the same time fill their boots when it's easy.
Ideally you do both. And there are very few of those, the greats. So that's given a lot of air by Shoaib Bashir, really tossed that one up. And, there's another balloon, a red one this time. The last one was white. There's a red balloon now bouncing across the outfield. A steward has spotted it. And the crowd love it.
Bad bounce.
Because the wind caught it just as he was about to pick it up. It was. I don't know why he felt the need to go and fetch it. I mean, it's got nothing to do with play, which has been quite quiet. Bashir is forward in once again. Forward comes Rahul, guiding that one up on the offside. There was a time as well, maybe it was probably a couple of years ago, where KL Rahul just sort of almost fell out of love with the game. You know, he just got so sick and tired of the criticism that was aimed at him, and he filled so many different places in the batting order. He was a keeper, was he not a keeper? Is he an opening batsman? And there were some people pointing at his average. A lot of people, the criticism became personal, which it can do, of course, on social media. And for a while there, he just sort of was tempted to give it all away. Just go, look, just to heck with it. Driven now by Rahul, handsome stroke down the ground to long on, and then he sort of thought, why am I letting these people get to me?
I think he does tend to let himself get inside his own head a little bit, and he also in his head he might have just mixed the formats, where he was actually doing really well in ODIs and tests, but it was the IPL, the lack of success in the IPL that must have got to him.
Pushed away defensively this time by Pant, as Bashir holds a quicker one at Ollie Popefields at cover. I loved that when he came back and he was selected again, and the selectors showed faith in him again, and he kind of explained that, didn't he? And he said, like, didn't he close all his social media accounts, just refuse to look at them and just think, I'm just going to be me. More on that, and then it'll be Jon Norman.
Absolutely, you need that self-awareness. If you know that it gets to you, if you know that any comment can get to you, you don't expose yourself to those comments. It's a lot like, you know, balls on a good length outside off, which can get you out. You just don't play at it. Welcome, John.
Hello, Sid. How are you?
Lovely. It's a little warmer than it was in session 1, and we might have just skirted the rain.
We've skirted it. We were a dry sandwich yesterday between two pieces of soggy bread, because we were very lucky yesterday. Hopefully we was fortunate today. So far so good. And India picked up a touch It was slow-going, attritional, intense cricket, apart from 4 deliveries played by Rishabh Pant and 1 drop catch. Is there a chance? There's a dive to his left by Jamie Smith, and mid-wicket, Zach Crawley went herring down. Or was that Harry Brook there? Went herring down the wicket, as though KL Rahul had got a little toe end onto the ball, but Josh Tongue isn't interested, nor is anybody else. Where are we now? It's 2 p.m. here in Leeds, and after a session that yielded how many runs? 63 runs in just over one ball over 24 overs. Tongue is in again, and this is clipped down to square leg for a single. KL Rahul moves to 78, and since the break
We've had 16 in 4.5 overs.
16, so we're going back at fours, although, so whether that is just a couple of loose deliveries or whether a sign that maybe India have come out and they are going to try and push the game forward. The field has been spread.
It's just Pant, you know, first ball of the session, he got an edge, there was no slip, and next ball he danced down the wicket and slapped it through cover for 4, making...
His Tongue is in again, and he goes again, does Pant on the slog sweep, misses the ball. Jamie Smith can't collect, and the batter's cross for a bye.
Well, he did make Stokes second guess himself, all the plans that he might have had at the start of the session. In 2 shots, he changed the plans. The fly slip kind of came back to a regulation slip, and an extra man came out at cover. And I think that will satisfy Pant a lot, that he has actually made them go to plan B so quickly.
Yep, and you did pick up on this on ESPN Cricket Info on an article a couple of days ago. That slip had been taken out. Would have gone straight to him at head height. Yorker from Tongue, dug out by KL Rahul, who has given England a regulation chance at Gully on 58, dropped by Harry Brook, the 5th chance to go down in that part of the field. And now India are in a position where, you know, they're probably breathing a little bit more easily. Certainly would have been interesting for Karun Nair, waiting to come in for much of that first session. A dismissal from the first full over of the day, the 7th ball bowled today, with Shubman Gill inside edged onto his own stumps for 8. As down the leg side again from Josh Tongue, no run. But now with a lead of 176, and KL Rahul 78 and Rishabh Pant 41. You know,
interesting about the catches at Gully. Hami, who was with us yesterday, he said, Stephen Harmison, he said that the Gully region here is not the easiest to field in, with all the pitches and just the uneven ground. I don't know if that has been a reason, or it's just a break in concentration for so many fielders from either side.
Well, all I'll say is pretty much all of those chances went straight to them. More runs here. Rahul will come through for a single. Ball fielded at deep back with square leg. 171 for 3, India, lead of 177.
The ball is now 53 overs old. It's a little easier than the last session, and which is why I think Rahul is now able to work more singles than he was doing in the first session.
We've had some interaction all morning. It's been great to have you with us. Joel Kingsley says, listening early in the morning from Denver, Colorado. Great commentary, thank you. Spitting Facts No Cap says, variable bounce. I think Prasid Krishna will be lethal. Lethal with capital L-E-T-H-A and L.
I don't know about lethal, but he was not very good in the first innings. He was failing to hit that 6 to 8 meter business area. But now with the variable bounce, that business area might have just shifted to his natural length, which is sort of 8 to 10 meters, 8 to 11 meters. So that could be the lucky break that India needed.
Maybe. Shoaib Bashir set to continue. He's bowling from the Howard stand end. The rugby ground to his back. And he's in now. And he's over the wicket. This is swept powerfully by KL Rahul. He's going to get 4 for this shot. He moves into the 80s, and the lead for India goes to 181, and not was TD says 300 is a defendable score. I think India would take 300, but maybe actually they're feeling now they wouldn't mind a few more.
after the first over of the day, when Gill got out, they would have taken 300. But I don't think now they will. I think they will be looking for at least 350. The best result for them is if they get bowled out for 350, which means there is something in the pitch.
Yeah, and I think also, are they going to be a bit too defensive? Touch more flight this time from Shoaib Bashir, and KL Rahul comes forward and defends. Ryan McLaughlin, who's been with us at times throughout this test, is still listening from Shanghai, seriously missing the cricket. And Jaden Harper listening from Timaru in New Zealand. We've had a lot of listeners from Timaru. Greetings, Jaden. Shoaib Bashir again. Faster ball, and it's defended to mid-wicket by KL Rahul. I mean, how big is that drop going to be? Certainly the lives given to Ollie Pope by Jaiswal. He was on 60, went past 100. Brook, of course, was dropped on 46 and 82. He went on to 100, and there was that no ball wicket as well. How many will KL Rahul go on to make? He was on 58. This is defended again, so he's added. It's not just the runs. It's the time taken out the game, the confidence for the batter coming in. This game really was in the balance when he was put down. Now it just seems like India again with the noses in front as Bashir comes forward and once again delivers a ball on a length which KL Rahul defends up the track. What is the forecast for tomorrow and the rest of the day, says Kieran? Well, we could have a shower today. There's a lot of dark, heavy cloud, but the forecast suggests we're going to be okay. Floodlights aren't on. There's a few little small patches of blue. There's more blue on Sid's shirt than there is in the sky, as this is pushed to mid-wicket. Last ball of the over, and India find themselves 175 for 3, a lead of 181 with KL Rahul 83 not out and 17 away from what would be a marvellous century and possibly a match-winning ones.
I don't like that mid-on deep for Bashir to Rahul. He has not given any indication so far that he's looking to take the aerial route. And knowing Stokes' captaincy over the last couple of years, he has been the kind of bloke who will wait for you to hit one before he sends the fielder back. Does that show you they're a bit worried about the runs right now? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the field has suggested that after packing the slip cordon early, they're quite happy to sit on India a little bit here. Maybe they're mindful of the second new ball. It looks more and more likely like that will be part of the game. It's 54 overs old, this ball, so we've still got another 26 overs, which isn't that far off, I suppose, if Shoaib Bashir is going to get a long run. Josh Tongue about to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's bowling round the wicket, and well, I'll say that Rishabh Pant has guided this down to third. Have to have a little look at this one. A genuine outside edge through vacant first slip, a couple of overs back. I think he's just opened the face and run this down, but we'll have a little look. 4 more to the score. India 179 for 3. They lead by 185.
I don't think he was completely in control of it, but he was just enough in control that this ball doesn't go up. I don't think it went where he intended to go, but he wanted it to go down, and it did go down.
He did prod it a touch, didn't it? But the ball did seem to keep a touch low, and with all those fielders in front of the bat, there's not much protection. Here comes Tongue again, and it's pitched up again, and this time Rishabh Pant lets this ball go through. Yeah, there's some catching fielders on both leg and offside for Rishabh Pant. 2 catching cover fielders, a mid-wicket as well as mid-on and mid-off. 1 wideish first slip, Joe Root with quite a wide third and deep square leg.
So I'm looking at this field and I don't know how they are planning to get Pant out.
No, I agree, because we've seen so little hit through the covers or through mid-on. Short delivery, and Pant just ducks and lets it go through.
Okay, the bouncer seems to be a plan. There is a fine leg and a deep, slightly forward short square leg. So that could be a plan, but I have hardly ever seen Pant struggle on the pull or the hook. He goes so hard at it, and this is such a small ground. The top edge is more than likely to clear the fence.
Well, that is the longest longest boundary, isn't it? The square leg boundary to the left-hander. But you'd imagine one of the offside fielders would have been taken out of cover and put at mid-wicket or square leg, as this is just pushed to the Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. No run, 179 for 3, and Rishabh Pant 5 away from 50. Scored, of course, century in first innings, one of the 3 Indian batters to do so.
Is that Cars I see warming up? Yes, it is Cars at mid-on right now. He's warming up. I don't know what it says about their confidence in the spinner that they do not have the mid-on up for KL Rahul.
Tong continuing. This is an attempted clip, really. He's trying to guide this ball, ramp it over the slip cordon and down to the boundary. A play and a miss, a genuine one from Rishabh Pant. And Josh Tongue is starting to look a touch frustrated because he's seen one go down, he's seen an edge fly through vacant first slip. And that's a genuine play and a miss. Real flat-footed waft from Rishabh Pant, and he's lucky to get away with it.
That ball did trampoline just from a short of a length. So this is a good sign if you are in the Indian dressing room that there is uneven bounce.
That's right, we saw one keep a little low. That one did rear up a touch. Pitched up this time and driven. Compact stance from Pant and pushed up to mid-off. No run. End of the over. India find themselves 179 for 3. They lead by 185. Thomas Vare says it's strength. The England team, which is a stronger batting unit than a bowling unit. I'm used to hearing batting collapses rather than toothless bowling. I mean, that's a good point. It would be a slight concern, although England do have bowlers to come back in at stages. But heading to Australia at the end of the year, I mean, it's great to have a good batting order, don't get me wrong, but you know, they didn't impress greatly against Zimbabwe. They bowled quite poorly on day one, came back into contention on that England haven't added to that early success.
Got the order the other way around under baseball. They are valuing batting more than bowling, whereas it's 20 wickets that are going to win you the test matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Bashir, who is now coming round the wicket to KL Rahul with a leg slip and a slip in place, and this is defended once more by the batter. There's 2 fielders at mid-wicket. There's a very deep gully or backward point, forward deep point, as well as a mid-off. There's also a deep backward square leg with that long on fielder right on the way back on the boundary. This is fielded by Stokes at mid-on. And you're right, I mean, how is that going to work to England's advantage, having that fielder at long on, unless KL Rahul suddenly decides it's going to change tactics completely and try and loft a cover drive to that part of the field. As he just clips this and sets off for a run that isn't there, fielded by Stokes at mid-wicket.
But I like this angle. It brings the LBW into the play if it turns, and so it just curtails the sweep a little, which he played in the last over when he just rightly judged that the ball is outside the line of off and he could play the sweep.
Here is Bashir, rolls his fingers over this and fires it in. And KL Rahul, the right-hander, again picks out Stokes, who's quite close at mid-wicket now. No run. Rahul does a little bit of gardening, steps back behind the crease and gets himself ready. He has seemed really in the bubble today. Sometimes he can get a little bit cowed and a bit too defensive, but I think he's pretty much got things spot on today. Again, Stokes brought into field at mid-wicket. Apart from that chance put down by Harry Brook, it's been nigh on flawless from India's opener. I'm not sure if Manners, I could hear Manners talking about KL Rahul before I came on commentary. Bashir again, this time pushed into the offside, and there's a run there at point. That innings that KL Rahul played in the first test match of the Border Gavaskar at the Opta Stadium in Perth, in second innings, India had been bowled out cheaply and then came back to do the same thing to Australia. It was a one innings game, as wickets tumbling everywhere, and then KL Rahul came out as opener, and he hadn't played a lot of cricket at the top of the order. Rohit Sharma had missed that match. He went out with Jaiswal, and I just feel that it was that innings that really went a huge way to winning that Test match for India, certainly making it safe.
He's played some sensational innings, hasn't he? He's more you're looking at his about 50 Test career. He's more a player of great innings than a great player so far. He just needs 1 or 2 500-run series before he retires, before you put him in the bracket of the really, really good batters.
Yeah, absolutely. One slip and a gully in place for KL Rahul as Josh Tongue continuing, and this one leaps up as well. KL Rahul heads the bat, it's stung, and the ball just drops down in front of Gully. And again, that's the kind of sign you want to see if you're an Indian cricket fan. That's really bounced up, taken the glove, the handle of the bat, and KL Rahul's done well to keep that ball down. And if you're India, you're thinking, well, you know what? A target in excess of 300, 350, that is going to be a real challenge, because England are going to go for it. Here's Tongue again, and this time cramps KL for a rumour touch. Quick to get the bat down, and Shoaib Bashir comes in from the deep backward square leg position, and it's just a single. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. Oof, well,
just a fill-in.
Go on. A fill-in? You're better than that, Jeremy.
No, I don't. I'm not running myself down. I'm just saying that Harmy's coming.
Oh, I thought I could hear the trembling
hooves.
I thought the talkSPORT balcony end was starting to sway, tilt, lurch. But yes, 153 for 3 at lunch, 181 for 3 now, India. And there's another edge from the batter. Rishabh Pant is going to fly through second slip and down to the boundary for another 4.
Thanks, John. That was an excellent decision from me. Here's Harmy.
I'll tell you where you can invoice. That's the shortest co-commentary stint. Wow. It's an easy game, this, isn't it? Harmy, are you going to say anything? Or you said more than Jeremy?
I've said quite a lot in the last 2.5 hours. Unfortunately, not quite to drunk people, because they're in good form today, and they're not as alcohol fueled as what they could be at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's a nice vibe going around the ground.
There is. It's been good cricket today. It's been interesting cricket off the hip. And Rishabh Pant's going to reach 50. You can hear the crowd enjoying it. Comes back for a second as well, so he moves to 51. 100 in first innings, 50 in second, and still more to come. We're not going to see a forward flip. More subdued celebrations. A little hug between the two batters who came together in the second over of the day, and they're still there now as we move towards the business section of the afternoon. And this has been a really important innings for the batter as well as India. 187 for 3. Josh Tongue overstepped there as well. So cut away for more! And it sounds like there are a few more Indians in the crowd, Harmy.
Yeah, they are. Walking around the ground. I've done a few laps of the ground today. There are a lot of Indian supporters in Headingley. I'd suggest, John, if he does do a backward flip, India will win, because that's when he gets to his second 100 of the contest. He's a long way away from there, but you bowl a short and a wide one outside off stump to someone like Rishabh Pant. No matter what score he's on, he's going to put that away. So yes, there's a hell of a lot more, I would say, India presence in the stands than there has been over the course of the first 3 days.
At this 191 for 3, then the lead of 197. Rishabh Pant 55 as Josh Tongue comes in, beats India's number 5 past the outside edge, but the damage's been done. 2 boundaries in the over, and that edge which has flown through vacant second slip. I mean, what do you tell me? I've just been on with Siddharth Munga from ESPN Cricket Info. You tell me, Harmy, you know what or how with this fielding, the fielders in these positions, how are England trying to get Rishabh Pant out? Tong again, and this is just pushed to point. End of the over, and India lead by 198.
The game's in a little bit of a holding issue. The sort of pistols at dawn, who's going to blink first? And I think what England are trying to do, what Ben Stokes is trying to do, is hedge his bets a little bit to make sure that if we go 3 slips in a gully and all of a sudden they start going at 4.5 and over, the game's going to go away from us very, very quickly. At the minute we're going at 3.7. It's difficult because what you have is, from a captaincy point of view, you're trying to sort of say, right, I know for a fact there's maybe a 2 or 3 wicket cluster coming, but we've got to make the breakthrough. But it's like I said before, the pistols and dawn bit is who's going to flinch first, who's going to draw first. India are quite happy going along at 3.37 and over. They feel as though the game's got enough time in it to bat all day and we'll bowl you out tomorrow. England might have to just force the issue, but at this minute in time, India are not hurting England as much, so England are quite happy staying this way.
There's a single through the covers for KL Rahul, who moves one closer to what would be a well-received century here at Headingley. The sun just starts to poke through the heavy clouds above us. India's lead 199, and England are going to have to bowl very well now to restrict them to anything less than 300. You'd feel things can change very quickly. They changed super fast in first innings, didn't they? 433, all out 471. I suppose that'll be in their mind as well a little bit. Bashir continuing, and he goes for the big shot. And Rishabh Pant has larruped this over the fielder's head at mid-on. It's continued on and into the stands where the Indian flags flutter and are waved in the air. 6 more to Rishabh Pant, who moves to 61. India 199 for 3, and they lead by 205. These are worrying times if you're an England fan now. That early breakthrough is some way off. 2 set batters looking to go for their shots, as of course Rishabh Pant then just dead bats that one into the ground.
Yeah, and this is the little bit of game, cat and mouse, that Ben's looking at. He's left these man up. He's got one man in the deep, mid on and mid on. Normally you would have long on and long off. Out, he brings one man up and says to Rishabh Pant, go and hit it over the top of my head. Yes, he's hoping to mistimes it. That time he hit it for 6.
Floated up again, he goes again. 6 more from the bat of Rishabh Pant. It's party time here at Headingley. India lead by 217 now.
But in this situation though, John, yeah, the man's gone back. I thought he might have kept him up for another one, or put one man back and brought the other man up and said, right, can you hit it the other way? Because England are, at this moment in time, they're going to need to take a risk to try and break this partnership.
What does Bashir do now? Does he toss it up again?
I think you've got to. You've got to say to him, can you hit it? In this situation, I'd be encouraging the ball a bit slower and make Pant hit it.
Touch flatter, faster, and it's defended by Rishabh Pant. No run. Last ball of the over coming up. 13 runs from it. Pressure on Bashir, the young off spinner. We're always going to see this. Pant was asked the question: is he going to target Bashir before the game? Goes again, and he's drilled this to the long off fielder all along the ground. And I don't know if he was unsighted for a second there, but it almost seemed like he was expecting it to hit the boundary, or just realised he had all the time in the world to complete a single.
He was off balance, wasn't he? He was off balance. That was brilliantly bowled by Shoaib Bashir. He's seen Pant come early, he's thrown it a bit flatter and a bit wider, a bit quicker, and Pant was just a little bit off balanced as he one-handed it really down to the sort of wide extra cover boundary. We just started seeing signs now from India that maybe they feel they've got enough, but if we go into 5th gear with what we've got in this middle session, grinding England down, we can take the game away from England here.
Yes, certainly feels that way, doesn't it? A lot of hard work in that morning session. And now as the sun starts to come through, 20 overs until the second new ball. Off spinner on at one end. And fast bowlers having to come back for this third spells now. Brydon Castle's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. He's dismissed Jaiswal with a ball that came into the left-hander, and he's dismissed Shubman Gill with a ball that's come into the right-hander. He's bowling well, and he's going to have to, but he has just been smashed by Rishabh Pant. First ball. Seen him do this so many times, Rishabh Pant. Fielder at square legs lost sight of it, and it's a substitute fielder at mid-on who's got to go and retrieve it. The ball's crashed over the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And it seems like the charge is on. DJ says Pant might get to the 100 before Rahul. Well, he's 72 now, and KL Rahul's at 86. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we were joking the other day about Shubman Gill when he was out there.
Here he goes again, steps away from the crease, and the fielder comes in from extra cover, but KL Rahul's comfortably home at the striker's end. 211 for 3. The leader's 217. Rishabh Pant 73. And KL Rahul 86. We only saw 63 runs in the morning session, coming from 24 overs. 24.1 overs if you want to be accurate. Since the lunch break, we've had 10.2 overs. And India have added, God, this game really does test your mental arithmetic, doesn't it? 57. 58. So that tells you a lot, really. Rahul facing Cast, and this is pitched up and well wide of the opener, who lets it go.
And I'd imagine now you look at the way this contest is going. Rahul, just leave him, let him bat, let him just hold the end up and let him go. And I think Pant is probably a message from the hierarchy at lunchtime, that at a point when you feel comfortable, you go. You've got Jadeja, who's another experienced player who plays some big shots. You've got that to come. You've got some of the bowlers who can swing the willow quite hard, but they've got to leave Rahul to just bat his way.
Pass again, and it's on the body of Rahul, who just pushes this to mid-wicket, no run.
I still think England can chase 300, 320 on this surface. I don't think there's a demon in this surface at all. It's not spinning. Well, it's not spinning for Shoaib Bashir, who does spin the ball. He's not a spinner that... He might be an inconsistent spinner, and he might be a spinner who goes for a few runs. But when Shoaib gets his fingers behind it, he turns it. So, and it's not spinning off the wicket. So there's no real demon in the pitch. But there is a Bumrah factor, and England won't want to get it over 320.
Cast past the umpire, left alone by Rahul. Look, I was here in 2019, so it's a game that can make fools of you when you start to predict anything. You can never write England off here, right? This is one ground in the world where you will never ever go out and say the game is done. And their batting is strong, and they bat quickly, and they'll go for it. And if they can get past Bumrah, then yeah, I think anything's possible. It's just had the feel of a special game, a special test match for a couple of days now, so we'll wait and see what eventuates. But I suppose the one thing that could happen is that India don't leave enough time. They just bat England out the game. Cast again, and this is just pushed nicely by KL Rahul towards backward point, and he comes through for a single, and the score moves along. 212 for 3. India lead by 218. Manners is about to come in. Harmy, so KL Rahul will face the first ball of Shoaib Bashir's 11th over, yet to pick up a wicket for 42. Rishabh Pant is 73 and keeping us all entertained, as is this match, and has done pretty much since ball one. India 212 for 3, and after a word from Harmy, it will be Manners.
Yeah, and the point you're making is a valid point. I think it's a point that Jeremy Coney was making last night, which is he thinks India won't give England a sniff. I don't think they'd declare until it was nearly impossible for England to get the runs. And then I think me and Manners talked about it. On whether it was I can't remember, it was of the super over, or I think it was a super over, is when do England possibly be smart and say, right, enough's enough, we'll shut up shop. We refined Bazball. We know we don't play for draws, but we'll make sure we go on Edgbaston in this fascinating, what is going to be a great series. We're going to make sure we go on Edgbaston, and we are not 1-0 down. Afternoon, manners.
Afternoon, Harmy. And you even said that you thought that they shouldn't worry about criticism. Well, I think they'd get more praise than criticism if they made that pragmatic decision. Short one from Bashir, bit of a drag down. Actually, no, it wasn't a drag down because he's given it a bit of air. He's just got the length wrong. A drag down suggests that he's maybe bowled a quicker one and well, literally dragged it down, but he's just got the length wrong there. And it's pulled away emphatically by Kanur Lokesh Rahul.
Good shot.
Well, easy, wasn't it? You'd have put that away. Yeah. I think you'd hit that for 6.
I would have hit that for 4. Yes, I think I would have hit that for 4. I'd have still struggled to pronounce Keir Rahul's full name.
4 on the back foot now. Rahul drops it into the offside, and it's Bashir who has to field off his own bowling. Think of great cricketers, or any cricketers actually, who are always known universally by their initials. I'll go first. A.B. de Villiers, Abraham Benjamin. You can have KL Rahul.
Ashwin?
Okay, well, for a long time he was Ravichandran.
Yeah, Ravichandran, but he didn't like Ravi Ashwin, did he?
No. Driven hard by Rishabh Pant. Very powerful drive down towards long off, and they're coming back for the 2 on KL Rahul's call. He was running to the bowler's end, which in this instance was the danger end, and scurry back for a couple. Chris Wokes a fielder down there. It was hit really hard. KL Rahul 92 now, Rishabh Pant 75. Pant couldn't, could he? Double up? Really? Wow. A 4th 100 in England if he got there. I shouldn't talk about it. It's 25 runs away. A long way to go. Forward he comes, the left-hander, nudging this out on the onside, and there's no run.
MS Dhoni?
MS Dhoni. Good one. Good one.
Good one, Scott.
Scott. He's a multitasker, isn't he? Made it look like he was working on his laptop. Driven, dropped! Ben Stokes, you just can't be diving and getting your hands to that. You look what you've done to me. I've just described it as a drop. You're lucky still to have 10 fingers. What an absurd effort. Diving at extra cover, high to his left. It's not possible to hit a cricket ball harder than that. And yet he gets his hands to it.
It's amazing, isn't it? When you talk about statsmen who have got no idea about cricket, they'll have that as a drop. I mean, that's definitely saved 3 runs.
Oh, what a athletic piece of fielding. Quite extraordinary. KL Rahul now on the back foot. I think Rahul's now in the mood of, right, he's off, and I'm going to watch as much as possible.
I'm just going to take the single, go down the other end, and let him have his day. And to be fair to Rishabh Pant, he took a punt. He's had a go and got the fielder back on the leg side in the deep. And then this time, he's trying to go over the top of extra cover. And he's ticking, isn't he? He's ready. He's going. He's in 5th gear. He's in boundary hitting mode. England have got to think this is an opportunity. They've got to think this is go defensive and go negative. They've actually got to double down on this and go and think, right, if he's in shot mode, we've got a chance of getting him out by him hitting one in the air. Not go into their shell and hope to just put the ball in a good area. Be aggressive with Rishabh Pant now. If I was bowling now, I'd be bowling to a short ball field and say to Rishabh Pant, if you want to play big shots, you're going to have to play horizontal bat. You're going to have to play from around about your sort of right ear, and I'm going to make sure that every time you do hit the ball, you're going to be in a position of off balance rather than trying to pitch it up and hoping that he hits one up in the air.
JP Duminy.
Yes, very good.
Here's Bryden Carse outside the off stump, left alone by KL Rahul. There's no run. 76 to Rishabh Pant. KL Rahul 93. Tell you what, if they're not under pressure already, England very soon will be. I think actually they are. they are under pressure.
Yeah, they are now. They are now. I think another 100 runs and I think India become favourites. I still think England are in the game. Not just, I think they are still in the game.
Did you know, I know you're not a punter, did you know that the bookmakers from before the start of play had India as favourites, and they've strengthened as favourites in throughout the course of the day? On the back foot, punched out towards cover where Duckett fields. There's no run. Certainly on the way into the ground this morning, most of the talk was about England taking early wickets and grabbing hold of the game and moving into the ascendancy amongst those of us who've watched a lot of cricket. But you can learn a lot from bookmakers.
You don't. There's not many skint ones, is there? They know exactly what they're doing, don't they? I wouldn't have had India favourites at the start. Oh, this morning I would have them heavy favourites. But we know what England can do, so that things up gives us a huge amount of hope.
Here is Bryden Cast again on the back foot, worked her way up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Is the art or the science, whichever it is, art or probably a bit of both, art and science of bookmaking, the secret is to take emotion out of it, isn't it? I mean, as you say, we know what England can do, but
yeah, history tells you one thing, and do you know what? Even though it is that flat, scoreboard pressure is massive, and you only need a bad 20 minutes when you're chasing 350 to 375, and you've lost the game.
Here's Bryden Cast once again towards mid-off, and there's no run. How many times in the history of Test cricket? It's a very small number, so I'm pretty confident you'll get it. How many times in the history of Test cricket has a team lost having declared in the second innings?
Been lost and declared in the second innings.
So they've declared, in the third innings, and lost. In other words,
it wouldn't be that much, but England have done it a couple of times.
Declared in the third innings and lost.
Yeah, Ben Stokes has done that. Joe Root's done that. Haven't?
Here's Cast again. Oh, chopped away between fourth slip and gully. So there's a first slip and then two gaps and a fourth slip and a gully and a very narrow gap there, and Rahul has steered it between the two of them, between Harry Brook and who's that in the gully?
Zach Crawley.
Zach Crawley,
Zach
right.
Crawley.
Okay.
Did England under Ben not do it in the Ashes?
No, they declared in the first innings.
Oh, declared in the first innings.
Yeah. In the day-night test at Edgbaston.
Yes.
Yeah. No, but so you've set a target and it's been chased down.
Can't be that many of them.
Well, I'm suddenly second guessing myself. I think it's 3. England did it, didn't they, with David Gowan when Gordon Greenwich made that double 100. It was a token declaration setting the West Indies 320 odd in a session and an hour. And
Did
Greenwich
did the one in South Africa count? Was that a third innings declaration?
No,
that was a forfeit.
Double forfeit.
Yeah,
so the first one to do it, it's the end of the over, by the way, 225 for 3, was Garfield Sobers with England in the 60s in Barbados. He set them a target and they chased it down. It was a super generous target. It was something like just a fraction under 3 and over. But in those days, he just backed his attack, and and it didn't really matter. And he wanted to give his team a chance to win, and it was. And then Graham Smith did it in Australia in 2008, and Ricky Ponting scored 100 in both innings of his 100th Test. But South Africa were desperate to they'd lost a.
So they needed to get back in the series.
Yeah, to square the series at the SCG. And he declared 8 down, so we weren't going to get very many more runs. And South Africa had made 450 in the first innings, and they'd lost best part of a day to rain. So he thought he rolled the dice, and they lost that one. So those are the 3 that I think. Why don't we get some of our listeners lying on beaches sipping cocktails to do some research for us and send us the answer? But also more cricketers who are known just by their initials, first name. 226 for 3 here. Add on the 6-run lead, it's 232 for 3 effectively. So England, Ben Stokes and his team, they're thinking 300. Give us 300. That's no problem. 230 ahead at the moment. He lost 7 for 41 in the first innings. same thing can happen. Shoaib Bashir has got long on out, deep backward square and a cover. Slip and a leg slip. KL Rahul nudges it away through the leg side. As I said, he's entirely happy for as long as India need to bat in singles. I think KL Rahul. He'll accept gifts, long half volleys and long hops, but that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's one glaring one we're missing, and you must have commentated on him.
Why? Because it was in the last 40 years.
He had a big beard.
Low edged, huge swing from Rishabh Pant, thick outside edge, running towards the boundary. Don't dive, Ollie. Ollie Pope in pursuit, and he's very, very quick, and he is prone to throwing himself about, but he was always going to lose that chase, and you just don't want to be throwing yourself into the LED boards. But it's 4 runs fortuitously to Rishabh Pant. It's not been quite as pure as the first innings.
No, it hasn't, and Stokes is doing a good thing here by keeping him throwing up in the air, taking a pace off it, asking Rishabh Pant to have a big go at it. Having a big go at it, and you know, he's lost his shape there, potentially hitting the ball in the air. It's a good nick.
Rishabh Pant's gone deep again and driving down the ground towards long off. Just a single all the way along the ground. I thought momentarily that he was. I think he was trying to go aerial actually.
Yeah, he was going aerial. The answer to that one was W.G. Grace.
Right. Yeah. Can't quite remember that test. Here's Bashir in again, and it's pushed straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. KL Rahul, 98 not out. 800s to his name. 7 of those 8 scored overseas, outside of India, which is the rarest record. In fact, it's unprecedented. There's been no other percentage. It comes even close to it. He's been quite brilliant on his travels. Driven through extra cover. KL Rahul turns for the second, called by Rishabh Pant. It's century number 9 for KL Rahul. 42 he made in the first innings. He made a terrific start. Felt like he'd wasted a golden opportunity on a brilliant batting surface. Wondered how long it'd take him to make up for that. Well, not long is the answer. A day and a half, in fact. A brilliant 100. Well played, sir. 203 balls, 14 fours, and he is gradually moving India towards an impregnable position in the first Test match. Drinks have been called, as tends to have been the case now. Most of the England team run off the field. Evidently the 12th and 13th men are doing a wretched job of doing whatever drinks they're bringing on. KL Rahul is also leaving the field. He's done that at every drinks break as well when he's been batting, in the first innings as well as in the second. So second drinks break, he's off the field as well. Got the headband off and he's trotting off. It's 234 for 3. Congratulations to KL Rahul, a 9th Test century. Still averages under 35, which is criminal for a man of his extreme talent. But India 234 for 3, effectively 240 for 3.
Yeah, a wonderful 100 from KL Rahul, playing in a way which is natural to him. He hasn't tried to emulate Rishabh Pant, who's came in and tried to go that little bit sort of more through the gears and go into explosive mode. He's identified what he needs to do to take India into a position of strength. And KL Rahul's 100s came off, let's say, at a strike rate of 50, never really looked in any trouble. Batted beautifully in the first innings, held India together. Talk about having a rock at the top of the order since Rohit Sharma's gone. And man, as you mentioned, the 700s he's got outside of India. He's so calm, he's so easy on the eye. Doesn't look he's always going to get flustered. He was never going to do the backflip forward somersault that Rishabh Pant did when he got 100. It was just a gentle thank you from the crowd, a helmet off, an acknowledgement to his teammates, and he's on the balcony to say the job is not yet done, but boy, manners, it's well on its way.
It certainly is. There's a couple of really interesting stats from Gary Morgan, our statistician. Pant is only is only one of 2 Indian wicketkeepers to score 150 in a Test match, and you wouldn't have seen the first one play, but you may well have bumped into him. Is Farooq Engineer, great character. What a great man.
Oh mate, I mean, give us the next stat, and I love Farooq. What a man.
He is just such great fun, isn't he? Is he still in Manchester?
Still in Manchester. He was on Andrew Flintoff's benefit committee. In 2006 we went to India, and we went to Mumbai, and Farooq says, I'll take you out for dinner. To be fair, it's a great story. He had a TV show called Call Farooq. So because we were so close to him, what me and Andrew were doing at night times, we were ringing up the show trying to get on Call Farooq, and we were gonna say we're over here from England, we're tourists, and we're gonna batter one of each other. So if I got through, I was gonna say how bad England's captain is, Andrew Flintoff, he's horrendous, and he was gonna go, what about England's bowling attack? They're useless. That Harmison's not very good, and all that stuff. But we never got through. And actually, when we told Farooq this is what we try to do, he says you should have called me. I would have gotten through. But it was like, that was the idea. We're going to try and make sure that you didn't know it was us. And he took us out for dinner in Mumbai. It was hilarious. And we've gone. It was like, come on, Harmeet, Fred, take you out. And he was, Farooq is a larger-than-life character, isn't he? A very grandeur. And he took us into this, down this back street, the glitzy lights. We were looking at each other, if we're going in there, this looks good. Went down the back street, and we went into this porter cabin. It was like a caravan. And I'm going, Fred, we're going to eat in the caravan here. And Farouk's in charge, and he's told us don't take menus, I'll order. And he's ordering the fish, he's ordering the prawns, and I'm going, Andrew, we're eating prawns in fish in a caravan. It's the best meal I've had on tour. It was amazing. And by the end of it, he was sitting at the top. He had his napkin in his shirt. He had the biggest sweats on ever, because obviously there was no air conditioner in his caravan. And he sat for 2.5 hours. He held court. What an unbelievable man Farooq Engineer is. Lovely, lovely fella. Great company, warm and infectious. So yes, I've spent a little bit of time with Farooq, and I managed to have one of the nicest meals I've ever had on a cricket tour, and it was in a caravan in Mumbai.
And you hopefully didn't get to see where they cooked it, because
No,
you would
no,
probably
I
not
didn't.
have been very impressed.
No, I was hoping they'd cook it in that glitzy restaurant, which was next door with all the lights. I think it was a bar next to Sachin had a bar there called Tendulkar's, and it was next door to that.
I've been there. Farooq Engineer, by the way, scored 150 against England in 1973 in Bombay, as it was known then. Short, new ball, new over begins after the drinks break. Everybody's back on the field, I'm very glad to say, and it's Bryden Carse bowling, and it's pulled away by Rishabh Pant for a couple of runs behind square on the leg side. And also, the 8 sixes by Rishabh Pant in this test is the most by any wicketkeeper in a test match for India. Previous, I'm sure you'll all be able to guess, was 6 by MS Dhoni against the West Indies in 2006. And against Sri Lanka in 2009. Oh, that's short and hooked away by Rishabh Pant. Has it gone all the way? No, it hasn't. Paul Rifle looks at his colleague at square leg, Chris Gaffney, who says that it bounced, but it is 4 more. Pant is flying along. The next stat for Gary Morgan is to let us know whether any Indian wicketkeeper has scored 200s in a test match. I can confidently say that the answer is no, but I won't say it officially until Gary Morgan confirms it. So don't take that as official, people, wherever you're listening, even if you are on a beach in Mauritius with a cocktail. Wait until it's confirmed. Here is Carse once again, and another attempted heave for 6 down the leg side by Rishabh Pant. He loves to play that shot. Just kind of a scoop hook. He's trying to hit it in the air, and he's almost more disappointed that he hasn't hit it in the air than missing it.
hitting the back of the ball as it goes past him, isn't he? Really, not the front. But yeah, I'm pretty convinced I'd agree with you if it was 300s in a test match.
Here's Bryden Cast to Rishabh Pant, and he blocks it away through the leg side. Actually,
seeing they only get 2 innings.
You know what Gary will do now is he'll send us a list of all Indian players who have scored double hundreds. I mean twin hundreds rather than double hundreds. Because it'll be a short list, I think. I reckon it'll be less than 10. 100. Oh, by the way, we were talking about cricketers known by their initials. So we had A.B. de Villiers, KL Rahul, J.P. Duminy, M.S. Dhoni, V.V.S. Laxman,
J.R. Reid.
But he wasn't known universally. I know a lot of you called him JR.
Because there's a JF Reid as well, you see.
Oh, I see. Is that the reason? Okay. Here's Cast again. Another short one and pulled away. Lovely shot from KL Rahul. Rolled the wrists on that. Had all the time in the world. I mean, he's even when he's playing an aggressive hook shot or a pull shot like that, he still looks like he only wants one for it, because he wants to watch as much as possible from the non-strikers.
Well, what a fabulous watch it has been too in this last, well, since lunch. Just what have they had? They've gone for 14 overs. This is the 15th. Nearly 6 runs an over. And what a comparison to the pre-lunch session.
Here's Cast again. Short, pulled powerfully by Rishabh Pant. And actually, for once, I don't think that did hit the middle of the bat, but it's gone out to the man on the deep square leg boundary, and he'll keep the strike, and that suits KL Rahul absolutely down to the ground. KL Rahul with 8 overseas centuries now and just 1 on Indian soil. That's an extraordinary record. Rishabh Pant is on 90. Can I say the great wicketkeeper batsman? Is he a great? Is he?
Who, Pant?
Pant, yeah.
It's a good question.
What defines a great?
Yes.
Can you be great at 27? Probably not.
Would you call Gilchrist
a great? Yeah.
Yes. You would you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think not sort of numerically. I mean, yes, actually, probably his numbers do put him in the category of great. But I think the way he changed the role of the wicketkeeper batsman, you know. Well,
in that case, you've got to start to argue for Pant, don't you?
Well,
as well.
Yes. Okay. I think you need to be 30 before you can be called a great. Arbitrary. No rhyme and reason at all in that. It's a nice delivery from Shoaib Bashir, the off spinner, and Rishabh Pant tries to back cut it and gets a little bottom edge down into the ground. And it's just a single as Ollie Pope runs away after that. He was at leg slip, and he's now switched over, and he's also at leg slip for the right-handed KL Rahul as well. Long on the boundary for the right-hander. I think that's been a wasted position throughout KL Rahul's innings, to be honest. I don't think he's ever looking to go downtown. I think that's been a wasted fielder there. Bashir in then, and KL Rahul on the back foot, steers it away through point. There was a close catching mid-wicket, an orthodox mid-wicket, a deep backward square, but it's all changed now for the left-hander because Rahul takes another single. He's studiously accumulating singles, Rahul. I'm going to watch Pant.
Well, what a good idea too, because he's in his flow, isn't he, really? And I think that long off is in play here, don't you, with Pant on strike?
Yes.
Long on perhaps even more.
Definitely.
But what a session for India this has been.
Here is Bashir, slow, extra slow, that one, and Rishabh Pant not tempted, just blocks it. That was like a delivery from a 60-year-old in a club game. That kind of lack of pace, it was completely caught you by surprise. And now Pant tries to drive hard, powerfully, doesn't time it at all. It's slightly too full, almost Yorker length, and trickles back to the bowler. So for Pant, long on, long off, as Jeremy was saying. Sweeper, deep square. 2 catching in the covers, 1 backward point, and a man at 45 on the leg side. Short, wide, and slapped through extra cover. Hit so hard that the infielders never moved other than to turn around to see if there was anybody behind them, and there wasn't.
And they would only be, I mean, while they're not sort of level, one's closer than the other, you'd think they're only about 10 metres apart, and neither moved. Not a chance. Hit with great power.
What an innings. Richard Pant moves on to 95. Will he get there with a 6? He likes to try. Not this time. Short and wide and cut straight to the fielder. Ollie Pope at backward point. You know, he's been out, you brought this stat up actually, 7 times in the 90s. 3 of those 7 he was out trying to hit 6. So
one of them was 91.
He's not materialistic.
No.
But yeah, 3. I think there were two 96s and a 98. He's trying to hit one out the ground. So yeah, he doesn't covet statistics and the like. But remember, he's already got 100 in the first innings. Rishabh Pant was his 7th. This, if he gets there, be his 8th to go with 15 50s, and an average now pushing up towards 45. It's another reason to put him in the conversation of greatness. That's a short one from Bryden Cast, pulled away by KL Rahul. I did say that he's not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He wants singles. He wants Pant to have as much strike as possible, but that was it was a short ball, lacking in pace, heading down the leg side anyway, and KL Rahul says, all right then, pulls it. 4.
But it's not a vicious stroke, is it? It's really just helped the ball and harness the power of the bowler, who's banged it in short, running in hard, and he's just changed the angle of the ball as it comes to him, and found a gap down there at fine leg, between fine leg and backward square.
Here's Bryden Cast once again, bangs it in short, guided away out towards cover defensively by KL Rahul. We were talking about the number of times a team has declared in the 3rd innings and lost. Gary has been working on that. It's quite a lot more than I initially thought. I gave 3 examples, but let's take it from 2000, from this century. England against the West Indies at Lord's in 1984. That was the one I mentioned with Gordon Greenwich.
Yep.
Scored a double 100 when David Gowan made a token declaration and left them 3 hours to chase 300, and they got them. Greenwich double 100, 216 I think he made. That was 1984. Didn't happen until 2001 after that. Australia against England at Leeds here at Headingley when Mark Butcher made 170. Do you remember? Magnificent innings that. Then South Africa against Australia, I gave that example at the SCG. Ricky Ponting scored 100 in both innings in his 100th test, but South Africa declared 8 down in the 3rd innings. England against India in Chennai 2008. England against the West Indies here at Headingley in 2017, and Bangladesh against the West Indies 4 years ago. So it's happened, what is that? Looks like 12 occasions in Test history. Cast in again, left alone by Rahul. There's no run. 253 for 3. Lead is 259. The second session has been a stark contrast to the first, where India crawled along, made 60, 62 in the session. But lunch was taken at 153 for 3, and they're now 253 for 3. Wow. Mostly down to Rishabh Pant. No slips for England, so very much a short ball field. As Bryden Cast bangs it in, turned away behind square on the leg side to Harry Brook, who's behind square on the leg side. So there's a long leg. He's at backward square leg, but not on the boundary. Then there's an orthodox square leg and a deep square leg and an orthodox mid-wicket. Wide mid-off, because you wouldn't be too straight if you're going short ball. And cover point and a fly slip and a wide third. Fine leg as well. I mean literally fine leg, not long leg. Here's Cast again, short, pulled by KL Rahul. Rolled the wrist, hit it down. Ben Duckett fields at square leg, and there's no run. India have got this game now, haven't they, by the scruff of the neck?
Well, they're moving it very quickly towards it, aren't they? I mean, you were saying, I asked you what you felt was a total that England might not feel so comfortable chasing. I think if you ask Ben Stokes whatever the number came to, he would generally say, yes, we'll chase that down, we'll have a go at it. But the general, the consensus inside was sort of between 300 and 350. As Bashir comes in to punt on 95, lets that go. John, so we're just sort of thinking.
Hey, Jerry.
At what point, you know, England might start feeling a bit uncomfortable about the chase.
I think they're feeling uncomfortable now. I mean, left alone by Pant. At 95 not out, and Bashir's been expensive, isn't he? 66 runs from his 13 overs. He was quite accurate, bowled well in that first innings, but not so well today. Learning process. This is pushed back to the bowler. There was a little moment which Siddharth Monga picked up on day one. Jamie Smith behind the stumps, just chirping away whilst Pant was playing or batting wide of the crease, and this is definitely played. He can't beat Ollie Pope at backward point though. No one at third, so if he can get it past that fielder, who's going to get runs? And Jamie Smith was in his ear a little bit. He's saying, come on Rishabh, why didn't you go for the big shot? And he was saying, well, can't. Shove's bowling too well and the field is spread. Take a single to mid-wicket. Very next ball smashed him. He's brilliant. But yes, I think England, I mean, they'll never admit to any concerns, but in all likelihood they're going to be chasing 350, and Gary Morgan sent through the stats. Obviously there was a very, very famous run chase back in 2019, which I was fortunate to be at. But, you know, you can't always produce miracles. Over the wicket now to Rahul from Bashir, who just calmly plays this to Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. So, yeah, 106 to KL Rahul, and Rishabh Pant is 96. I heard Manners asking the question whether a wicketkeeper has ever hit a century in both innings before. I didn't actually know or didn't hear whether it was Gary Morgan. Yeah, I'm not sure. If Gary's listening, let us know. Oh, Manners, Andy Flower, Alex Stewart of course did, but he was a batter only in Barbados.
Andy Flower's a good call though, isn't it?
I mean,
what a good bat he was too, sweeping in the reverse sweep. Man.
Kumar Sangakkara maybe on one of those flat tracks over in Gaul. I mean, got a bowling change here, and Joe Root probably picked it up on the microphone. Big cheers from the Western Terrace and around the ground as Joe Root name was called out. He's going to come and have a bowl. 14 overs until the second new ball, and he's going to be bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's going to have one slip short fine leg with backward point, deep point. Quite a... Bryden Cast is... Where's Cast going? Stepping back, he's in the covers, but he's very deep. It's about halfway between the batter and the boundary at cover. And then there's a wide-ish mid-off or extra cover. Stokes clipped away, or cut away rather, fielded at deep point. There's also mid-wicket, deep square leg. There's a fielder, Ben Duckett, at deep mid-wicket, and there was a long on, but now it's KL Rahul, so we're just going to move things around again. 255 for 3 if you're just joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. A wicket in the first full over of play this morning. There was one delivery from Shoaib Bashir, and then Bryden Cast nipped Shubman Gill out, deflecting the ball onto the base of the off stump. Shubman Gill went for 8, and that is as good as it's got for England today. The lead for England is, or rather India, has stretched up to 261. KL Rahul has gone past 100 for the 9th time in Test cricket, and it's KL Rahul facing Joe Root, who is in and he's bowling around the wicket, and it's pushed to Shoaib Bashir, who's standing at mid-wickets. Rishabh Pant at the non-strikers end, he's 97 not out, and he's on the sweep is KL Rahul. He'll take a single to backward square leg, and that brings Pant on strike. Pant's been out in the 90s more than pretty much any batter that's ever played the game, 7 times. He reached 100 with a 6, an incredible moment in the first innings. And you know what, Jerry, I've got the feeling he's going to try and do it again here. He won't. He's at the other end, but Root is in. Nope, just opens the face of the bat, and guides this through vacant point for a single, moves to 98, and that brings KL Rahul back on strike. 257 for 3 India, a lead of 263.
Well, he can still get there with a 6, of course. He can quietly work his way to 99 and get it with a 6, can't he? But the stark contrast between this session, extraordinary.
Play back is KL Rahul, his big gap on the offside, and he duly just places the ball through vacant cover point. His fielder comes in from the boundary, 1 run.
And the contrasting batsmen that we've seen from Rahul, very restrained prior to lunch, letting the ball go a lot, and even since lunch he's just played at his style, his pace.
Here is Rishabh Pant, 98 not out, and he won't get off the strike there. In fact, he won't face the first ball of the next over. Can't beat backward point, no run. Yeah, 105 runs in this afternoon session, and we've still got 33 minutes to go, and you consider 63 came in the first session. Just shows how the game can change, and of course 13 overs until the second new ball as well.
Yeah, and Rahul letting the ball go so much this morning, and also this afternoon. If he doesn't want to play it and it's not near his area and it doesn't suit his game, he just lets it go through. That's Sutton. And at the other end you've got the live wire punt, playing balls outside the off stump and trying to sweep them from the quick bowlers over the top of mid-wicket on the longest boundary. That's more of just a challenge, I think, than anything else to him. He just loves playing cricket clearly. Drives straight back down the ground, which with a bat horizontal, almost cutting into the ground as he plays almost a cut shot straight down the ground. Extraordinary play. What an eye he must have. Falling over strokes, the whole range.
It was
and more.
It was an extraordinary shot, wasn't there? It was I would say it was an upwards pull shot. A few overs back when Manners is on commentary. Tried to pull the shot up over his own head. Setterfield for that. Just 10 men in a line behind the keeper, or 9. Bashir's in, cut away. There's certainly one here, maybe 2 as Chris Wokes runs in, and KL Rahul has got to be quick, and he is. 2 more runs to the score, and the wait for the big Rishabh Pant moment. That's why it just feels a little bit like there might be a little bit of rain in the air. I'm not feeling any droplets and nothing's landing on the laptop, but it just feels a little colder as the breeze comes across. Rahul readies himself, short leg, mid-wicket and a slip in place as Bashir's in, and he just drives wristily, pushing this up to mid-off, who comes in and hurls the ball back to the keeper, Jamie Smith. That brings our man, Rishabh Pant, back on strike. 98 not out. Only Andy Flower has scored 100 in each innings, confirms Gary Morgan. And there was a not-outer, not out 199 against South Africa in Harare. Bashir's in, and it's a wide delivery. It looked like Pant originally was planning to pull, then decided it's too far away, thought he might dab, and in the end just leaves the ball. There's a frontward flip in the first innings. What are we going to have here as Gangley comes forward and opens his body stance up and pushes this ball towards Ben Stokes at cover. No run. There's a little hush around the ground, a few Indian fans getting in good voice. Bashir's in, and this is left alone by Pant.
There's a certain disdain about the way he lets go too. Why are you bowling that wide at me?
You shouldn't have bowled that ball, you should have bowled this ball.
I'm not going to play any wild shots at you.
You can trust me, Shoaib. Just put it into my arc. Let me show you. No, I'm just going to bat it out. He wants manners on commentary when he hits the three figures, doesn't he? 261 for 3, end of the over. The 68th bowl, 12 overs until the second new ball, but India's lead 267, 7 wickets in hand, with Rahul on Nelson, 111, and Rishabh Pant 2 away from what would become his second century in the match, and he would become just the second Test cricketer in the history of the game. 2,500 and something Test matches to be a double centurion, 2 centuries in a match by a wicketkeeper. Test number 2,587 for those of you waiting to see what occurs. England not really in any rush now. Ben Stokes just taking a few paces back at mid-wicket. There is a short mid-on, and a couple of fielders behind the bat on the leg side. And a short fine and a deep backwards square leg as Joe Root comes in, and this is pushed through the offside. There's one there for Rahul. That'll bring Rishabh Pant on strike.
Yep, 5-4 field to KL Rahul, so there are gaps on the side with the 5, and more gaps with the one at the side with only 4 fielders, and he's anything short, he just finds a gap. Rahul, he's got the answers at the moment.
Rishabh Pant waits, Root is in, and he lets this one go, does Pant. He's seen a few off, hasn't he? He's playing with us a little bit, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, he's selecting the ball he wants to attack.
He's waiting for the ball that he wants to pummel into the stands. Here's Root again, touch flatter, cut and fielded at cover, and there was a single there, but a little miscommunication between Rahul, who's fiddling with his pad, and the batter Rishabh Pant. Maybe there are nerves there after all. It was hit powerfully, fielded well by Bryden Cass, and this is tossed up by Joe Root, quite wide. He's a canny bowler, an experienced old pro, Joe Root. Don't let that young face put you off. He knows what he's doing. Wide of the crease, and this is, I think that might have been an arm ball. It was certainly coming in on off stump. Wide of the crease, that kind of round arm action from Root went straight on and is left alone by Rishabh Pant. Last ball of the over. Rishabh Pant readies himself. He's 98 not out, and he's going to clip this full delivery into mid-wicket, and that's it for the over. All smiles. The cameras pick up the Indian dressing room. Most of them have got jumpers and hoodies on. It's a little bit nippy out here, but they're enjoying this. 263 for 3 then. India lead by 269. KL Rahul 112, and Rishabh Pant is not out 99. We have seen one batter dismissed on 99 in this test match. Harry Brook going for the big shot to reach 3 figures. And now it's going to be Shoaib Bashir. Harmy's back in his jacket, jumper,
Cold, isn't it?
Jeans. Yeah,
It's cold.
yeah, it is. It is cold. And Ben Stokes just again taking a little bit of time out of the game, and Rishabh Pant knows what's going on, so he goes for a little walk. Well, here we go. Rishabh Pant, 99 not out. There's a packed offside field as Shoaib Bashir is in, and he lets this one go, doesn't play a shot, and the ball deflects off the keeper's leg, Jamie Smith, and travels quite some distance. There was a run there, but no shot was played by Pant, so it stays where he is. And we continue. Here is Bashir. Touch flatter, wider. They're hanging it out there, aren't they, for Rishabh Pant, and he's not really that interested in taking it on.
No, he's not coming. He's not taking a bet. What he's doing is he's just waiting for that one that's either tossed up a little bit more, or the one that's a little bit straighter. Shoaib Bashir's bowling a bit wide here, and it's turning away from him.
Left alone again from Rishabh Pant. That doesn't go too far from the helmet. Behind Jamie Smith. England have been penalised 5 runs already in this test match.
Quickly now, Bashir. That's quick. That's nearly medium pace, that.
Maybe Pant's batting fatigue.
Yeah, I'm not so sure of that, but
Here is Bashir again. Rishabh Pant on 99, goes for the cut this time, and he gets through for the single. That means it's 100 in first innings and 100 in the second. What an innings from one of the most entertaining cricketers in the game. And guess what? The gloves are off. KL Rahul standing back, and Rishabh Pant unfurled the front flip. No! A big hug for KL Rahul. The Indian balcony just below me to the left. Hang on a second, is it coming? No. The Indian balcony are up, big smiles are cheering, and to the right of me, Ravi Shastri and Sunny of Gavaskar out on the talkSPORT balcony. And it looks like Sunny's imploring Rishabh Pant to do the front flip, but it's not happening today. A one-off in first innings, but a man who hit his 7th test century on day 2 has followed it up with his 8th on day 4, and possibly has set this match up for what would be a fascinating day 5 and potentially an India win. As KL Rahul just steps away from the crease and cracks a shot through the offside. It's expertly fielded by Harry Brook, running along from mid-off. And here we are, 265 for 3 then, India, a lead of 271, and they've got 2 centurions at the crease, and both have got there in as contrasting a style as it's possible to imagine, really. Steve Harmison, obduracy, correctness, assuredness from KL Rahul at one end, and just, you know, licorice all sorts at the other. And in and amongst that, Shoaib Bashir is about to bowl the final ball of the over, which is carved out to deep point for another single. Rishabh Pant moves to 101. Scored 266 for 3, a lead for India 272.
And both as valuable as each other in the context of this game, taking India slowly but surely towards that 300 mark and beyond. But what an innings. I mean, what a test match for Rishabh Pant. He is box office. And you talk about the skill level of Rahul when he's been solid in defence and workmanlike and making sure that staying calm under pressure. When Rishabh Pant defends it, he defends it well. And when he attacks it, he just attacks it a little bit better. And there's nothing in between. There's very few times where he gets indecisive. He might chip it over and hit it on the air and chip it over slip or whatever, but you know what he's doing. He's coming down and all his eggs are in one basket, and he's strong in defence as well.
And he's on the reverse sweep. Joe Root says targeting the stumps, and Rishabh Pant is going to get 4. I mean, I think that ball has just gone past off stump, past the keeper, between slip and down to the boundary. But really now, India can, as they have done for most of this session, can put the foot on the accelerator and try these things, because they lead by a big distance now, and wickets in hand, and he goes down the ground this time. 1 bounce 4, and the steward, who's just making sure nobody steps out onto the pitch down there at long off. I'm glad he's watching the game, because he had to duck to get out the way of that one.
Tell you what, you must be mad if you've come to this ground while Rishabh Pant's batting and you're not watching the game. Because, boy, he's box office. I think he's trying to go over extra cover there, and Joe Root just a little bit flatter and a little bit straighter. And he hasn't quite got it, and he's got it straight.
Here's Root again. This is tossed up, and Pant has launched this over and into the western terrace, over extra cover. 6 more runs from the bat, and India feels like are properly on the charge now. The scoreboard can't keep up to the left of us.
Yeah, they're not sure. They're not sure, are they? They're not sure if it's 4 or 6.
Well, I think it was wondering about the 4 earlier as well. Scoreboard just by the western terrace is saying 280 for 3, a lead at 286.
That's where he was going the one before as well. He just bowled it a bit flatter and a bit straighter, so he's had to hit it straighter. That there was a little bit more flatted, it was a little bit more outside off stump. I think this might be 6, I think it might be 6.
I thought it was 6, but I thought it went into the stand. It obviously didn't. It's a big boundary. Well, it's a decent sized boundary there, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's 6. I'm thinking it's 6.
Oh, I think that's 6 as well. It is.
Yeah.
Expensive over then for Root and England. He goes again on the sweep this time. Deep square leg, can't see it. And now Zach Crawley has to collect 4 more runs. India now 284 for 3. A lead of 290. Joe Root's experiment. He's gone for 20 from his 2.4 overs.
Got to keep tossing it up.
Yeah, I agree, he does. Goes a bit flatter this time, and there's a huge gap on the leg side, so Rishabh Pant will take a single. .15 from the over so far, and Rishabh Pant has gone past KL Rahul, 115 versus 113.
Brilliant, isn't it? It is, it's fantastic. I mean, this is a good blueprint for... You talk about bowling attacks having variation. Your batters have got to have variation as well. You've got to have different qualities, different skill sets, all doing the same things, which is scoring runs. But you go about it in a tempo, and this is the perfect tempo for me.
Over the wicket now to KL Rahul from Joe Root, and Rahul is happy to block. DJ says, what a player, received a lot of criticism during IPL, but in tests he is a superstar. That's Rishabh Pant. And Pranav Thiagarajan says, Rahul is a Rolls Royce and Rishabh Pant is a Ferrari. I mean, it's kind of what you're saying, isn't it? Two classic innings, and they've come in very different ways, both just as important. And that's what you need. I mean, the great Australian lineup, that's the thing that always used to stand out to me. They all batted differently.
We do. England do a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say England have got that now as well. I think that for a while it looked like maybe Joe Root was being encouraged internally rather than externally to bat slightly 100%. Different, and then he kind of realised that nobody was asking him to do that, and he kind of went back to what he does best. Harry Brook, I'd say he's a similar batter to Jamie Smith. Ben Duckett is very different. Very strong square of the wicket, and then of course Zach Crawley, when it pays off, he's as box office and as it comes down the ground. Bashir in, and Rishabh Pant has not got hold of this. It's going to drop short of the fielder at wideish long on, who runs round and collects a couple of bounces, and Pant comes back for a second. It's just everything's going now.
It is, everything's going. In England, it sounds silly, but England need to bowl at Pant. They're not going to get Rahul out in the foreseeable future. Pant's the wicket. Pant's the one that opens the door. He's going to give it away. That's what England are going to be open.
On the reverse now, and that's a good take from Jamie Smith behind the stumps. He would have been unsighted, and he's taken it cleanly, but no bat, or rather ball on bat. 287 for 3, a lead of 293. This has been a painful session for England. Game didn't really move on in that first session. Pant goes again, is fielded. Commando roll stuff from Shoaib Bashir, has hit hard, and if he hadn't fielded it, it would have, I'm not sure the fielder at long on would have chased that down. So no run. He's been expensive though, 75 from his 16 overs so far. But this is not the time you want to be bowling, really, is it? Pant goes again, it's in the air, suddenly long on's in the game, and the catch has been taken. Zach Crawley running in from the long on boundary. Shoaib Bashir with the success, kept tossing it up. Rishabh Pant walks off, KL Rahul runs all the way up to his teammate, gives him a little hug. Rishabh Pant kisses the bat, turns to take the applause from the crowd, looks up at the heavens. What an incredible couple of days we've had from India's wicketkeeper batter, or should I say batter wicketkeeper. Century in first innings and a century in the second. He goes just on the stroke of tea, 10 minutes to go. He's been caught in the deep for 118, and those that were here to watch that innings will be talking about it for many years to come.
Absolutely, this will go down as one of the great test matches for overseas players at Headingley. 100 in both innings, and a well-deserved standing ovation from all inside the ground, whether you're an Indian fan and Rishabh Pant has put your team in an unbelievable position, or you're an England fan, cricket fan, a purist of watching the great game. You've witnessed something special here. 100 in the first, 100 in the second, and he's possibly just took the game away from England. Like I said before, England, they needed to gamble, they needed to play, roll the dice in such a way where you said, the only way we're going to win this game is if we break this partnership. Rahul looks, in ominous form that he doesn't look irremovable, but I tell you what, if we keep throwing it up to Pant, he's going to hit it in the air, and he might give us a chance. I'm not sure they were looking to give him over 118 runs, but at the end of the day, England now have to believe, like they did in the first innings, that India can collapse. England will feel 320, 350, there'll still be a chance of a chase in the game. England have got a strike, and now there's a man on strike who hasn't played a test match in 8 years on a pair, and hoping to get him out before tea.
2 balls left in the over as Shoaib Bashir is in, and Karan Nair just comes forward and pushes this out to short cover, no run. Yeah, that's all England can do. India were in a better position than this in first innings. 430 for 3. Bowled out for 471. So, you never know in cricket. to Bashir, in again, and this is nicely played up to mid-on, but Duckett runs in to scoop up the ball, and that's the end of the over. Bashir with the wicket, but really the memories will stay with Rishabh Pant. And Ben Stokes has decided that 3 overs of Joe Root, well, that'll be it now. He's seen an opening, and with 10 minutes to go until the tea break, as Harmy says, if England could just prize out one more before that break, then they'll back themselves to come out after tea and knock over the remaining 5 that they would need, and then get set about with enough time in this game to chase down 350, 360. That would be the best that they can possibly hope for. And after a word from Harmy, it'll be Manners to talk you through the last 10 minutes of the session.
Yeah, well, we've got 42 overs left remaining in the day. There's 8 overs before the second new ball, 90 overs to go tomorrow. So we'll not get 42 in, we might get 36. So we're looking at about 125 overs left in this test match.
Stokes it is, short and wide outside the off stump, and cut powerfully by KL Rahul. Loosener from the England captain. KL Rahul is absolutely unstoppable. I was chuckling at what you were saying earlier, Rishabh Pant flying along, and you saying England need to bowl at him because they're not going to get Rahul out.
They just don't look like getting, and that's not saying England have bowled badly at KL Rahul. He just looks so comfortable. He looks so assured. He looks unbelievable in defence. And the minute England stray off line or off length, he just caresses it to the boundary.
Here is Stokes once again, and another cut shot, but bit of a top edge into the ground, nicely fielded, nicely stopped by Harry Brook, diving to his left, and they took a single. He's probably saved 3 runs there, Harry Brook. There's a deep backward point. Nobody on the 3rd boundary, so if that had beaten Brook in the gully, then would have been 4 more. 292 for 4, lead of 298. Karen Nair. 4-ball-0 in the first innings. First time back in the Test arena for just over 8 years. So he's still on a pair. Sai Sudarsan, his the debutant, fellow new face. He managed to avoid the pair. Made 30 in the second innings after a duck in the first. Here's Stokes to Karen Nair, hits that ridge outside the off stump, bounces extravagantly, and it's left alone by Karen Nair. Stocky figure, prodigious, prolific form in domestic cricket in the last 2 years. Not often you get a second chance if you've been ignored by the national selectors for 8 years. Very, very unusual to get a second chance, but so compelling has his form been that when Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli retired from Test cricket, he was the next cab on the rank. Here is Stokes again, outside the off stump again, left alone. There's no run. 292 for 4. Lots of people in the crowd today will be doing the maths, just as Harmy was doing, working out whether England have still got a chance of winning this game. There's going to have to be a collapse. I think that's. I don't believe that if India are in a position to declare, England, obviously mathematically they have a chance of winning because they'll be set a target, but I don't think it'll be even within the reach of this England team. I don't think India are going to run any chance whatsoever of becoming the 13th team to declare in the 3rd innings and lose. Outside the off stump again, left alone by Karen Nair. Question of you know, they always say, like, if you give the team a chance in the 4th innings, it increases your chances of winning. But it doesn't apply. If Ben Stokes is true to his word and says, and England go out there chasing 7 and over for 80 overs, then there's a very good chance they'll lose. India know that, So they don't need to necessarily give themselves lots of overs. Here is Stokes again outside the off stump and left alone by Karen Nair. So I think it's clever bowling from Ben Stokes. He knows that Karen Nair's a bit twitchy, a bit edgy on a pair. So he just put six balls outside the off stump, hoping that he'd lunge at one just to try and get off the mark. But he had the discipline to leave them all alone.
Yeah, he did, and he shipped up quite nicely there. It was a good over from Ben Stokes. I've not spotted anything. I think we all got to be careful. But this is the 32nd over of Ben Stokes. He's bowled brilliantly. He really has, and I think it's a great positive. England have got their all-round package back. They've just got the captain batter that bowled a little bit.
But you've seen enough.
But I'm close to have seen enough. I really am. I'm close to have seen enough. He's just stretching his groin out, and he's probably stretching more in that last over than I've seen him stretch in these last 3.5 days.
Shoaib Bashir into KL Rahul, pushes it out defensively on the onside, no run. 7 days between test matches, so everybody should have plenty of time to recover, but I just wonder whether England will make some changes to personnel. Jamie Overton's here. I wonder whether he'll play at Edgbaston. Bashir in again, turned away defensively on the onside by KL Rahul. What are the other options?
Jofra's just took a wicket he took a wicket this morning at Durham, and he's been bowling, and he bowled a spell of 4 overs that I had seen earlier. I'll just check what he's done now.
Here is Bashir again on the back foot. KL Rahul pushes it out in the offside, and there's no run. Sam Cook is part of this squad, but I don't see him getting a game. What's Gus Atkinson's fitness situation?
He was bowling, wasn't he? He was bowling before the test match started. He hasn't gone back and played for Surrey.
Here is Bashir once more. Lots of air this time. Turn and bounce as well. Nicely bowled, and KL Rahul managed to ride the bounce. Just got his hands quite high, tucked it round the corner on the leg side to 45 degrees where Ollie Pope fields. So as far as the fast, but Matty Potts, is he?
Matty's playing in the same game and Jofra's playing in.
Bashir in once more. Turn again, quite slow turn though. KL Rahul whips it through the leg side with the turn into him for another single. Rahul just marches on, well, strolls on, I think would be more accurate. He's 119. Karen Nair still not yet off the mark. He's faced 6 balls, 2 more than he faced in the first innings.
Matty Potts had a bit of a struggle in Durham's game. He's bowled 22 overs, 0 for 78. In Sussex's 361 all out.
Reverse sweep from Karen Nair. It's a nice way to get off the mark. 4 runs. Very fine. Played it very skillfully. And those in the know, those who know. He's off the pair. I feel marginally better about that. It means he's 33 years old. He's played a lot of cricket. He scored a lot of hundreds, 28 of them. First class level. He's averaged over 60 in the last 2 years. In the Vijay Hazare one day competition, he averaged 580.
He's in a bit of nick then, isn't he? Yeah, he's experienced enough to know what. And I'm sure he's had many a pairs in his time because he's played a hell of a lot of cricket. But the relief in Test match, because he missed out in the first innings. It was a big score. He had to sit a long time with his pads on, waiting for his time. 8 years missing. He got a ball to hit for 4. He just leant back, and it was a wonderful catch by Ollie Pope. Jofra Archer's up to 10 overs for Sussex in the game against Durham. He's got 1 for 19.
Here's Ben Stokes in once again. Harmy wants him off. He wants to go, Ben. There's 4 test matches to go and then 5 more at the end of the year. So you pace yourself, would you? Harmy, what about you know the honours boards everywhere, test match grounds around the world? What about why don't we have a board of shame? Bowlers who've gone none for 100 or more.
None for 100, yeah.
Or pairs.
I've done it a couple of times, I think.
Have you?
Yeah, I've gone for 100 plenty of times. I don't think I've gone none for 100. I think I've gone on for 100 plenty of times.
Here's Stokes in once more, and that is driven by Karen there, pushed really firmly. But it would honour those who, because cricket's a cruel game. It's one of the cruelest team games. The statistics, because like you can have an absolute shocker in a game of football and your team can get beat 7-0, but no one will particularly remember the left back who gave away two penalties.
Who give 2 penalties away by diving into the box? Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way of recording that, or at least not that everyone can see. Full and wide outside the off stump from Stokes, and Karen there leaves it alone. I think retrospectively we get some cricket historians together and go and put a board of shame up to honour those who tried.
Honour
but
those who
failed.
tried and failed. Yeah. From a batting point of view, I think I'd be on the pairs one quite a bit. I think I had 20 ducks, didn't I? Went past others, didn't I? I think there's only Jimmy. Is it only Jimmy that's got more ducks than me in Test cricket for England? I'm close. I'm close to being near the top of the list. I know I went past others.
Are you top 5?
Oh no, I think I'm top 2, top 3.
Here's Stokes again. Karen plays it defensively out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I prefer to remember the 46.
49, yeah.
49.
It was a good time and not a long time.
Always say 46, don't I? 49. That's right, because you.
I didn't get many manners. Don't cheat them out of me. Sam Cook, who potentially could play in the second Test match, he's going all right at the minute. He's bowled 12 overs, 2 for 29. As Hampshire are 164. Essex got 296 in their first innings.
Here's Ben Stokes again. Bouncer to Karen there. Saw it coming, I reckon. Saw it almost from the hand. Might even have picked it up from Ben's body language as he ran in there. The effort ball coming, and he just ducks out of the way of it quite easily and allows it through to Jamie Smith. I don't know what you're looking at county scores for. England don't pay any attention to county.
No, they don't. But there's a Lancashire captain's going all right. He's got 2 for 57 off 19.3 with 17 there with 7 mins. Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Not sure they're going to go back to Jimmy, but
possibly not. No, here's Stokes again. Karen there on the back foot, plays defensively up onto his toes. There's no run. 298 for 4. India leading by 304. And tea will be taken. So just 4 sessions left in the game. We didn't know which team, if either, had moved closer towards victory after the first session, in which India scored just 62 runs and lost only 1 wicket. But we emphatically know who's taken a step in the right direction after the second session of day 4, with India in a commanding position, not invincible. Just remember, they lost 7 for 41 in the first innings, and if they were to lose 6 for 41, their lead would be under 350, and England fancy their chances. It's been done. I mean, the precedent is right there for everyone to see, and this is the ground to chase them. 3 times over 350 has been chased successfully for victory in the 4th innings here at Headingley. So currently leading by 304. KL Rahul, I know for certain, will be guarding against losing his wicket, and reminding those at the other end that it's not the time for flamboyant stroke play. Maybe when the lead is over 350, then try and put the game to bed and make it safe at least. But there is still work to be done. England will be saying it just takes 6 balls, not necessarily all in 1 over, but they take 6 balls for 6 wickets, and then they can go out there and chase in the 4th innings. KL Rahul 120, Karan Nair has 4, he's off the pair, and the men out for India so far, who resumed at 90 for 2. They lost Shubman Gill in the first full over of the day, bowled off an inside edge by Bryden Cast for 8, but they had to wait a very, very long time. 195 runs later, Rishabh Pant caught at long on by Zach Crawley off Shoaib Bashir for 118. and no wicket since. KL Rahul going beautifully. The 9th Test 100, 8 of them overseas, and Karen there has 4. Okay, we'll be back after the tea break. Cup of tea and a slice of cake. Wherever you're listening, it's time to go and refresh your cocktail or make yourself a cup of tea, and we'll be back with ball by ball commentary here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in around 15 minutes time. Welcome back to Headingley in Leeds. It's the final session of day 4 of the first Test match, and what a gripping affair it's been. And we're in for some, I think, perhaps a defining session. Certainly as far as England's chances of victory are concerned. They need 6 wickets, and they need them in this session, all of them. Hopefully, or sorry, preferably for them in the first hour. Then that would leave them, in all probability, chasing a target of around 350. At the moment, India are 304 runs ahead with 6 wickets remaining and a centurion at the creasing. KL Rahul, 120. Karan Nair has 4. Shoaib Bashir is about to kick off proceedings from the football stand end. Just the one close catcher in for him. Not the only stationary catcher. There's a man at extra cover and a man at straightish mid-wicket as Bashir is in. KL Rahul picks up immediately where he left off with an easy single through the leg side as he goes back and across and plays it with the turn. And there is some turn. There's more turn, as you would expect, on day 4 than there was on day 1 when India were invited to have a bat first. Ben Stokes is the man at that straightish mid-wicket position, and he's making some adjustments, constantly tweaking, perfecting his field, coming up with a new plan, a little tweak here, tweak there, and he's just brought a man from the offside to square leg. He's at mid-wicket. There's a deepish mid-on, wideish mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, slip backward point, deep backward square leg. Here is Bashir, bowls to Karan Nair, plays it defensively out to short leg, fielded by Ollie Pope. What a brilliant short leg fielder he is. Only one that immediately comes to mind for England who in the modern era. Obviously there was Brian Close, who loved to field in that position without a helmet or any other form of protective equipment. James Taylor.
James Taylor, Ian Bell. Ian Bell was fantastic.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah.
Ian Bell, little ledge, low centre of gravity, move left and right, good hands.
Here's Bashir once again, and it's a quicker one. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. Not really so much from Jamie Smith, but more from Shoaib Bashir. Did Belly enjoy it, or did he have to teach himself to enjoy it?
I think he taught himself to enjoy it. Belly didn't like fielding. All he liked was batting. Belly just loved batting. He wasn't interested in the rest of it. If he could get himself out of the position, he'd be comfortable being like that, out of the way, but he was excellent in there.
Pushed away defensively on the onside, and there's no run. David Boone tells a funny story. You'd have
Boone
heard
was
it.
good, yeah.
He the first time he was stuck in there in the Test team, I can't remember who it was. Who would it have been? Mark Taylor? No.
Taylor, Alan Border would have
Alan
been
Border, that's right. Alan Border would have said to him, that's a reverse sweep, nicely played. Hit it well, but Bryden Cass intercepts, diving away to his left at short 45. Yeah, it was Alan Border said to Booney, did you enjoy it? Because if you didn't, you better learn to. You're going to be there for the next 10 years.
No, he was an amazing man, was Mr. Boone. We spent a bit of time with him in New Zealand, didn't we? Not seen him. I spoke to him a few times, but not seen him for a long, long time. My first captain as a wayward 17-year-old coming into the Durham side for 3 years. I was captained by the great man David Boone, unbelievable short leg fielder. The catch off Devin Malcolm, Shane Warne's hat trick, wasn't it? It was an unbelievable catch. He was a fantastic man who, you know, you talk about modern day and bowling overs and workloads and schedules. I was under 19s because I played in under 19 games that year. In my first year, full season at Durham, he bowled me 650 first class overs. ECB went mental. I think it was about 14 games.
Ben Stokes is continuing now, much to the concern of Steve Harmison, and that's down the leg side. There's a cheer and an appeal, mostly from the crowd. It's caught by Jamie Smith, but pretty certain that that wasn't off anything other than maybe the pad. Ben Stokes is wondering.
It's worth having a go at it for me. No, he's not going to have a go. I mean, where we are in the context of the game, England have only got to field for another 20 odd overs.
They're approaching the edge of a cliff, really, aren't they?
So I know they've only got 1 or 2 left, but it might have been worth it.
I think they all knew. I mean, if they, if you genuinely think that there's an outside chance, then go. But if you know there isn't, you're not going to get it. There's not going to be a technical fault. Driven out by Rahul to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Have balloons always been a thing at Headingley? There's somebody blowing balloons up and releasing them from this western terrace, and they're blowing across the ground.
Not normally. Beach balls get kicked about the western terrace and sometimes get on the field until the fun police get hold of them and burst them. But yeah, there's a red one, there's a yellow one, there's a blue one they're knocking about before. It's windy, so it could be coming from a garden party over the road. Some little 4-year-old's birthday's been spoilt by the wind because the balloons are blown away.
There's 4 or 5 different colours blowing across the ground. Every now and then a steward runs on and tries to collect them. Here's Stokes again, bowls to Karan Nair, and it's defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Am I imagining it? I'm sort of a very strong smell of garlic bread.
There was a strong smell of garlic this morning, but I don't know where, and then it disappeared. Our first session, when we were on, there's something in the air, and it's making it 100% worse because I've had nothing to eat all day and I'm starving.
I tell you what, whatever is causing that smell would be devoured just on smell alone.
It would disappear very quickly, I know that.
They could say it's ox heart and that'd be fine. Here's Stokes again, driven down the ground. Lovely shot from Karan Nair, but again it's gone straight to mid-off. Josh Tongue does the fielding, and there's no run. 300 up for India, 300 for 4. Rahul 122, Karan Nair has 4. Their partnership is worth 13, but it was the partnership between Rahul and Rishabh Pant which has really taken this game away from England, or is on the verge of being taken away from them. That partnership was worth 195. Here's Stokes once again outside the off stump, left alone, and there's no run. It does make sense, Harmy. I mean, Josh Tongue, Bryden Carse, they've only got one job to do.
Yeah, but I think it tells you, I think Carse has been better today. They could do with some overs into Wokes.
But Wokes hasn't bowled since lunch.
No,
and before lunch.
Yeah, I look down there and I see Jamie Overton go through it, and I'll have a look again and see where Jofra Archer's at, Sam Cook's at when it comes to overs. With 7 or 8 days in between test matches, why is Jamie Overton still here and not playing for Surrey if he's going to be in contention for the second test?
Flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a very easy single. Sunshine's come out now. It's not shining on us on our balcony, but it's certainly enlightened proceedings. It's all well good being fresh for a test match, but there's no point being fresh and rusty.
Yeah, well, we've seen in the first innings what fresh and rusty does. You can bowl overs, but you can't put 2 or 3 in this. And I know before people start having a go at me, I'm a good one to make this example. But if you can't put 2 or 3 in the same area in a consistent row, then there's no point being fresh, because at the end of the day you can be as fresh as you want. You won't be bowling. Your captain will take you off. And unfortunately, that's what's happened quite a bit. So Wokes is having a bit warm up. I think it's important for Wokes in this series that he gets a good bowl, because he's going to his home ground the next test match, and he will be playing.
Bashir in, and that's pushed out on the onside. There's no run. Will he? I mean,
yeah,
not on based on, if you go on performance in this test.
No, but I think the all-round package, I think you get. I think that number 8 batting spot is huge for England. Jamie Overton could fill that.
Slower one from Bashir, and Karan Nair defends it once again, and there's no run. Midway through the afternoon session, we were talking about cricketers international cricketers who are known universally by their initials. VVS Laxman was the latest one that we had. It was offered by one of our listeners from somewhere exotic in the world. Scott Taylor has compiled a list of the countries in the world from where we have received correspondence, and it is a magnificent list. Great research. Good on you, Scotty. Well, not research, but you've had to go back through hundreds and hundreds of messages, but it's a absolutely brilliant list. I'll run through it after the next ball, and all genuine, apart from the International Space Station. We didn't include that because we think that might have been a bit of a tease. Bashir in again. Rahul flicks it away behind square on the leg side, and it's gone straight to the field at Ollie Pope. There's no run. 302 for 4. In fact, I'm going to do it at the end of the over. But we're big in the Canary Islands, that's what I can tell you.
I can say, yeah, we're huge in the Canary Islands.
And amongst listeners on beaches. We had at least a dozen from listeners on beaches in various parts of the world, including Mauritius. That smells driving me mad.
Smells unbelievable. It really is. It's a good job that person's not on this balcony, because I'd have mugged him by now. No matter how hot his food is, the roof of my mouth probably would have been burnt by the end of it.
I also, I'm not so sure it is just garlic bread. I'm getting odours of roast lamb pushed away out on the onside. You're going to have to go and get yourself a sandwich. You're
going to have to stop it, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to chew my arm up.
Okay, here we go. It's the end of the over. 303 for 4. These are the places from whence we have received correspondence from listeners. South Africa, Peru, India, Australia, United States, Belgium, Canada, New Zealand, Netherlands, Germany, Turkey, Zanzibar, Spain, Norway, Nigeria, Thailand, Malta, Ireland, Vietnam, Portugal, China, Mauritius, Japan, Philippines, Tunisia, Antarctic, Ecuador, Gran Canaria, Morocco, Austria, Greece, Sweden, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kenya, Romania, Indonesia and Tenerife.
That was exactly like, you might not have seen it, it's on Instagram. Two lads singing the whole, I think...
periodic table.
They were singing the countries of the world. I'll find it and I'll send it to you. It's absolutely brilliant. And it just sounded... Well, nearly sounded a bit like what you've just done there.
Romania. Love it. Where's your favourite country? Zanzibar. I've been to Zanzibar. Brilliant. Really, really marvellous holiday. So it's just basically a huge beach with an island in the middle, with a mountain in the middle. An island with a mountain in the middle and beaches. Flicks away. Stokes over pitches. Too straight. Heading towards leg stump actually, and just helped on its way. Easy peasy runs for KL Rahul. He moves on to 127, and India 307 for 4.
Canary Islands is mine. We go there every year on holiday, the family.
Have you been to all three? Lanzarote, Tenerife and Gran Canaria? Or?
And Fuerteventura.
Oh yeah,
yes.
that's right, yeah, 4 of them. Yeah.
Not always with the kids, but normally with the kids we go Lanzarote.
Here's Stokes again, and it's defended on the back foot by Rahul, straight back to the bowler. It's such a critical moment here. You said 20 overs. I mean, I'm thinking even 20 minutes. I mean, it's such an important stage, and that's why Stokes is bowling.
Yeah, it is. It's big. England need to slow India down, because the onslaught is going to come. And when the onslaught comes, England have got to be ready and prepared, because I don't think they've got enough yet but they're going to start forcing their hands soon, because they're going to run out of overs.
Stokes in, short, tempted pull from KL Rahul, and he's missed it. It's hit him. Don't know where it's hit him. On the shoulder? He's not... forearm?
Did it hit him on the forearm? It looked as though he's
may have been on the back bicep, you know, because he's just...
shaking his hip as well. We'll see it here. Yeah, it's hit his bat, and then it's onto his hip.
Gus Hale is feeling left out because he's in Lithuania, and that wasn't on the list. Can you add it, Scott? Thank you very much. Lithuania. Don't ask me where it borders. I can't even get Switzerland and... Where was it? Luxembourg. Can't get them right. Here's Stokes again, full and straight, and KL Rahul pushes that one straight back to the bowler. But he's how many overs has he bowled now? Is it 30?
He bowled 20 in the first innings, so he's bowled 34.4 overs.
35 overs. That's
Yeah,
a big workload, isn't
that
it?
is a big workload. He's got a time in between, so it is. But unfortunately for England, England need to slow this game down. And the only bowler that looks like slowing the game down properly is Ben Stokes, from a seamer's point. Well, from any point of view.
Here he comes once again, and it's again full and just enough width on it outside the off stump for Rahul to steer it out towards cover. Zach Crawley's in the deep. He does the tidying up to another single. Rahul just grinds on and on. Grind in the most complimentary way possible, because he's so elegant that it on the face of it doesn't sound right. Tell me how far. I'm thinking he's close to 40 yards at the top of his run-up.
Yeah, he does. He gives himself a little bit of time to sort of walk and build himself up, and then he has a couple of steps and then kicks into his run-up.
It's still a 30-yard run-up, isn't it? I mean, 10-yard sort of walk and trot, and then the run itself, maybe 25, I suppose. But it's a decent distance that he's getting through every delivery. The last one is played defensively, and there's no run. It's no wonder when you look at that. It's no wonder those. Do you remember we did that? Oh, I told you that story about Courtney Walsh having run 96.2 standard marathons, just bowling, and then we did yours. Do you remember what it was?
Can't remember what mine was.
Well, when people laugh at you and say, well, have you ever run a marathon? You can say, no, I've run 42.
42, yeah. I couldn't do 42. Well, saying that, I've done quite more than 42 steps running around this ground to try and get into positions, but to get 42 marathons, yeah. No, and England captain at the end of this test match will feel as though he's done 42 marathons, because this is a heavy workload for the captain, and somebody needs to possibly tap him on the shoulder to make sure everything is in working order.
And Rahul is going to pick up 4 here, I think. Yes, just glides the ball past backward point and down to the boundary. Chris Wokes, who's at square cover, can't chase the ball down, so the score moves on by another 4. India's lead 318.
Good shot.
And after the intensity of that first session, where all eyes were on every single delivery, the crowd now amusing themselves a little. There's been beach balls blowing out onto the field of play, and just a feeling now it's about when India are going to declare rather than can England bowl them out, as Rahul comes forward and just gently takes another single to the leg side. He moves to 133. Karun Nair is at 6 not out, and he's eaten up 26 deliveries to get there, but he's off the dreaded pair. And of course he needs a bit of time out there, because he will face stiff examination. He'll come to the crease with a lot more pressure on him, you'd imagine, at Edgbaston, first innings and second. So just getting out there and getting used to what it's like being a test cricketer again is going to be important for him. So he's not going to do anything rash, as he just pushes this to Joe Root at square leg. Shoaib Bashir picking up the wicket of Rishabh Pant and celebrating with gusto. I mean, he's only 21, can't blame him for doing that, but his figures are a little painful. 1 for 88 from the 20 overs that he's bowled, halfway through the 21st now, as he draws Nair forward, and he's playing defensively. 2 wickets falling today, then 1 in the first full over of the day's play. Bryden Cast with an excellent delivery, which saw Shubman Gill inside edging onto his own stumps for 8, and then a big partnership between Rishabh Pant, who became just the 2nd batter in Test history, as Nair takes a single to cover, and Bashir fields from his own bowling. Only the 2nd keeper in the history of Test cricket to score a century in both innings of a Test match. Andy Flower being the other to have managed such a feat. He was caught by Zach Crawley running in from the long on boundary just before the tea break, but KL Rahul, who walked out when India had a lead of 6, is still there, and the lead now 320, and he's back, and he's slightly surprised by one that bounced a touch more than any of the others he's faced from Bashir, but he deals with it, and puts his bat on the ground and then sprints off. Slightly ungainly, but he is wearing batting pads after all, and I think he just might have been caught short.
Yeah, I think he's caught short. I'm not sure what. This is about probably four times in this innings that he's more normally gone off for drinks. He runs off, and he did in the first innings as well a couple of times. So I can't think of anything other than he needs a drink. And as Mike Burns runs out with the second new ball, Bryden Castle's already marked his run up at the end we're at.
Gus Hale says, hey guys, great coverage. Oh, I think you might mention Gus, he's from Lithuania. 50 Jez says, hi guys, can you add Switzerland to your list?
Yeah, we got that one.
Got that one, because we were talking about the cricket, didn't we? Switzerland against somebody yesterday.
Luxembourg.
Kapil Sharma's in Texas. Faraz listening from Madagascar. And Desmond Crossman. Well, he can only be listening in the Caribbean, right? Mr. Jack F 2002, currently on the beach in Caxias. That's you used to play for Real Madrid. Caxias.
Portugal, isn't it?
C-A-S-C-I-A-S. Caxias. Loving the commentary. Up the Ashington, Harmy. And Rojogan, who lives everywhere on the planet, is listening from... he's in Gulag City now, in Siberia. It was a bit colder yesterday here, I think. Greatest coverage, says Rojogan. Darth Poopy says Hong Kong says hello, and Rocker 222 is listening in Michigan in the USA. And in the time it's taken me to read through those cities and places and countries, KL Rahul has made his way back out onto the field of play. He's yet to put his gloves on, and he just expresses his thanks to Ben Stokes. He presses his palms together and gives that praying motion to Stokes just to say sorry. It was I just had to really did need to get off the field, but he's back on, and so is Bryden Carr. Short delivery, and Karun Nair just gets up on his toes and pushes this back down the track. He's 7 not out. KL Rahul is 133. India lead by 320. 314 for 4. So Harmy, when will the declaration come, as opposed to when should it?
When would it come? I'd want a spell of Jasprit Bumrah tonight. And is that going to be 4 overs, 5 overs, possibly?
So that means 10 overs, 8 or 10 overs, left alone by Nair. Touch wide from Bryden Cast. Bonjour from Paris, says Daniel Shepherd. And much love, guys. Rock on Harmy, says Rocker 222. Savita's listening in New Jersey. So if that's, let's say 10 overs then, shall we? Do you think 10 overs?
Yeah, well, let's break it down. We've got 34 left into this one. 3 for the change of innings. So let's say there's 30 left in today's player, which we won't get in. We'll probably get 27, 26. 26, so you're looking at another 16 overs.
Forward and driving, punch drive from Nair, and Ben Stokes kind of gives that one up. 4 more. The score moves on, 324. So they're thinking time rather than runs.
Yeah, I'm thinking time rather than runs.
Imagine.
Yeah, but if they say they're back for another 16 overs, which will probably, with a change of innings and this new ball going everywhere, time lost, we'll leave 10 overs to go in the day. We've got a 3 for a change of innings. That going at this run rate, that gives us an extra sort of 65 runs. 380, is that enough?
Here's Cast again, and 2 wide for Nair. Nair, who just shoulders arms and just takes a little walk up towards square leg ump, fixes his box and then comes back again. So that would be, so they lead by 324. So let's say they do bat for another hour or 15 overs, yeah, and they go at 4 and over, which they should do. I reckon they're looking at 400. So I reckon 400.
So that'll give them 400 off about 105 overs.
Yeah. Way wide of the batter, and given as wide by the umpire. 300. They've been pretty good on the wides, I think, the umpires, both teams. They've been quite strict but fair. 319 for 4, leader 325. So yeah, they're going to give England 105 overs to score 400.
So, but I mean, this is a different team, a different era, a different time. Ben Stokes' team will have a go at it. Do you risk giving England something to go at, knowing that they will go at it and you make mistakes?
2 slips in place in the gully. This is touch straight and Naya defends. And see, this is where I wonder whether they will do.
I don't think they will, no.
Will they actually be a little bit more defensive than that, India?
Or possibly, do they let things go for another 10 overs and say, right, we'll bat for the another 10 overs and throw caution to the wind? And if we get bowled out, trying to go at 8 and over, to get that up to 400, 420 and leave us 6 overs to go, or 7 overs to go, 4 from Jasper. That could be more of an idea.
Runs here, square of the wicket on the offside, collected at point by Crawley. Another run, and yeah, I would say that sounds more realistic to me. I think they're going to take the win out the equation, and England will go for it. They say they'll go for it, but I think possibly 7 overs tonight, 4 to Bumrah, and that'll be it. Whatever run, because if they're going to declare in an hour, you'd have expected them to start throwing the bat a little bit more than what we've seen in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, but it's not their game, is it? Rahul's game. I know Rahul's very, very handy, T20 player in the IPL. There's first game for 8 years, and he's still feeling his way. I think if there's a wicket goes down, all of a sudden Jadeja comes in. I can't see Jadeja blocking it. I can't see Shadul Thakur blocking it. So that might take a natural progression and let nature take its course. I think they need more than 90 overs. Realistically, I think they need more.
About India or England?
India.
To take 10 wickets?
To take 10 wickets. I think they might need more than 90 overs. And if they don't declare tonight, you run the risk of running out of time, because we only get 90 overs in a day, do we, really? So you're looking at possibly 87. Then you're looking at change of innings. So you take a couple off for that, and then you're running the risk of not having a second crack with a second new ball. If you declare tonight with, say, 6 or 7 to go, say you declare with 6 to go tonight, and we don't get all the overs in tomorrow, but we lose 3, you still have 11 overs, 12 overs with a second new ball if you need that comfort blanket to knock over numbers 8, 9 and 10. That would be my thought process. But at that point, do you run the risk of leaving England 400 with the potential on a flat pitch, fast scoring ground, that England go out and get it?
Works into the attack. This is short and wide and left alone by Naya.
So from a time point of view, are we getting close to running the risk of running out of time for India? Because we all know how conservative captains are. You're always 20 minutes, not 20 minutes too late, but he's a young captain, he's a new captain. This is Bazball. Will he want the comfort of 425?
Left alone again by Naya. Well, you'd hope not, from a neutral's perspective, from an exciting cricket perspective, because that would leave England in a position where they'd think, well, we'll go for it whilst Crawley and Duckett are there, and possibly Pope will try and chase down 6 and over, but then they'll just shut up shop a little earlier and be a bit disappointing as Wokes gets one to go past the outside edge of Naya's bat through to the keeper. No run. 320 for 4. Chris Wokes yet to pick up a wicket. Rahul 133 and Naya 12 not out.
The big thing I'd be saying in that dressing room, if I was advising them, is you'll never have a better chance to win the first test match of a series in England than this. So do everything you possibly can to put yourself in a position He's still the best chance to win it.
And the fact they're not going to have Bumble for every test match. Beats him again. Nair takes a big step down the track and plays defensively. It's a shot, both of those shots fraught with danger because he's playing with the bat well in front of the body and with hard hands as well. And Wokes is just getting that to bounce a touch more, but no success. What about team changes for England? Looking ahead, we don't know what's going to happen. The batting won't change, but the bowling might. There's not a lot of time between the two test matches. Forward, defending, and he's going to get runs here. It's not quite timed it that well that it's going to beat the fielder at mid-off, who does brilliantly well, actually, to prevent that from the India batters from taking two. It's Stokes. And you know what? I thought Nair could have really pushed that, and there was two there. But it's just as well that he didn't call KL Rahul through, because that was an amazing throw from Stokes, who turned and threw the ball, and it landed just behind the stumps of the non-strikers end. It would have been a simple run-out opportunity, so fair play. England, as you'd expect, haven't given up in the field. Defended again by Rahul, no run. 133 to him, 13 to Nair, and that's the end of Chris Wokes' 13th over. 3 maidens, 0 for 33. The 3 wickets to fall. 2 have gone the way of Bryden Cast, who's bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 early doors. Late last night to dismiss Jaiswal with a beauty, and did the same thing early doors this morning to get rid of Shubman Gill, but that's been pretty much it for the wicket taking from the fast men. Shoaib Bashir buying a wicket, really, tossing it up repeatedly, and in the end Rishabh Pant miscuing one to long on. Harmy, just as he left, showed me Jofra Archer's bowling figures. He's playing today in the county championship for Sussex. I'll read them out in a second. Ooh, that's a good ball from Cast, and Nair is just prodding on the back foot. Let's have a look at the county championship, actually. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people interested in what's going on around the country. Sussex playing Durham at the moment. Sussex bowled out for 361 yesterday, and in reply Durham 173 for 4. Of course, at this stage my computer goes on the go slow. Fuller from Cast, and this is driven up and over backward point and away to the boundary for 4. It was in the air, but just a fraction too high for the fielder. 173 for 4 then, Durham, and Jofra Archer's bowled 12 overs, taken 5 maidens, and picked up 1 wicket for 27. Emilio Gay, who's a decent bat, opening up for Durham. He went for 37, so that's, I suppose, encouraging in itself. I'll go through the other scores in a mo. Jeremy Coney's replaced Harmy. Cast again, and this is left alone by Haroon Nair. My team, Surrey, had a little bit of a collapse, actually. They bowled Worcestershire out yesterday for 214. Surrey have got 2 Kiwi overseas players in their team. Worcestershire have got 1, Henry Nichols. That's Mitch Santner, picked up 3 wickets yesterday. He was out for a duck today. And Nathan Smith as well are in the Surrey side. 265 for 6. That's a little bit of a fight back from Worcestershire, because Surrey were about 150 for 1 at one stage. Cast in again, and he has struck Nair on the pad, but a stifled appeal, because possibly an inside edge. Yorkshire are 68 for 1. They've got a New Zealander in the ranks. O'Rourke playing for them, but Nottinghamshire were out for 400, bowled out for 487. So the league leaders, not sure how quickly they chased those or scored those runs. I'm not sure if they got full batting points, but certainly doing well. And let's have a look at the other games in Division 1. There's Cast again, past the umpire, and Nair defends. Warwickshire 52 for 1. Now Jacob Bethel's playing for them today. I don't think he's coming in at 3. Somerset made 498. in their innings. And it's Tom Latham batting at 3 for Warwickshire. He's 7 not out. Rob Yates the man to go. Matt Henry, another Kiwi, is playing for Somerset. Runs for Tom Lammonby and Tom Kohler-Cadmore yesterday for Somerset. Oof, a little bit of additional bounce there. Karen Nair is forward, and that just bounces more than he was expecting. Uncomfortable single to backward point. And Essex and Hampshire, the other game in Division 1. Essex bowled out for 296, and in reply, Hampshire 203 for 4. It's a very competitive county championship this year, Jeremy. You're going to be on duty for Surrey, aren't you, at some point?
Yeah, I think I am actually, John. 8 points for a draw this year, isn't there? That's a change in the point system. I don't think Surrey's have too many victories actually, but they've got quite a few draws.
Yeah, they're the only unbeaten team in Division 1, but Nottinghamshire are above them in the league.
Yeah.
A lot of draws actually. Here is Wokes, and Nair will take a single. Cast, quick to react at point, but can't stop. Another run added. India's lead 333. 327 for 4 with KL Rahul 133 and Karen Nair 19 not out. Yes, Surrey have been battling the pitches as much as the opposition at times. A very flat track at Sussex and one at Warwickshire, and truth be told, the pitch at the Oval didn't come to their aid in a game against Hampshire earlier this season. So a few draws as KL Rahul again just pushes this to point, no run. But Nottinghamshire have played really well, made a couple of astute signings. There was a couple of overseas at the start that paid off for them. They're scoring a lot of runs, and they've been playing well. So they're at the top of the table. But actually, I mean, it's been a season where a lot of teams have been dropping points left, right, and centre. Everybody can beat everybody on their day. Here comes Wokes, and he beats KL Rahul, who at the last minute just drops his bat away from a ball that bounced a touch more in the channel. Yeah, Essex and Hampshire, two teams that are usually pushing Surrey at the top of the table, have both lost games. They're in 7th and 8th. Worcestershire kind of a little bit stuck down the bottom there, but plenty of intrigue. You'll enjoy whatever match you cover, that's for sure. There's a lot going on in the championship. Wokes again, defended again by Rahul. Now I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Harmy, Jeremy, and that is, what do you think India, in terms of the declaration, what do you think it will be?
Oh, they can keep going. I think if it was me, I would just, while Rahul certainly is there, I would keep going. If they want to bat the whole of today, they can do that.
Do you think they will? I've got a horrible feeling they're going to.
They might. They might, yes. I think
another wide ball from Wokes, and it's left alone. See, England will talk about chasing down anything, but they're just going to hang it out there now, aren't they? They know taking time out of the game is to their advantage rather than India's.
Yes, well, for what too? In what sense? That they can draw the match?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, do you think they will do that?
I think
there's the question.
They will, yeah. I think they'll bowl dry.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll bat dry.
No, well, that's what I mean.
But they'll bowl dry. And they do still have 2 slips in, and this is going to be runs down to 3rd. Chase on for Crawley, can't beat that. Delightfully guided back foot cut from KL Rahul, and 4 more runs are added to the score. 3-3-7 now the lead. Harmy was thinking he'd like to see, or he feels like India would like to see 4 overs for Bumrah tonight, which means, of course, a minimum of 7 overs. So that would mean, with a change of innings, let's say 10 overs, which usually takes about 50 minutes or so, I suppose. So that means declaring maybe 5:30, 5:40.
90 overs tomorrow?
Well, this is the problem, right? So then it does bring in...
You can't count for rain. You've got to say to yourself all the overs are going to be bowled.
Cast is in and bowling on good length, and just defends on off stump.
So he's saying 100 overs.
Yes, 105 overs he is thinking. Between 100 and 105 overs, and a target of around 400.
How long have we got to go until that declaration then? How many overs?
I think he thinks about half past five, maybe 20 to 6. So about an hour from now.
So another 15 overs added then, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Well,
Cast, short delivery, just drop down into the offside. There's a lot of space there for Nair to take a comfortable run. He moves to 20.
I can't see them getting to 400 ahead in 15 overs, can you? Not really. That's 6 to 7 runs an over. We saw in the second session of the day getting quite close to 6, but in the 5 still, and that's with Pant going, and Rahul just taking singles. I think with Nair there at the moment and Rahul there, I don't think that's likely, to be honest, and with your quicks bowling with a new ball. Yeah, you can get some runs sometimes.
That was a no ball, by the way. Bowled in! Far and inside edge. Rahul trying to ride the bounce and play this through third, where there isn't a fielder on the boundary, but he's got a thick inside edge back onto middle stump. And a quite brilliant innings has just come to an end here at Headingley. Rahul, who walked to the crease with India leading just by 6, has gone past 100, and in doing so has stretched that lead up to 339, and the crowd here at Headingley get to their feet, not for the first time in this test match, which has yielded a lot of runs, but few more important than the ones that Rahul has produced here. Masterful knock comes to an end. He's got to go for 138.
Well, he's sculpted a wonderful innings for his side as he departs. A 40 in the first innings, and now 137 off 247 balls. Wanders over the boundary to the acclaim of not just the crowd but also his teammates, and really he has just manipulated his innings right throughout this second Indian innings, where wickets have fallen a bit, but he's been able to find partners at different times, particularly Pant, of course, and enable him to play in his freewheeling style and just knock it around and give him the strike so he can continue to score runs quickly. So a masterful innings, really. I've really enjoyed the contrast today. We've been I see a lot of cricket, as you do, John, and sometimes you can become inured to it all, but it really, to see 63 runs only in the first innings of the day, when obviously India backs to the wall, not wanting to lose wickets before lunch. And as I say, 63 runs off about, I don't know how many overs we had, but
24
overs. So you're not talking many runs and over at that point. It was really just saving the game.
First ball for Jadeja, and he's up on his toes and pushing this to cover, where Cast fields from his own bowling. He's picked up the third wicket of 4, 333 for 4, and he's dismissed some proper batters. Rahul, Shubman Gill, and also Jaiswal.
Yeah, Rahul getting that one that bounced, doesn't it? Even more an accentuated bounce because of the new ball, very high up, and he's actually got it from high up. He's dragged it down onto his stump, so that's 2 in off, if you like, from the bat we've had today from Shubman Gill first, and then Rahul.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who tries to just place this to square leg, is hit high on the pad, and Nair is sent back.
So a contrast from 63 runs in the first session to 145. That's over double in the second session. 1 wicket falling in each. But what a contrast also, not just in the number of runs, but the batsmen themselves. You know, to see someone like Rahul, who is I don't know, how would you describe him? He plays a kind of, with respect to me, to the book of arithmetic. You know, he knows how to play his cricket on his own terms, and he works out.
This is fired in on the pads. There's a leg slip in place. Jadeja's got nowhere near this with the bat, and Cast goes up for leg before. He's on his haunches midway down the strip. Stokes is just asking for some advice. It looked a bit leg side to me, but we aren't exactly bang on behind the bowler's arm, and Stokes, I don't think is going to go upstairs. Nope, he's not, and Cast will start making his way back to his mark.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just contrast right through the day. Right hand, tall, flowing kind of player with respect to the rational law, and you know, he's quite quiet and thoughtful, never noisy. His shots, they're not rampaging at all. He's had to dig cricket out of his bones. You just get the feeling, KL Rahul. Stance very nice and easy, organised, keen and watchful. And at the other end, you had a short left-hander, Rishabh Pant.
Here is Cast again. Good length ball, which bounces and is wide of Nair. And we know he's not going to go chasing. I mean, I think on this pitch, having listened to everything you just said, possibly if there are other batters out there, if Pant was still out there, maybe Thakur, then maybe, you know, I mean, Jadeja can swing the bat, there's no doubt about that. You know,
Yep.
4, 5 and over for 15 overs. That'll get you up to your 400.
Well, let's wait and see. We'll just wait and see that one. If Punt was there, you'd certainly think there was more of a chance, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because he just doesn't allow a bowler really to enslave him in any way at all. He just plays cricket on his own terms. You know, technique has never really tyrannised him at any point at all. You know, he pulls and tugs science by the beard.
Does science have a beard?
Yes, it does. Of course it does. It's not a very nice beard either.
It's been tugged.
That's why we like the flexibility of someone like Punt. It's one of the things we like about him. All the schoolboys, he'll become their hero today if you were here watching that innings.
There's certainly more India fans today as well, isn't there? It's a different sound to the festivities as Wokes continues, and he has Jadeja playing all around a delivery. He's squared up a touch. There's a very short and straight mid-on. And Jadeja just has a little look down and has a prod. The scoreboard to the left of us, Jeremy, is stuck. KL Rahul is still batting, and the scoreboard to the right of us
is that the first innings
is also stuck, and it's just showing the team emblem. So struggling a little bit. 334 for 5, I think, is the score. It's updated itself. Here's Wokes. And Jadeja again, kind of groping forward a touch. The ball coming off the inside edge down to square leg or backward square leg, and that's Jadeja off the mark, I think.
So, well, the question I would ask you also about what you're talking about is, are you more likely to win by getting more runs and making the target more difficult, or not, and giving yourself more time, which is what you're saying, giving more overs? I don't think there's a lot of difference because of the way England play.
Wokes in again over the wicket to Nair, who plays this back to the bowler. No run. The scorecards are just going all over the place. They're flipping between which batter it is. I think that in some ways, you know, we've all seen cricket games where actually getting bowled out has helped a team win a game, because it's just prevented them from being naturally defensive, and it's actually given them a better chance to win because it's actually given the chance to, but the chance to lose is also encouraged and advanced. Duckett Fields tries to throw down the stumps at the striker's end from backward point, but keeps hold of the ball. No run. But I've also seen and watched and heard a lot of cricket where the commentators are hell-bent on a team declaring very early. and in the end it's made absolutely no difference because the other team has been bowled out well within time. And while it's important for India to win this match, it's also equally important for them not to lose. But just the point you made a couple of days ago is they're not going to have Bumrah for all 5 test matches as Nair steps forward and lets this ball go through to the wicketkeeper. I mean, Nair doesn't appear to me that he's been given the tap on the shoulder. Needs to hurry up and score as many runs as possible in the next 12-13 overs because we want to get back out there.
I haven't seen any indication just yet, have you?
No, I haven't. Kieran says, I feel they were only declared tomorrow morning. Down the track and driven back to Chris Woakes, who has collected this ball in the follow-through. And Nair's having a look at the umpire. Woakes is celebrating, the fielders have gone round him, and Nair finally has to trudge off. He was caught brilliantly in first innings and not quite as acrobatically in second, but that is a fine grab from Woakes, and Nair's innings has come to an end for 20.
Yes, again on a drive in the first innings that went just to the left of cover. This drive again not getting over the ball enough, and Woakes in his follow through to his right, nice height, was able to get 2 hands to it comfortably and keep his balance in the follow through as well. That's what made the catch a little easier, and Nair shakes his head as he walks off. Disappointed, he got to 20 in this innings, and he has to leave the park as well. So wickets falling, 335 for 6 now, so 341 ahead. And who's this we've got coming out?
It should be Thakur, shouldn't it? And it is.
Yeah.
I think in his short innings today, England would have not worked Nair out, but they would have become aware of a propensity to get the bat forward and not play it under the eye line. He's pushing too much. Right. He's not getting over the ball. He was slightly unfortunate maybe to be dismissed by such an athletic catch, but it wasn't a good shot. The ball was there to be hit, and he didn't really hit it particularly well. No,
it's a question of one or other, isn't it? You either let the ball come to you and punch it into the ground closer to you, or go through the shot a little further and hit it beyond the bowler, back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, caught between the two. So, but that is something we'll keep an eye on at Edgbaston. talkSPORT will be there. The talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel will be broadcasting every day of this series between England and India. England have picked up a 6th wicket, and look, hey, they get Thakur out early. Maybe they will bowl India out. You know, Bumrah, and also, is it worth sending Bumrah in? Oh, I'm asking too many questions. I'm being told, get out of here. Yes, and it is the start of the over, so I should probably do exactly that. Jeremy, you can answer that. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll just call this one, and then Manners will be in. It's Cass in, and is that Thakur facing? I've lost track. No, I think it's Jadeja, the left-hander. 336 for 6 then, a lead of 342, and Neil Manthorp's going to take over after a word from Jeremy.
Yep, so a couple of wickets within 2 or 3 overs from England makes the scoreboard look a little better for them. There's always that chance when you bowl a side out that you know, obviously you're going to earn a few more overs to do the chasing. Whether that gives Bumrah another spell, we don't know. Look, I personally think that India will go as far as they can. Carson again.
Left alone by Shardul Thakur, who's got a point to prove after a modest test match so far. He played a bit of a wild drive at Ben Stokes in the first innings and nicked off as part of that massive collapse of 7 for 41. This one is left alone, and so he went for, scored just 1 and then bowled some innocuous overs of gentle medium pace, 6 overs at cost of 38. So he needs to, I think India will want him to hang around. There's an hour and a half's play left in the day, and that one is clipped up towards wide mid-on, picked up shy at the stumps from Josh Tongue, but doesn't hit them at the non-striker's end. They scuttle through for another quick single. 337 for 6. There is absolutely no chance. This is a question. That sounded like a statement, I know. It is a question. of India declaring tonight?
Not in my opinion.
No.
As I said, not if they've got wickets left, but they could be bowled out. That's an option as well. Shardul Thakur there, even with that delivery, looked as though he might be keen to play a few shots.
Here is cast to Ravi Jadeja, back of a length on off stump, up into his toes he goes, guiding it to gully, Duckett fields another single. 338 for 6, lead of 344.
I take the view that the less overs doesn't really worry India at all, and I don't think there's too much about having more overs to get the total or less overs. England are going to go for the total whatever it is anyway. That's what they keep saying to people. There would be disappointment, I thought, if they'd hang on for a draw.
Here's Cast once again outside the off stump and beats Thakur, I think, outside the off stump. I think he had a little push at that, and through it goes to the keeper. The thing is, Jeremy, is that you know, they bat down to number 8, but if they need, and so I don't know, so they're 280 for 6, needing 120 from the tail with 10 overs to go, sort of thing. Then surely you don't play any attacking shots. Surely you don't just give the test match away. Cast in again. Thakur drives up towards mid-off, fielded by Stokes, and there's no run. But I mean, Stokes is just so adamant. They haven't been in that situation yet, so we haven't seen the reality. We haven't seen whether they will, when it's just, you know, impossible. And if they need 13 and over for the last 10 overs with numbers 9, 10 and 11 in, you're going to ask them to have a slog. Here's Bryden Cast again, thundering in, and so pushed away by Shardul Thakur. Lots and lots of space on the offside. At an easy single, Chris Wokes comes in from the cover boundary. I know that it goes against Ben Stokes' instincts, but so should losing. That should go against his instincts as well.
Couldn't agree more. But he wants it to be entertainment, doesn't he? He wants to. It's kind of like a moral issue. This is the good. This is the good. And so I personally would think, look, we've worked very hard over 4 days. We've played quite well. We came back and chased a big 470 down in the first innings. We nearly got to a point this morning where we could perhaps have picked up another couple of wickets, had a chance with a catch or two.
Here's Chris Wokes outside the off stump, left alone by Shardul Thakur.
We haven't played badly enough for us to lose.
It's like one of those philosophical dilemmas. Do you remember the one where there's a train heading, a runaway train heading for a building which has 50 people in it, and it could be a catastrophic, unless you can divert the train onto a siding where only 6 people are in danger. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, but I know what you're saying to me, yes.
So in cricketing terms, maybe that's a bit risque analogy. In cricketing terms, it's less bad to lose, or to draw than to lose. It's less bad to draw. It's okay. The end of 5 hard days, steered away now by Thakur behind square on the offside. Another single.
Well, that's why there is a draw in the game, and in most games, you know.
There's no penalty shootout in Test cricket. Crowd has certainly thinned out. I mean, it's still a magnificent crowd. You know, you get this many for a series in other countries around the world. It's still a fabulous atmosphere, terrific. Lots of empty seats though, and that may well be that some people have decided to go home. It is a working day after all. There's tea to be made for kids, pick up from aftercare. Thakur 3, Jadeja 3. 341 for 6, lead approaching 360. Jadeja now drops one onto the offside, sets off for a single. Bashir shows some athleticism in the field, running in from cover, picks up one-handed, shies at the stumps, looks heavenward, he misses, thinks that might have been close had he hit.
That was a tight run, wasn't it, from Jadeja? It was on square. It had about the only thing going for it. That's so the fielder could only have one stump to aim at. But it was a pretty tight single. It looks as if he wants to get a single every ball and get at the other end at the moment, Jadeja.
Yeah, they're both operating in singles, aren't they? Here's Wokes again from the football stand end. Thakur also backs away, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to Crawley at third man boundary. He's not on the boundary, he's in a little from the rope. And there's another single.
Can't see them getting to 400 or 3, you know, and bowl 8 overs at England tonight. I just can't see them getting there, and I can't see them being happy having done this work, feeling that they're going to get 90 overs tomorrow as well.
Wokes now round the wicket to Jadeja, and yet another single as he flicks it off his pads out towards deep square leg. The other thing, Jeremy, is that they might be 350 ahead, but if they were to go bang, bang, bang and get bowled out in the next 15 minutes, then England have got an hour. They could finish the day 70 for none. Then suddenly they need 280 on the last day.
It's very different, isn't it? Very different.
So India are not impregnable, invincible. They're not in the comfort or safety zone, not by any means. They've still got some batting to do. I think they're going to bat an hour and a half if they can till the close of play. That one is a super drive from Shardul Thakur. Lovely drive, and the cheer you heard in the background there is a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of fun and games at mid-on by Josh Tongue, I think it is, who fielded that ball and then tossed it in the air as if it was a catch, even though it was all the way along the ground. Some people weren't paying attention in the crowd and were misled momentarily to thinking that it was a catch. And talking of which, Josh Tongue is now being brought back into the attack. So can he eat some more rabbit pie? I'll need to explain that for those of you who missed it in the first innings. If you knock the tail enders over, affectionately known as rabbits, and you're said to be eating rabbit pie, and that's what he did very effectively indeed. He took 4 for 8, wicket to wicket. He had none for 75, finished with 4 for 86. So he was said to be eating rabbit pie, and that's what they want him to do again. Don't let the rabbits escape. Starts with a full toss to Jadeja, who berates himself for missing out on it. It's hit him on the shin, or at shin height on the pad, and he's very cross with himself, swishing his bat as if he's been attacked by a swarm of bees. He has. He's missed out on a gift. There's a deep square leg and a mid-on, but nobody at mid-wicket. There's acres of space. That had 4 written all over it. Jadeja is saying to himself in Gujarati or Hindi. That's left alone outside the off stump, I think, by Jadeja. Went back and across, was going to play at it, and then just brought the bat inside the line. Harmy, do you agree that, you know, if India get careless and get knocked over quickly as they did in the first innings, and England put 50 on the board, that fifth day will look rather different?
Yeah, it will look rather different, but it'll still be a long way to go. Sometimes as a team, you're better off getting bowled out.
Jadeja drives through mid-on for 4. Tongue pitches up. Ben Stokes is quite wide, indicating that there's not going to be too many pitched up. That's what the field suggests anyway, and it is pitched up. And Jadeja plays a glorious on drive, straight down the ground, well wide of Stokes for 4.
Yeah, sometimes in a situation like this, if you're a bowler in the dressing room, you're quite happy if you get bowled out, rather than the captain having to make a decision, and maybe he's going 4 or 5 overs too many, and you then run the risk of running out of time. But you're playing against a team like England,
Jadeja now steers one behind square on the offside, takes another single. 348, 349 for 6.
And one thing I think I'd be very, very recommending in that India dressing room, if I was advising them, that Jasper Bumrah bat number 11. Because if he comes out here and I've got a ball in my hand, I'm going to try and hit him on every part of his body. Because that's our best chance of winning the game, is if he can't bowl. He's their prime asset, he's their big target. And many times, as a player, you look at someone like Murali, or you go hard at Warney. That's what you do as a fast bowler. That's your job. Unnecessarily, I think, for Jasper Bumrah to bat.
Here comes Josh Tongue, and Shardul Thakur pushes it out to cover, fielded by Bryden Carse. Has a aggressive throw into keeper Jamie Smith's gloves. Have you been to Leeds and Bradford Airport? International
no,
airport?
I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have.
So no point me asking you what it's like then. They say it's Leeds and Bradford.
There. It's over there.
Well,
that's where the planes are going.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leeds and Bradford, but that is Bradford area. Bradford's over that way, and Manchester down there. Then obviously the city heading towards the south. Wakefield on the left-hand side.
Here's Josh Tongue again to Shardul Thakur. It's a bit too quick for him. Hits him on the thigh pad, bounces out on the offside. He asks permission to field it, as you have to do as a batsman. You can't just pick the ball up. Well, you can, but you'll get an absolute gobful from the fielding side. Sweaty gloves on the ball if you're trying to get it to reverse swing. Anyway, he was given permission, so he did pick it up and tossed it to the nearest fielder. And India remain 349 for 6, leading by 355.
He once played in the 5th Test match, it was in Sydney, on a corrugated wicket, and he ended up getting 7 for and won the game for us. He never played again after that, but I was batting in that game. I think I got 20 odd, slogging a few. Brett Lee was bowling very, very quickly, and he was targeting a lot of my body. I mean, there was a little bit less of my body then than there is now, and I was looking towards the changing rooms at Nasri Singh, and Alex Stewart was at the other end, and I'm like, I'd much rather bowl on this surface, Nas, than bat on it, especially the way Brett was bowling at me.
So he was primarily, for good cricketing reasons, trying to hurt you rather than get you out?
Absolutely. I'd have done exactly the same to him.
That's honest. Here's Wokes to Jadeja, who tries to take a single into the covers, but Zach Crawley's a little too quick for him, and he has to scuttle back. There was a question a couple of days ago that came in on the message board on the YouTube channel, our YouTube channel, which said, ask Harmy, when was the gentleman's agreement between fast bowlers? Did you answer that question?
Yeah, it was well before my time.
Yes, I was going to say.
My time. Well before my first ball in first-class cricket donged off my Durham badge.
Here's Wokes outside the off stump, and there's no run. Seriously, your first ball as a 17-year-old?
First ball as a 17-year-old
hit you on the head?
Test match cricket of Alan Mullally hit me on the head. And about 4 years later at Darlington, might be a little bit more, a few years later, I might have been playing for England. I ran down the hill at Darlington. The game was won. Yeah, we needed 1 wicket, needed millions to win. And I bowled every single ball at Alan Mullally's head. And it was basically saying, just remember, 4 or 5 years ago, you hit me on the head, I'm getting you back.
Works again to Jadeja. Hits him on the pad. He's round the wicket, angled into the left-hander. And there is no run. The only person I can remember immediately seeing fast bowlers show respect to, and that was based more on his inability to bat and the fact that they really didn't want to hospitalise him, was Murali.
Murali, yeah.
But then he learnt to slog, and so they thought, okay, right, that's it, you got it coming now. Here's Wokes again, beats Jadeja outside the off stump. That's good delivery. It looked like he's just nipped that one away from around the wicket. It's good effort.
Brilliant story with Murali and Andrew Flintoff are very, very close. Murali, I've said on talkSPORT many times, Murali came in for 10 hours into England for Andrew Flintoff's wedding. In a test match in Sri Lanka, Murali's bat sponsor, same as Andrew's, his bats are broken, so he asked Andrew for a bat. So Andrew obviously lent him one of his bat.
Works into Jadeja, pushes it out on the leg side.
And our captain at the time, Nasser Hussain, was politely telling our big all-rounder to hit Murley in parts of the body where he wasn't using his bat, i.e.
The right hand?
Right hand was somewhere there. But Andrew and Murley had a little bit of a pact where Murley didn't get a bouncer for about 3 or 4 balls and Andrew didn't get the dusura. And while Fred was trying to bowl Yorkers at Murley was whacking him over his head.
Works again to Jadeja outside the off stump, left alone. And there's no run. 349 for 6, India, leading by 355. The 6 down, still some batting to go. Shardul Thakur's at the crease. So they have shared a sponsor, and this agreement, this pact, was made between the two players.
It was a little gentleman's agreement to make sure that each other got off to a decent start and got a chance to see the ball. And Murley being, I think, 12 or 14 off 3 balls. Three attempted Yorkers gone wrong from Andrew. Nasser's apoplectic somewhere in the field, shouting a lot of expletives. And then at the end of the over, Murley's walked past Fred and gone, "Nice bat, Freddie, nice bat." To which really got up the skin of our captain.
I can imagine.
Which we got a few more expletives.
I can imagine. Josh Tongue in now. Edge, draw, caught, got him. First slip, Joe Root takes the catch. Shardul Thakur has gone. India is 7 down. England hope again. Josh Tongue pitching it up, tempting the drive. Shardul Thakur obliges and is dismissed in much the same way that he was dismissed in the first innings, and he was caught behind by Jamie Smith. This time it's Joe Root snaffling the catch at first slip. It's a good catch as well. I'm not sure, did it bobble out? I thought I saw him clutching it to his chest, but maybe it didn't bobble out. Maybe that's just the way. Maybe it wasn't quite in the hands, and so he's just clutched it to his chest to make sure that it didn't squeeze out. But 7 down India, 349, wicket for Josh Tongue. He's eating the rabbits.
Yes, he's eating the rabbits, and hopefully they keep on coming. I mean, it was an excellent catch from Joe Root. I don't think it popped out, but I think it wobbled just before it got to him. It hit him hard. It's a hard place to field slip here at Headingley, especially from the rugby stand end, especially when you're fielding at the rugby stand end, because of the ball dipping on you, because it is you're going down the hill. So good wicket for England, an excellent wicket for Josh Tongue. Shardul Thakur, well, the experiment to play the 4th seamer who can bat a bit hasn't really worked for India. And England taking a drinks break, 355 in front, 3 wickets to go. England get a bang, bang, bang here. All of a sudden, 375 could be the target. And if that is, like you say, Neil Manthorp, with an hour to go and an hour batting, England get off to a good start, potentially get it under 300 tonight. We might just have a game on our hands.
It's a scenario that's not hard to picture now that Jasprit Bumrah's coming to the crease, and let's just stress once again that if England's fast bowlers bowl a very aggressive line to and length, more importantly, to Jasprit Bumrah,
Bumrah's sitting there. Yeah, Siraj has come out instead of Bumrah. Yeah, Siraj has
some
come
truth
out.
in what you said.
Yeah,
you would have him batting 11.
I wouldn't send him out. I'd send somebody out with a message to Jadeja. Just tee off. Off you go. Yeah, baseball style. Get as many runs as you can in the next 2 wickets. I wouldn't send him out. If he gets hit and gets hurt, and I know we should
England
be thinking
can chase
this way,
400.
but England, the difference between England getting 300 and 375, I think 300 England can get, even with Bumrah. But what we're talking about when you get to looking at like 375, that's an extra 4 or 5 overs that Bumrah will bowl in the game, which I think makes India more dangerous, because the overs bowled is going to be obviously done by Jasprit Bumrah. So for me, that would be a gamble worth taking if I was India. I wouldn't send him out. Nowhere.
Well, he's sitting on the players' balcony next to us with his pads on and his gloves.
I tell you who else has been caught short here, because the scoreboards have got Bumrah batting.
It's on my scorecard as well. Siraj is not great.
No, he's not. He averages 4.96.
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, I completely understand the theory. Okay, so it is Siraj on strike, and it's short, and it's pulled, and it's gone. First ball. He's gloved it down the leg side. Josh Tongue is on a hat-trick. He's gorging himself on India's rabbits. It's gloved him, it's hurt him. Well, we talk about Jasprit Bumrah being hurt. Mohammad Siraj has been hit on the right hand now.
Right index finger, bang, straight on. What a brute of a delivery this is from Josh Tongue, and fair play to him. You know, we talk about this England side. Yeah, in many times gone by, the team would have declared before now, and they're not. It's the Bazball, Ben Stokes thing that England fancy chasing as many as 350, 375, and the bowlers have come out to bat. New ball in hand, Josh Tongue. That was a beaut, absolute brute of a delivery. It's hit him right on the index finger. He's still looking at it now, whether it's chipped the nail or it's bruised the knuckle. It's his bowling hand, it's his bowling finger. And Mohammad Siraj, who is very larger than life, the energetic bunny, well, he's just been knocked over first ball. Now Jasprit Bumrah's come in. Here we go. Hat-trick ball for Josh Tongue.
I was differentiating between hitting the bowler on the hand rather than getting him out, but it's quite something if you can do both
at the same time. Oh yeah, I mean, if you can do both at the same time, I mean, happy days. And that's, I mean, it sounds, it doesn't sound great, does it? Bowling a ball to purposely hurt somebody, and you're not purposely hurting somebody, you're trying to intimidate them. But
yes, you are.
Yeah,
you are trying to hurt them.
Well,
not like I said. There's a difference between hospitalisation and but hurting them in the bowling hand.
Yeah,
you're not.
All right, fair enough. We are trying to hurt them.
Yes, exactly, and legitimately.
Yeah. Come on, Josh Tongue. Hat-trick ball at Headingley, running down the hill.
2 slips, leg slip, gully. Short leg in, Tongue for the hat-trick, bowls to Jasprit Bumrah, and he keeps it out, pushes it away defensively up to, well, mid-on actually, but it's Ollie Pope who runs in from short leg. There is no mid-on. Well, suddenly I mean, we never said that India were in the clear, ever. We never said that they were in safe territory. We never said the game was over, but suddenly it's burst open again, and it's the we're seeing the reality of a 9, 10, 11, an old-fashioned style 9, 10 and 11, who really aren't much good with the bat. Here's Josh Tongue again, bowled in! 3 in the over for Josh Tongue. Then 9 down, India had collapsed again. They were 349 for 6. They're 349 for 9. Josh Tongue wrapped up the tail in the first innings, and Prasidh Krishna is the one who has to come out at number 11. Suddenly Jadeja is stuck at the non-striker's end. There's nothing he can do. Josh Tongue's whipped up a storm.
An absolute storm. What an absolute beauty that is. Angled back in. It's got an inside edge. I thought it nipped back. It didn't. Inside edge. Jasprit Bumrah doing exactly what I would be doing. Shift your front leg, have a big swing. If you miss it, well, who cares? I should be bowling on this wicket and not batting on it. But from Josh Tongue's point of view, that's how you bowl at tail enders. Be nasty, be aggressive, one around the earlobe, get one onto the gloves, and then target the stumps. Prasidh Krishna comes in with an average of 1.66 in his 4 test matches. Josh Tongue now, wow, 3 for 60 off his 15.4 overs. The scoreboard to our right, which has the full bowling figures on, is stuck. It had Siraj for naught. It had Josh Tongue 15 overs, 0 for 60. It should read Josh Tongue 3 for 60.
They have to reset the whole thing because they had Bumrah rather than Mohammad Siraj coming out to bat. They've got to reset the whole thing, and the computer gets all confused and gets into a tangle. And it's 3 wickets in the over. I can tell you that for absolute certain. For none. He's on a triple wicket maiden.
If he bowls the same ball here, he might be a 4 in 5 balls. Come on, Josh Tongue.
Here's Josh Tongue to number 11, Prasid Krishna, and it's a low full toss outside the off stump, and they turn down the run. Jadeja says no. You've got one ball, you've got one job, and it's to survive this ball, and then I'm going to tee off at the other end.
Just to get a little sort of sidetracked and a little side note, we talk about Chris Woakes and the importance of having, you know, a number 8 that can contribute with the bat. This is twice now. Rabbit pie. Yeah, this is what England have done to India. That's what the all-round package of Woakes at 8, Carse at 9. Yeah, having runs, lower order runs is huge.
Josh Tongue in, bowls to Krishna, hits him on the pad, bounces out to short leg, and Ollie Pope does the fielding at short leg. Well, it's a triple wicket maiden for Josh Tongue. Is he a tail end specialist or what? 4 for 11 in the first innings. He knocked over the tail almost single-handedly, and he's now taken 3 in and over. India are 349 for 9. A couple of moments ago they were 349 for 6. They're 355 ahead. We have an hour's cricket left. We're back to all 4 results, Harmy. Jon Norman's going to take over from me.
We are back to all 4 results, Neil Manthorp, and it's exciting, is it? It's very, very exciting, and for me it is still India in the box seats. Still, I said, once it got over 350, Jasprit Bumrah in the India attacks. Mohammad Siraj has gone off there, you know, with a hold in his finger. It'll be interesting to see what the repercussions of that delivery was from Josh Tongue to Mohammad Siraj. But boy, has this place, I think it has been quite vocal throughout the day. It hasn't been a full crowd, Jon Norman, but there was a little bit of a lull in the afternoon where it went a little bit quiet, but it's not quiet anymore.
No, it isn't. Well, it was just starting to get to a point where beach balls are a little bit more interesting than cricket balls, but that isn't the case anymore. I mean, I can't actually believe that India sent Jasprit Bumrah out to bat, to be honest. You're wrapping this guy surely in cotton wool. He's only going to be playing 3 tests. He's going to have to play a huge part of India to win this match. You've just seen your other strike bowler get wrapped on the pad, on the glove, wringing his hands.
Something's happened to Krishna here as well. I think that ball's hit him on the sort of around the knee, underneath, between the thigh pad and the pad. Watch this delivery. It's on the big screen now. So, oh no, it's not. This is the
Thakur.
This is the Thakur ones, yeah. But the ball net back. It's hit him between the two. The physio's on there. Pads off. Yeah, he's getting his knee strapped up.
Well, you know, well done everybody. You're going to probably add about 3 runs to your score, and you've had Mohammad Siraj hit on the hand. Krishna's just inside edge onto his knee, and you risked Jasprit Bumrah from getting injured as well, just for the sake of what, a couple of overs or a couple of runs when you've already got 350 on the board. I mean, that's actually nonsense.
Yeah, it's not what you look at. Woakes has got a test 100, Carse has got first class 100s, even Tongue's got first class 50s. They're bowlers who can bat, but you've got Bumrah who averages 9, Siraj who averages 4, and Krishna averages 1. When you've got a lead of 355 to win the first test match in England, with the potential of maybe 16 overs to bowl tonight, a good spell in each of the bowlers, for me that was a gamble worth taking to try and win this first test match.
And the game has sped up. 3 wickets in an over, a triple wicket made, and 3 wickets in 4 balls actually. And Josh Tongue has just given his bowling figures a real bit of gloss, and also proven to us all that he's the kind of bowler that can knock over a tail. I mean, that is more than useful in itself. Now Jadeja, who refused a single from the bat of Krishna, and the field is spread. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. man on the boundary just below us at fine leg. One slip in place. Third, deep backwards point, cover and long off. And this is just pushed up to Ben Stokes, who now has to run all the way and off the boundary.
But all this is doing, John, is, I mean, it's going to take time out of the game. If India were to bat for another 4 overs by Jadeja just taking 5 balls and getting a single off the last and giving England 1 ball at Krishna, you're taking time out of the game that India can win. You either might get another 5 more runs, so 360. This doesn't make sense for me.
Down the track comes Jadeja, at least showing a little bit of proactivity, but can't get the ball away. I mean, you do have to wonder, how long are we going to sit here and watch this if this is the tactic from both sides? I mean, are India really going to take 1 and over for the next 10 overs and then walk off the field?
Yeah, and then possibly run the risk of the game being drawn, needing 2 wickets where, running out of time. Some forecasting, rain forecast for a little bit of tomorrow.
Here is Wokes again, round the wicket, and Jadeja comes down on one knee. He's going to injure himself. Just trying to ramp this up and over. Struck on the pad. And you're asking for danger there. I hope he's got a mouth guard in.
Yeah, just stand still and try and hit through the line of the ball, Ravindra. I'm not sure what he's achieving there by trying to ramp it. There's a man down right in front of underneath where we are, so he's not going to get 2. So stand down, try and hit the ball down through the extra cover boundary, or let cut into the sort of vacant third area where you could potentially get the biggest part of the ground and get 2.
This time he plays a little bit more correct. He stays where he is behind the crease and just pushes this up to mid-off, which allows Stokes to run in from long off, and he gives Krishna 2 balls to face, which should mean that the field comes in. Indeed it does. You're listening to us live from Headingley, late on day 4, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. There's so much great stuff on the channel, even when we're not broadcasting a brilliant test match. Phil is loving the commentary line by the Paulus Salou in Spain. I've been there many years ago. There's a lot of people lying by the pool listening to us, Harmy.
Yeah, I think we've been jealous of the weather the last 2 days we've been here. The first 2 days we probably had similar weather to what they had lying by the pool.
Wokes is in, and he gets the ball past the outside edge of Krishna's bat. I mean, he didn't know where that was going. 3 slips in place now. And yeah, I was about to say, I mean, the field's still pretty spread. They're giving Krishna the single, but he's obviously not going to take it. And Zach Crawley's just come in at 3rd slip. Duckett's gone out to Gully. I'd stick someone else in there under the lid. Wokes again, and wide enough for Krishna to let that one go. Now, a couple of Indian of the Indian support staff have run on. One of them's carrying 2 bats, and Jadeja is going to take one of those 2 bats, and they're just having a quick chat.
Yeah, there's a message come out, hasn't there?
Yeah. And what do you think that message is? 1 over?
I don't know, but
Shubman
Gill's just walked down with his whites on. Shubman Gill's ready to go.
I hope so. I really hope so. I don't see the point otherwise. Well, I do see the point. I see the point, because the point would be India just are so worried about England chasing these runs down at a canter tomorrow. They want to take an hour out of the game. But surely you want to have a bowl tonight.
Yeah, you get 1 tonight, 2 tonight, and it puts England under so much pressure. And I get trying to take some time out of it, but I sometimes think if you give this England crowd, this England team, dangle the carrot, they might get it, but they can also, kamikaze style like they have done in the past, get bowled out for 80 going for it.
Tongue's back, who fires this in on off stump, and Jadeja's forward and pushing it out to deep point. The fielder comes in. Listening from Lausanne in Switzerland on the north shore of Lake Geneva. Arrived here after 40 days of walking from Canterbury. What? Thanks to the commentary. I'm not sure who that's from, there's no name. Anchor is listening in Barcelona. Jimmy Ratcliffe, evening Mr. Manthorp. Tongue again. Oh, there's no fielders close to the bat, and Jadeja's going to send Krishna back. Jeremy Coney's coming in to replace Steve Harmison. We've got just under an hour's play. The bails are getting blown off. And India are 9 down. Jasprit Bumrah, the last man to go, cleaned up by Josh Tongue, who took 3 wickets in 4 balls. A triple wicket maiden. Have you ever taken a triple wicket maiden, Jeremy Coney? Tongue again, and this is guided down to third, but Jadeja will once again turn down the single.
No. I think I did get 6 for it one stage, and there were a few wickets in and over, but it was a first-class match anyway. Slightly dodgy pitch.
Didn't Neil Wagner take 5 in and over in a first-class game in Plunket Shield?
He might have.
Or maybe he took 4 in and over. Might be 4 in and over. Might be 4 and 5 balls. There's a big swing, and it's going to be fielded at third. And Jadeja does take the single. He gives Krishna 2 balls. We just had 2 bats carried out onto the field of play, and what looked like a message. And Shubman Gill was up on his feet. So hopefully, I say that if somebody would like this game to advance now. I have skin in the game.
You're trying to organise things from the balcony.
Should I shout down? The talkSPORT balcony.
Exactly.
Should I shout down to Shubman? One more over, Shubman, and then call them off.
That's it.
In fact, 2 more balls, Shubman, and then call them off. Beautiful here now at Headingley. I mean, it's a bit breezy. We've both got our hoodies on. But if you're India, surely 4 or 5 overs of Jasprit Bumrah tonight with a 350-run target ahead of England. As Krishna just digs his bat down on this ball, which is in and around off stump. Squirts out to mid-wicket as Jeremy Coney puts his hoodie up. Looks like you're about to head off to the Antarctic there.
Well, we've heard from them, haven't we?
We have, yeah. Actually, when I was in Christchurch, there's quite a lot of. There's a
nice museum there.
There's a museum and a statue. Last ball of the over, and it's successfully negotiated by Krishna. There's not even a cursory glance at the dressing room or the balcony. The Indians are staying out there. Not sure they're going to add too many more runs. 351 for 9. Well, it's not as though Jadeja's going for the big shots here. He's not clearing his front leg, is he?
No, 5:37. So we're going to get about. So that goes to 5:47. So 5:50. So we're going to get about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Bowling. That's about 8 overs, 7 to 8 overs, isn't it?
We did say, didn't we, a few hours ago, 4 overs of Jasprit Bumrah, so minimum
but you
of
said
7.
it with a declaration rather than a bowled out. If you bowled out, you don't have a choice.
You have a choice when you're bowled out, to a point. Here's Chris Wokes from the Howard stand, and Jadeja comes down the track and then aborts the shot. Just runs down the track and then drops the bat. Well, not drops the bat, kind of drops anchor. Doesn't try and hit Wokes. It's all a bit strange at the moment, Jeremy.
He's trying to get 2s, isn't he? Any even number will do. So it's got to be between long off and cover, who are steaming in, of course, trying to prevent that too. So he's got to get it right in the right angle.
Round the wicket comes Wokes, and this is clipped to square leg, and there's not 2 runs there, so Jadeja just saunters back and sends Krishna back from whence he came. Clock ticks on, 5:38 now here at Headingley.
So 8 overs, let's just imagine that happens. 8 overs of 4 from Bumrah and 4 from, if Siraj can bowl after being hit in the hand, I don't know, but or Prasid.
There's Wokes again, and Jadeja has given a chance to Duckett, who's put it down. Duckett didn't see that at first, and we're not even going to get a run. I think Duckett was slow to pick that up, just down below us at long leg, and he's just indicated he didn't see it. It was in the air for a long time, and in the end, by the time he realised, dive forward, and he's got fingertips to it, but he's put it down.
Yeah, he just went too late, didn't he, to try and really get underneath it and set himself. He was always falling away to his left, didn't have the eyes in line with the catch.
At least that's a little bit of intent from Jadeja. He's not in this situation very often, I imagine. Just pushed up to long on, and he'll take the single. This is frustrating. 1 run and over for 10 overs. I mean, what's the point?
Eight, 40 runs perhaps for England.
40
runs when they had their 8 overs.
Yes,
it may be a bit more, but the ball flies, of course, when you're going for it. You might lose a wicket. But
well, the target will be 359 if there is a wicket now. And so say there is 8 overs. Then, I mean, England do get on with things, but you would have thought that maybe even England would be slightly cautious in their approach. I mean, it's good conditions. As Krishna just pushes this out into the offside, and it's almost like the two haven't worked out what they're doing, because Krishna actually takes a couple of paces down the track. Maybe he thinks there's 2 there, but there clearly wasn't. And even Jadeja's kind of coming down the track at the non-striker's end. It's I don't know.
I really think against Wokes, take the runs. He's not of a pace, he might get him out, but he's not of a pace that should concern Prasid.
Last ball of the over, and that's a wild, short, wide delivery from Chris Wokes, which I think has just slipped out the hands. It's another underwhelming moment in a day that started out with such intensity. Every single delivery seemed to have something on it. The afternoon session where India really started to push the runs and accelerate through, and there was far more shot selection and attacking intent, and then it seemed like India had reached a score where they were comfortable. England then started hanging the ball out wide of the batters, trying to hide it a touch, bowling a little dry before roaring back into the equation in one sense, and so far that the wickets started to tumble, 3 of them inside 4 deliveries. But now we've got this state of the game where for the first 4 deliveries of an over, Jadeja is turning down singles and seemingly unable to hit big shots, and the game's not really going anywhere when it could finish with a final flourish of real excitement. 7:42 or 5:42 here in Leeds, a lead of 358 for England to chase that down, albeit on a track that's not got any real demons in it. It's given up centuries throughout. Jadeja does go big, and he's gonna pick up 6 over square leg. Finally one in his arc. And the lead progresses up to 364.
Yeah, that's the key phrase, isn't it? In his arc, it was sort of down from round the wicket to the left-hander onto that leg stump line, and he's able to hit through that line and actually took those fielders who are about, I don't know, maybe 10 metres from the boundary and coming in quite quickly to save the two. It's gone over them. Now they've retreated a little bit.
Yeah, Tongue continues short again, and it's going to be 4 more. He was hurried up here. It got onto him and got onto him fast. It got big on him, but he continued through with the shot. I think he was trying to hit that a touch square. It's actually bisected the field at fine leg and deep backward square leg. Hit it hard though.
Yeah, well, that's a handy couple of hits, isn't it, for India? They're now 362 and push that a few more with the lead they had in the first innings, which is closing in on 370, isn't it?
Maybe, just maybe, this is the over. It's just the final over of the Indian innings. No movement down where the Indian team sit. Tongue again, and this time Jadeja plays back to the bowler, no run. So that was the 4th ball of the innings, or rather of the over. Now, up to now, Jadeja has taken the single, and there are singles everywhere, and he could have easily opened the face of the bat and placed that to the offside and just come through for a single. He didn't, and the optimist in me says that's because this is the final over and he's going to try and swing the bat. We'll see, shall we? Outside edge, doesn't swing the bat, does come through for a single, so maybe the optimist in me is wrong. 1 more run to the score. India lead by 369, although trusting that scoreboard is perilous. And we have 1 delivery of this Josh Tongue over. A little bit, maybe 1 more slice of rabbit pie. A little bit of red thigh meat maybe has just fallen out onto the plate. How hungry is he? 3 for 72. 1 ball left of his 18th over, and he's got Krishna yet to get off the mark in his sights, and he has him hopping, but he's not eating. And Jadeja looks, but then turns and walks back to his partner, and England will definitely bowl another over here. India's lead 369, Jadeja's 24. India 363 for 9.
Yeah, well, if Jadeja can actually make a pace and try and attack the length of Woakes, or are we going to get a change here? I'm not sure. Is it Bashir who's looking as if he might have a bowl?
Yes, it is. I think even England want India to get on with the game.
So a nice little tempter. Let's see what Jadeja can do. Then he shouldn't really be concerned about protection of Krishna at the other end.
Bashir's 21 overs went for 89. The field has been spread. Picked up the wicket of Rishabh Pant, who holed out for a quite brilliant innings of 118, coming from 140 deliveries, 13 fours and 3 sixes, and he perished trying to hit the 4th or a 4th six. And here is Bashir with the fielders. Oh, I tell you what, how's your luck? There's a slip in place. It's Harry Brook, I think. And Jadeja has tried to just help this round the corner fine, and Brook's seen him do it, so he started running across the keeper. If he'd stayed where he was, the top edge would have landed in his pocket. Now, Jadeja's still there, down the track. This is fired full and wide by Bashir. No run. 363 for 9. The fielding positions where there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 fielders on the boundary edge. Once again left alone by Jadezes.
And there's that one just keeping a bit low, isn't it? Out of those foot marks. Right arm over from the Kirkstall Lane end.
I'm not sure this is exactly what Stokes wants from Bashir.
No, I don't think so. It's
He
bowling a
wants
bit wide,
He
isn't
wants
it?
to toss it up. That's squirted out to the offside. And, a single is taken. Curious. Very curious. Dickie Bird's gone back inside. He's had enough. And the field comes in for Krishna, who's faced 9 deliveries and hasn't looked overtly troubled. Could have picked up a single or two, but that's not what the game's about at the moment. And India are quite happy just to wait. 10-6, so they're not going to get 8 overs. We're not going to see 4 overs of Jasprit Bumrah. Short leg with a slip and a leg slip in place for Krishna, and Shoaib Bashir comes in and he beats the batter past the outside edge as he comes forward and defends off stump. 364 for 9, a lead of 370. Are England going to chase down 370? Well, they'll give it a go.
Well, it depends how they start, doesn't it? Depends how they go at the top of the order.
Here is Bashir. Krishna goes big. There's a chance here for a catch at mid-wicket. It's taken! India have been bowled out for 364. Centuries from KL Rahul and Rishabh Pant, the mainstay of their innings. A partnership of real quality for the 4th wicket of 195 has put India into another dominant position here. And now England have half an hour to bat out and 3 full sessions on day 5. 371 the target after Bashir picks up his 2nd wicket in the innings. And we are set for 25 minutes or so of fun and games here late on day 4 in Headingley.
Yes, we are, and certainly the slowness of the pace just encouraged Krishna to have a big sweep at it. He got underneath it a little bit. It was a good catch actually taken by Tung. He didn't quite judge it as he would have liked and had to dive at the last moment. 2 hands, away to his left, took the catch, and so that's the last wicket to fall for India. So 364, add on the 6th, so 371 will be the total for England to chase. Jadeja has left 25 not out. The partnership, the last wicket partnership, 15. And so applause as England leave. Tung, let's have a look at the bowling figures.
Let's have a look indeed. Let's fire up my trusty laptop. And let's go through the scorecard, shall we? Because it started, of course, with this game, you know, finely balanced. And India lost a wicket early. Shubman Gill was dismissed for just 8. At that point, India's lead wasn't yet 100 and they were 3 wickets down. And then, of course, that partnership of 195 seemingly has it made it safe? We'll see over then, of course, the next day. But in terms of the bowling statistics, because I mentioned the centuries, Chris Wokes and Brydon Cast opened the bowling. And Wokes 1 for 45 from his 19 with 4 maidens. He picked up the wicket of Karun Nair, caught and bowled. Brydon Cast, I'd say, was the pick of the bowlers. Dismissed 3 top order batters. Jaiswal with one that came into the left-hander. Shubman Gill early today with one that came into the right-hander, inside edged onto his stumps, and then he came back to dismiss KL Rahul. Again via an inside edge, but Rahul was on the drive in this occasion. 3 for 80 from his 19. 2 maidens in there. Josh Tongue bowled 18 overs, picked up 3 for 72, but all three of those wickets came in 4 balls. Extraordinary over, which actually has helped this game move along a touch. 2 maidens in there. Neil Wagner, one of 3 bowlers in the history of first-class cricket to take 5 wickets in an over. Did it for Otago against Wellington in 2011. We were talking about that a while ago, if you're wondering. Shoaib Bashir, well, he bought a couple, didn't he? 22 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 90. He was expensive. The 2 batters he picked up, Rishabh Pant and right at the end, Krishna, going for big shots. Ben Stokes, who held himself back for quite a while, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 47. And Joe Root's 3 overs went for 21. So there's the bowling. And now here we are. We just got that little period with the sun out. As much blue sky as we've seen all day. Unfortunately, the sun that is in the sky is not shining on us, so we're a little chilly. And the Indian team are out on the outfield. There's Rishabh Pant with his brilliantly bright orange gloves. Jaiswal, well, he dropped a couple at gully, so he's having a little bit of catching practice. We've got Jadeja, who scored a few. No, actually it's not, it's KL Rahul, who's got a smart blue Indian cap, and it's like he's got his hair tied back. Shubman Gill, hands in pockets, he's just having a little look around. And then there's Thakur and the other bowlers just on one of the practice pitches. England, of course, just getting themselves ready. Big half an hour for Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett.
It is, that's right. We reckon about 8 overs, did we say? Or it might even be less than that now, I'm not too sure. So
half an hour, so maybe.
Well, if it was 98 overs and they're chasing this 370, it would be an average of 3.7 runs an over. Now that doesn't seem too demanding at this stage, does it, in terms of real stroke play on a very fast outfield on a pitch it's starting to get a little bit up and down, but they've got the heavy roller on it now and that sort of thing. That might just calm it down for a while. If you divide the 370 required by what India scored in the first innings of this match, which was about 4.6 runs an over, that comes out in 80 overs. So that gives you an idea of how England played in the first innings and how many overs they would need to chase this down if the same and similar situations and bowling overs and things like that occurred. So look, I think we can give England certainly a chance of getting these as long as there's no rain and interruptions, and as long as they bat properly. But they will need someone to get 100. There's no doubt about that along the way, and they'll need to continue to keep going at this total, which we know that they will. So it's very much up to the Indian bowlers to try and get as many wickets as they can early on in this chase.
Yeah, can India knock the stuffing out of England tonight? Can they pick up 1 or 2? And certainly make perhaps the perception of that run chase, may alter the perception of it. England have never chased more than the 371 that they need at Headingley successfully in 4th innings. The best they've ever done was that test here in 2019, 362 for 9. West Indies chased down 322 for 5 in 2017. The highest score successfully chased here was 404 for 3, but that was in 1948. Well, that's interesting. Here is a little stat for you. That run chase that England successfully completed in 2019, 362 for 9 after Australia set them, or whatever they set them. England only batted for 81 overs. and they're going to have a lot more than 81 overs here. And you'd have to say that bowling attack that Australia possessed was better than the one that they're going to be facing.
It must be one of the concerns for India that so many of their bowlers just were taken and put under the sword, really, weren't they? I mean, when you go for sixes and he's one of your main bowlers who has to bowl, really, is Prasad Krishna. He went between 6 and 7, and Thakur couldn't be used anymore because he was between 6 and 7.
So shall I read you the economy rates for the Indian bowlers in first innings? Now, Jasprit Bumrah, as you'd imagine, was absolutely bang on it.
About 3.5, was he?
3.36, so that's excellent. And Ravindra Jadeja,
he was
went
less.
at 2.95.
That's right, but they are the only two.
And they also kind of just were quite happy to sit on Jadeja. They won't play Jadeja in a similar fashion. But then, of course, maybe they will, because Mohammad Siraj, who I thought bowled better than, and I've said this, better than his figures were, 2 for 122. He actually drew a lot of false shots, but he still went at 4.51. If England go at 4.51, they win the game. And then you got Prasad Krishna, whose 3 wickets were slightly fortuitous, banging them in, and caught on the boundary. He went at 6.40 from his 20 overs. He went for 128 from 20 overs. And then poor old Shardul Thakur, who's had a pretty abysmal match with the bat. And you never know with cricket, his time may just be about to come. His 6 overs went for 38, and actually I think he's probably lucky to have only gone for 38. That's 6.33. And there lies in India's fear, because in the one hand, they know they're not going to, or they may not get as good a chance to win a test match. Certainly not going to get, you certainly don't get many better chances to win an opening test match overseas in England. This is a great chance for them. They of course know they can't call upon Jasprit Bumrah for all 5 test matches, so they've got to take advantage of the situation. But they're also aware that, and England on the charge, and they've got recent memory of giving up a massive score at Edgbaston in 2022. It's not that long ago that England chased down 300 plus very, very comfortably. So they're kind of caught between 2 stools, I guess.
Well, I think just the other aspect that must be mentioned is the number of mistakes and catches that were put down. India just simply can't afford to miss chances in the top order. So players like Duckett and Pope and Brook and Root, you cannot afford to put them down. And if they are getting 2 or 3 innings, that really takes the pressure off the English batsmen. So at the moment we've got the huddle, we've got the applause coming for the England openers coming out, and an important little session to see if India, you can't see England in these number of overs winning the game. In other words, getting a big start, because they haven't got the opportunity to do that. But what can happen is a wicket or 2 would certainly turn things towards India tonight if they can do it.
Will we see a night watch?
I don't know. Do England do that?
They didn't. Remember, Harry Brook came out with 7 minutes to go, and then top edge won.
There may be a discussion.
Maybe. That discussion will be taking place in the dressing room, I'm sure, and the discussion on air will be carried through for the last half an hour of what's been a terrific test match that we've been bringing you between Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp. It is blustery up here on the talkSPORT balcony end, but I think we might all be staying outside to watch what could be a terrific final 30. Harmy's getting into position, so is Manners, to talk you through the closing stages of the game. Jasprit Bumrah about to take this final over.
Wow, it's set up absolutely beautifully here. I agree with Jeremy Coney. England can't win this game in this next 6-8 overs of the half an hour left, but they could certainly go a long way to losing it, Manners. 2 or 3 wickets, 2 wickets tonight. probably going to get 4 overs of Jasprit Bumrah, 3 overs of either Siraj or Prasidh Krishna. Got 27 minutes left today. England need 371, and Bumrah has got the wind at his back.
Running down the slope, such as it is at Headingley, and the slip cordon have all got their hands in their pockets because it's turned chilly again in the evening as it did yesterday. Not quite as cool, but here we go then. It's Jasprit Bumrah beginning his walk, and now into his stride, and the first ball outside the off stump to Zach Crawley and left alone. So 3 slips and a gully, more sort of 4 slips really, not much of a gap between 3rd and 4th. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, somewhere between the 2, long leg as well. Homie, an old colleague of mine said, asked me why it's not been a short leg test. It's hardly been a short leg in.
Ball's bounced, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Bit of bounce in it. Tennis bally doesn't bounce quickly.
so I didn't really know what the answer was. Here is Bumrah again, bowls. Crawley struck on the pad, and a polite appeal and a cheer from the crowd. A cheer or a jeer. Bumrah just asked a question politely, and he never thought it was out, but yeah, first over, hit batsman on the pads, you shout. That's what you do. Fast bowler.
I think when they talk about short legs, ball bouncing, the players don't get in a position now to defend that and potentially get caught in the crease. I think there's more important positions than a short leg in a catching position than in the actual short leg, i.e. backward point or a...
Left alone again by Crawley as Bumrah goes slightly wide of the off stump. You wouldn't suggest that it was not deliberate from Bumrah, because Crawley doesn't mind a drive. And if you get him, you drag him outside the off stump, driving at a wide one. That's why there's 4 slips in place. England need 371. Another dramatic day of cricket. India eventually 364 all out in 96 overs. Josh Tongue, 3 wickets in an over, a triple wicket maiden. And it all leaves England needing a record run chase with 371. Bumrah in again. Crawley turns it very nicely off his pads down to long leg. And be a couple. Crawley's off the mark. Prasidh Krishna fielding down there. Oh, I can't remember the details. Was there a triple wicket maiden in the 7 for 12?
Oh, I don't know. I think the last 5 wickets for 6 runs. I don't think there was a triple wicket maiden.
Probably a double wicket.
2 and an over, yeah. I think there was 8 maidens, wasn't there? I think it was 8 maidens in there. 7 for 12. The actual 12 came in 3 boundaries.
I know. Here's Bumrah again. Crawley now pushes one firmly in front of cover point. The man at backward point runs around to field it. And they go through for a single. That is Shardul Thakur. 3 scoring shots. Well, 2 of them edges.
2 of them are edges. 2 of them are edges down a third. Chris Gale edged me over the top of the slips, and then played the same shot and nicked it, and picked the smallest of the slip cordon. That was Graham Thorpe. God rest him. He actually nearly ended up on the grass bank because he took off 2 hands and he kept going. It's a good job he didn't have a big shirt on.
Took it with him.
Yeah. So yeah, it was an edge there. And Ridley Jacobs edged me, I think. Oh no, Ridley Jacobs hit me straight down the ground for a 4. He was out next ball. So it might have been 2 and an over, but I don't think there was 3.
Well, Josh Tongue will remember that over for a long time. I know it was a different. It was a tail, and not a very accomplished tail. Bumrah in to Duckett, leaves alone. It swung in. It swung into him. Duckett interviewed brilliantly after the second day, and he was talking about Bumrah, and he did not mince his words or hold back when it came to the praise. He said, it's so difficult from the moment he starts to approach, because he's walking in, and you he says you stand there thinking, come on, get on with it, come on, just bowl it. Difficult to pick up.
And he said he bowled that well, even he left one.
Yeah, you know he's bowling well when I left one. Yeah, I mean, and he said he swings it both ways. You can't always see it from a distance, but when you're facing him, he's swinging it both ways. New ball as well as old, and that's exactly what we saw there. Duckett left that one, a Duckett leave. If you missed it, you want to see that on the highlights package. It's much rarer than a Duckett 4. But he left it. Here's Mohammad Siraj outside the off stump to Zach Crawley. Left alone again, taken by Rishabh Pant. What a test match it's been for Rishabh Pant. You have to say that the way this contest has unfolded, nobody deserves to be on the losing side. But we hope that there is a result, a positive result, I mean. Incidentally, when I said when India were bowled out, and I said to Harmy, all 4 results still a possibility, a couple of people messaged in saying, what do you mean all 4 results? There are 4 results in Test cricket. That's pushed away behind square on the offside. One of them is extremely rare. There's only been 3. But yeah, win for India, win for England, draw and a tie for those who were wondering what I was talking about. 3 for none England. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett at the crease. Crawley on 3, Duckett yet to score. Target 371, so nothing rash, no flashing blades, just get through unscathed, I think, and they can chase anything. That's what they'll be selling themselves. Siraj again to Crawley, left alone outside the off stump. Bathed in evening sunshine is glorious Headingley. It's a strange mixture of a stadium. The stand that we're in, which is the new pavilion and media centre. It's the most modern. Looks like it's been transported from the 2000s and planted into an old stadium that still has some buildings that date back to the 1930s. As Crawley now defends this one from Siraj, pushing it up towards mid-on. Eclectic mix, and it's just been sort of replaced bit by bit as over the years.
It's lovely over that Howard stand end. It's got a little glass gantry to marry the old building with the new one. And it was that desperately needed some TLC. Knocked it down, started again, and built a nice stand.
Crawley now pushes Siraj out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I first came here, the old football stand end, which is now the Howard stand, there weren't bucket seats, there were wooden benches, and they were all rotting.
There were still wooden benches when they knocked it down. There were still wooden benches when they knocked it down, yeah. So it had to be knocked down for the 2019 Ashes, I think it was. That was I think the first year. Maybe it's had a year before that to make sure they could host the Ashes, but it was
they got a test to remember for doing it for their reward. Here is Siraj again, and forward comes Zach Crawley again, playing defensively, pushing it out on the offside. Really is a glorious sight now. We've had more blue sky. We have more blue sky now than we've had for the last 2 days. It is a cold breeze blowing, but it's a few white fluffy clouds. As another plane heads towards us, heading for the Leeds and Bradford International Airport. England needing 371, 3 without loss. Duckett and Crawley having a chat. They thoroughly enjoy. They obviously could. I mean, they have become very, very good friends. But they enjoy batting together. They've had some very, very productive partnerships. But yeah, the thing about making a quick start to a run chase is that it has to happen organically. If it doesn't happen, don't try and force it, because you rather you're 20 for none than 24 for 3 or 40 for 3, sorry. Bumrah in outside the off stump, left alone by Duckett, and particularly don't force it against Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, and especially against Jasprit Bumrah, and especially when you've got 18 minutes left and a Dare's player which has been so enthralling, so memorable for so many different things. The biggest one for 100 in both innings for Rishabh Pant, to set up what will be another epic day tomorrow. If we get the weather, we'll get an England win or an India win.
Here is Bumrah again, and it's flicked away by Duckett down towards long leg. Nicely done. Confusion about whether to come back for the second or not there. He's a long way away, is Prasid Krishna on the long leg boundary. I would have thought that would have been fairly comfortable too. But there was just some hesitation for some reason, and Duckett's now walking down saying, "Are you right? You right, Zach? Are you okay with it? Hammy problem?"
Yeah, I think there was a good decision not to go. I think Krishna got it in and out of his hands very, very quickly, and it was a powerful throw. Duckett turned, he didn't turn blind, but he turned the wrong way at the bat and the wrong hand when he turned to come back, and I think he's just gone down the wicket to speak to Zach Crawley and telling Zach Crawley exactly what Jasper Bumrah's just bowled to in the last 2 balls.
Okay, right, that's it. Exchange of vital information. Bumrah in again, Crawley comes forward, rock solid. Classic forward defensive position. Still the 4 slips in place. The wind is tugging at their trousers now. You can see them flapping in. It's more than a breeze. Well, let's go with stiff breeze. And, nice, cool as well. But really quite glorious weather. We've had some doom and gloom weather forecasts, which haven't materialised.
Yeah. I mean, the struggle to get yesterday's forecast right in this country, the weather forecasters. But it does go down the big clouds and rain went with the city.
Bumrah in a bowls to Crawley once more. He's forward, he's defending. It's fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. Sai Sudarsan doing the fielding. So what is the update, Scott? You've got your selection of weather apps. You were telling us it was a bit doom and gloom again for tomorrow. Is it looking all right now, is it?
I think it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think we're going to get a bit during the night, and then there's the odd sort of squally shower, but hopefully not too much to sort of take enough time out of the game so we don't have an exciting grandstand finish, because it looks as though we're going to get one.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah again, and Crawley tries to leave it alone. Does with the bat. Hits him on the pad, I think. Hit him on the pad and deflected out to third slip, fielded by Yashasvi Jaiswal. There was no appeal. I think he was a long way outside the off stump.
I think it hit the bat. I think it just hit the bat. I think he's just trying to take his bat away from it. He's played it, taking it away, and as he's taking it away, I think he's got...
Why was there no excitement amongst the cordon then? They're normally leaping around if it hits the bat inadvertently.
Because they've got their hands in their pockets.
Oh, yes, right. Hard to get animated, isn't it, with your hands in your pockets? Here is Bumrah again outside the off stump, and it's another leave from Zach Crawley. I'll tell you what, every ball from Bumrah left is a ball less that he's going to bowl either this evening or tomorrow, and it's a little victory. So it's a ball that has gone and he can't take a wicket with.
Can you imagine in that slip cordon? You've got Karen Nair, you've got Shubman Gill, you've got Yashasvi Jaiswal, and they're all 3 of them are going, please don't nick it, please don't nick it, please don't nick it. Oh my word. Gill's, to be fair, he's pulled rank. He's decided that he's not going to field slip for Mohammad Siraj, and he's come out of third slip, and there's a little bit more of a ring field, isn't there? A little bit more of a defensive field. Only, I would say 2 slips, but they're not exactly at first and second. Probably at 1.5 and third slip.
I am really quite surprised that there are 4 saving 1. Yeah, as you say, 2 slips a gully and the deep backward point. I mean, you know, start again tomorrow, but we only have 13 minutes left. Get them in there, honestly. Duckett on the back foot, punches, and it does actually go to that man at deep backward point. But are India really worried about saving runs?
Yeah, but if that man was in, that would have gone straight to him, and it would have been a dot ball anyway. So yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't have the deep point out. I'd have him in conventional point. I would have extra cover in slip and basically say to Ben Duckett, you can hit it through extra cover if you want, because that means Ben Duckett's got to play with a straighter bat, and that's when Ben Duckett gets into a little bit of trouble. When he gets it horizontal, plays that back foot punch, and that's his comfortable shot. That's like a forward defensive for majority of the batters.
Here is Mohammad Siraj, and as driven by Crawley. It's a glorious Crawley cover drive, but it's rather well fielded at cover by Sai Sudarshan. I'm asking you to play devil's advocate, though. Really, I mean, why would India not just go all out, just all out attack? This session was 27 minutes long. Why would they not? I mean, they're genuinely concerned about England making a flying start in 27 minutes?
The only thing I can think of is they don't want England to get off to a rocket start. And that's the only thing I can think of, because it doesn't make sense.
Here's Mohammad Siraj again, bowls. Crawley drives through mid-wicket. As good a shot as we've seen in the Test match, probably. In terms of classic authenticity, just classic traditional cricket shot. I mean, we talk about the on-drive being one of the hardest to play. He's actually driven that through mid-wicket along the ground.
It was a beautiful shot, total control. Just let the ball come to him, played it as close as Zach Crawley plays it, under his eye line. The bat that normally comes at an angle, that was a perfect clip through mid-wicket. It went rocket, it went flying through mid-wicket along the deck.
Still just 2 slips in a gully. Siraj in, and that's carved over the top of gully. Again, complete control. I would suggest knew exactly what he was trying to do, wanted to do, and did it. Nothing wrong with hitting the ball in the air, as long as there's no one 18 feet tall to catch it.
All standing out in the deep on the deep point boundary. That's yeah. It looks, when you see the replay again, it looks as though he's chased a wide one. It was a wide one, but he's chased a wide one trying to hit it up. He's not trying to keep that down at all, was Zach Crawley, and just shows you the difference between Bumrah at one end and everybody else at the other.
Crawley's couple of boundaries takes him into double figures. He's 11, Duckett 2, 13 for none. Here's Siraj again, and the little inside edge onto the pad there. There was a yelp like a dog has had his tail stood on from Mohammad Siraj momentarily as he was about to go up for the appeal, but he heard or saw the inside edge onto the pad.
The yelp would have been bigger or faster on that dog's tail, I tell you. But yeah, I mean, he's just getting excited, isn't he, Mohammad Siraj? Trying a bit too hard from that football stand end. Seen a short, over-pitched one, a short one. That was there for Zach Crawley to clip as well.
Siraj in again to Crawley outside the off stump, left alone, and some excitement in the slip cordon. Who was that second slip there? It's not Shubman Gill, as you said.
It's Rahul.
Rahul,
yeah.
of course it is, yeah.
Nears at first.
100 for him.
Second. Yeah.
100 for Rahul today. 137, brilliant stuff. Rishabh Pant, 118, 200s in the game for him. Becomes just the second wicketkeeper in Test history to make 100 in both innings, following Andy Flowers, 142 and 199 not out. Zimbabwe against South Africa 26 years ago. Harare Sports Club. Now Jasprit Bumrah. Is he going to have time for one more after this? Where's the clock? Yeah, he is.
9 minutes.
Touch and go then.
Does he? For me, Jadeja bowls the next over. You've got to try and get 2 of Bumrah in.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, 2 of Bumrah in.
Jadeja just takes 2.5 minutes.
Exactly. Get him in. That's why Ben Duckett is annoying Jasprit Bumrah here. He's just doing a bit of gardening. He's going to make sure that Jasprit Bumrah's only got 6 balls left in this.
Bumrah's standing at the top of his run up with his arms out.
He's not happy.
Just saying, what the hell's going on? He's glaring at the umpire at the square leg. He's gone round the wicket, has Jasprit Bumrah to Ben Duckett, and he pushes defensively late. Played that very, very late indeed. It's fascinating to listen to the really top elite batsmen talk about picking the ball from the hand, and you know, a brand new ball. We're not talking about a reverse swinging ball. Is he, you know, he says, is he bowling wobble seam? Is he bowling the outswing and the inswing, picking it from the hand? Does that impress you as well as a tail ender? Did you look for that?
A little bit more off the pitch than.
Bumrah in again to Duckett, and he's late on that one too. It just suggests that he is desperately trying to pick what Bumrah is bowling, the seam position, and it's hit him on the inside of the back thigh, is it?
I think it's hit him in the unmentionables.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Well, that's why he's not rubbing anything.
Yeah. That's why he's. Yeah, I think it's hit him.
That's why Zach Crawley is making sure that Bumrah's. This is infuriating Bumrah now, because Crawley has walked all the way down to his partner. He's now standing right next to Duckett at the striker's end. So this is going to use up a couple of minutes. The umpire now, I think they've been pretty tame. Paul Rifle has now walked down and said, hey, get on with it. Either get off or get on with it. But I think they could have been a bit firmer.
Yeah, I agree. I think the umpires can be a bit firmer. We are going to lose 10 overs today.
A lot's happened, and
It has,
but 10
10's
is
a long time.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Is
Isn't
that
it?
40 minutes? 45
With
minutes?
the extra half hour. Here's Bumrah again, bowls. Duckett leaves outside the off stump, taken by Rishabh Pant. That's too many, though. It's too many under any circumstances. Match referees Richie Richardson. One of his jobs and responsibilities is to calculate which stoppages were preventable and which weren't, and so time allowances, they're called, factored in.
See, there's a timer on the scoreboard at the end of every over to get. I think it's supposed to be 30 seconds, isn't it?
Between overs, I think it's 60, isn't it? I think. Driven by Duckett, lovely shot, really good shot. Siraj is chasing, he will get there, he'll cut it off well before it reaches the rope, but they'll go through for twos. A nice crack there as Duckett normally follows through. He's not one for the check drive ordinarily, he's quite a flowing drive, but that time he did just, I mean, I think you can see that he's primarily interested in blocking it, and if there is a chance maybe just to punch as well, pick up a couple of runs. Yellow balloon bounces across the ground. They've had all sorts during the day. Somebody's secretly blowing them up in the Western Terrace and letting them go. Many stewards in front of the crowd there haven't been able to pick up the offender. Here is Bumrah again, and this time Duckett punches it through the onside. Siraj dives at mid-on, gets a hand to it, takes some pace off it. They come back for three. Very well done. Very well played by Duckett. Best part about it is the third run, because
it gets you down non-strikers end, but there's only one ball left. It was a good shot. That's a good area from Jasprit Bumrah, getting Ben Duckett to play with a straighter bat. Getting him to play with a straighter bat for me is where you get Ben Duckett in a little bit of trouble. Fuller length, straighter bat, encourage him to drive you.
Target 371, and it's 18 for none. And now Zach Crawley wastes a bit more time, and I don't mean that as a criticism, just a fact, because he's backed away. Bumrah about to bowl his last ball, and he's seen some movement, some distraction behind the bowler's arm.
It was one of India's substitutes who's going to run on with a helmet and pads. So obviously Jadeja is going to bowl the next over.
Oh yes, I can see him now in front of the LED advertising hoardings. So we've only got 4 minutes left in the day. He'll have to bowl a very quick over. That's down the leg side from Jasprit Bumrah. So he's not been at his absolute best, and he hasn't made the early breakthrough. He might still get another over. They are running on with some. Well, by the time the Sai Sudarshan puts the pads on, if he's going to put pads
He's not
on.
putting them on, no. He's just putting his helmet and box on.
Okay, right. He's running off with the pads, yeah. I think that would have defeated the entire purpose.
Absolutely. By the time you would have getting them on, it would have been time to come off. So, yeah, there's 3 minutes. I think this will be the last over. I think England batters will make sure that this is the last over. So there's 3 minutes left, but it's by the time the over starts, it'll be about 2 minutes 10 seconds.
I think we've all seen at various points in Jadeja's long and illustrious career, and he is, I think, capable of bowling an over more quickly than anyone else I've ever seen. And I'm including the Sunday evening league T20 games. You get 20 overs in an hour. But at international level, he can get through his overs so quickly. Duckett looks around, surveys the field. The man at deep square leg, don't know what he's doing there. Long on, really? Last over of the day, pushed away by Duckett for a single behind square on the leg side. Deep backward point, really? On the back, really?
Yeah, it doesn't make a great deal of sense. Possibly shows where Shubman Gill thinks this wicket's at, where England's at, and possibilities of England chasing down 3-7-1.
Duckett and Crawley having another chat. Well, you said they'll make sure this is the last over. 6:28 the scoreboard clock says. Jadeja's trying to get through, but I think you'll find that Crawley and Duckett are not going to face another over from Jasprit Bumrah. Pushed away for another single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Sweeper on the cover boundary? Really? Long on? Really?
Yeah, especially to Zach Crawley, who anything hits the ball the other, he's a straight man. Yeah, this one doesn't make sense.
3 men on the leg side boundary. Come on. Here's Jadeja. The sweep shot from Duckett. Nicely played. Very nicely played indeed. Yashasvi Jaiswal does the fielding, running around from deep backward square leg. So they have gone through for 3, 21 for none. Crawley 12, Duckett 9. England's target 371, so the 21 without loss. So 350 the requirement now. 350 on the last day. 10 wickets in hand. Pitch playing well. Crawley forward to Jadeja. Blocks this one straight back to the bowler. I know where the bookmakers I know who the bookmakers will make favourites. And understandably and rightly so. They go on history and statistics, not emotion, not Bazball, not what England have done before. That doesn't factor. It's a mathematical decision, not an emotional one. Last ball of the day is defended by Zach Crawley, and he's in no doubt that it's the end of the day, because the first thing he does is tuck his bat under his arm and march towards the changing rooms. What a day of cricket we've had. Do you know, it was like if it was a boxing match, the first session there was a lot of sparring, a lot of dancing around each other, wasn't there? Sort of just finding the range. Not many, but 62 runs scored. India came out swinging in round 2.
And I would say they landed a few punches as well when they came out swinging. I mean, it's been a great day. It's been a day because of brilliance of Rishabh Pant to set up. An innings, a fourth innings, 3-7-1. You'd think anywhere else in the world, anybody else in the world, no chance. Would never ride. Ben Stokes' teams have done it before. Headingley is a special place. Hopefully the weather doesn't spoil it. For me, I still think England might just fall short. I really do. I think India, with Jasprit Bumrah, the difference between the two sides, I think 350, I said it all along, 350 is a lot of runs, but it's been I'm saying a fascinating and a great day as Test cricket. But I still think over the course of these last 4 days, we've had 4 amazing days. And if the rain doesn't spoil it tomorrow, manners, we still could have, like I've said before, the best to come. Because what have we had? 5 centurions? 5 players have had a century. We'll probably need a 6th if England want to go on and win this Test match.
500s, 4 players. Do you know, Harmy, well, we're going to talk about all this. It's going to be one of my points in the Super Over that we're going to do a little bit later on. But just quickly, for those who don't listen to the Super Over or following on at the end of the day, I think England will fall short as well. I don't think they can score 350. I don't think they will score 350 on the 5th day of this Test match. But what will, I think, provide the second most intense enjoyment is if they fight for their lives for a draw. I mean, I think, you know, if they lose a couple of wickets with 270 on the board, and it's impossible, and they, you know, that numbers 8, 9, 10 and 11 need 12 and over, and they're not going to get there. Batten down the hatches, let the storm pass overhead, walk away with a draw, go to Birmingham with 0-0. That would be magnificent.
Yeah, I don't think it is a negative if they go to Birmingham 0-0. No, Ben Stokes says about the draw, but yeah, for me, England at this moment in time, the only thing that beats India at this moment in time is India. And what I've just witnessed in, what have we had? 6 overs bowled, 21 for none. The one thing that's given me encouragement for England is that in them 6 overs, like you said, 3 men on the leg side boundary, nobody really in catching. Shubman Gill could trip his own team up here by not having the right game plan, not having the right mentality, not having the right field to the right bowler, and going ultra negative, and possibly you getting your wish which would be 270 for 4, because they protected the boundary and not strided too hard to get the wicket.
Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. I thought that was a bizarre feel. I thought India should have pushed it. I was going to say pushed harder for a wicket. No, I think India should have pushed for a wicket. They didn't push.
100%.
Really strange. Okay, that's it for the day. 21 without loss. Don't forget, if you want an overview of the day, listen to Jon Norman hosting Following On. It'll be posted on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as soon as we've recorded, and the team have edited it, and Harmy and I will be doing the Super Over as well. Hope you've enjoyed the day's coverage around the world from all the places that you've been listening. Thanks indeed for the correspondence, and we very much look forward to your company live once again shortly before 11 a.m. on Tuesday morning.